Chapter 546, Boxing Competition. Chapter 546, Boxing Competition. Chen Zhao thought that he'd convinced Murphy's father. But after 3 seconds of silence, Murphy's father said, "Sorry. Despite what you said, Murphy still has to go." Fuck. Crack. Murphy ran over at the sound and saw that his phone had been shattered. "Boss, you have to pay for my phone." "Take it." Chen Zhao tossed him $100 bill. He studied Murphy for a while and asked, "Where's your mom? Are you unhappy from the talk with my dad?" "It actually wasn't that bad," Chen Zhao said nonchalantly. Murphy looked at the pieces of his phone on the ground. This was the result of something that wasn't that bad. So, what would he do if it was bad? "It's always been my mom who contacted me," Murphy said. "I don't have her contact info." Chen Zhao rubbed his forehead. "Then where does your dad live?" Murphy stopped talking. It felt like Chen Zhao wanted to kill his dad. Judging from his tone, Chen Zhao really wanted to kill his dad. "Do you have to go?" Murphy lowered his head. After a pause, he said, "I have to listen to my dad." "Come back alive," Chen Zhao said. "Boss, is that an order?" Chen Zhao kicked Murphy's thigh. On the rare occasion that he was acting sentimental, this guy just had to ruin the atmosphere. "I went once and almost died," Chen Zhao said. "I hope you're luckier than me." Murphy gulped. If Chen Zhao had almost died, then it must truly be dangerous. All Chen Zhao could do was to remind Murphy and tell him how far it was. Other than that, he couldn't do anything else. "Go in there with him." "No way." "Professor Carlo." "Mr. Chen, you actually called me. How unusual. So did you think it through? You want to join my expedition team? My team is full now. But if it's you, then I'd love to add you in. Think it through. Only those who haven't thought it through would want to join your team." Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. "Come here and take Murphy away." "I'm a bit busy," Carlo said politely. "Can Murphy come alone?" He didn't want to face Chen Zhao. He felt that there was something wrong with Chen Zhao's tone. "What, you don't want to see me? But I miss you so much. How about I go over there? Oh, your team is full, right? Let me help you test their abilities, just in case there are any cheaters. I'll come over right now." Chen Zhao was clearly threatening him. If he didn't go over, then Chen Zhao would come. The team that he put together with such difficulty might get torn apart with Chen Zhao's bare hands. He didn't think that his men could fight with someone who killed a crypt demon if they didn't use guns. A while later, Carlo hurried to Chen Zhao's house. "Mr. Chen." "Professor Carlo, I have a nautical diary. You should be able to translate it for me, right?" Spanish." Carlo put on his glasses. "The language is quite ancient. Some of the grammar has even disappeared from modern Spanish. You can translate it, right? This counts as repaying what I owe, right?" Carlo asked. "Yes." "There's quite a lot of content in this diary. Just leave it with me for now. I'll translate it when I have time and return it to you." Chen Zhao scoffed. "Then no. This diary can't leave my line of sight. You can come over to translate when you have time. You'll repay your debt when you finish." "Mr. Chen, how about you go with me to that place? When we come out, I'll arrange some time to help you translate this diary." This old bastard moved back to this within 3 sentences. "You better die in there," Chen Zhao said, annoyed. "Remember to bring Murphy out in one piece." Carlo took Murphy away. Chen Zhao was a bit worried about Murphy, but since he wanted to go die there, it wasn't like Chen Zhao would stop him. Just then his phone rang. It was Tiger. "Mr. Chen, I have a competition today. Do you have time?" "Okay, no problem." "Where?" Chen Zhao had called Gaia and Tiger these past 2 days. He knew that Tiger already entered the elimination round of the state BBL. Today's round would produce the top 32 boxers. Chen Zhao was quite excited to see Tiger's performance. He called Fei Lai, wanting her to go together and cheer Tiger on. Boxing was a very enthusiastic sport in America. Even though BBL was a second-tier competition, it still couldn't stop the audience's enthusiasm. When Chen Zhao and Fei Lai arrived, the thousands of seats were already filled. Tiger now had a professional coaching team. It had been established by Gaia personally. Just then, the MC got on stage. Welcome to the state BBL elimination competition. Today is the first round. Now, let's welcome our contestants. George Rodney from Pennsylvania is the champion of his state. He participated in 98 professional competitions, KO'd his opponent 19 times, and reached 190 kilograms for his heaviest weight lifted. Welcome. George Rodney entered the ring with a cape. He jogged around the ring under the audience's cheers. Now, let's welcome George's opponent. Tiger Joller is currently studying at UCLA, but he's an infamous genius. He received his professional license last year and KO'd his opponent 3 times in a row in this year's BBL qualifying. He's also the champion of his state. Can he KO his opponent again this time? Let's watch and see. Welcome. Tiger wasn't fast. He sauntered through the opponent's passage. Gaia and the team followed behind him. Chen, that kid can win, right? Fei Lai knew that Tiger was Chen Zhao's student, so she naturally supported him. She wasn't interested in boxing, but supporting her man and his student was natural. If he loses, I'm going to throw him into the lake for 3 days and 3 nights. Now the match begins. The MC retreated and the referee entered. Amidst the whistle, the referee's hand fell down. The match officially began. Tiger reached out a fist, wanting to bump fists with George. This was a show of a friendly fight on the boxing ring. It was also good sportsmanship and respect for the opponent. But George ignored Tiger. His fist hooked up at Tiger suddenly. Tiger leaned back, dodging the punch. He didn't expect George to be so sly. Of course, this wasn't illegal, because the match had already begun. Sneak attacks were allowed. It went against sportsmanship, but it didn't break the rules. Jeers came from the audience. They also thought that this was a shameful move. Kid, pretty lucky, huh? Come and try to punch me, if you can get me, of course. Chapter 547 KO. Chapter 547 KO. Chen Zhao frowned. Tiger's opponent was really an asshole. Fei Lai was similarly displeased. She stood up at once and shouted, Tiger, beat the shit out of him. Stunned, Chen Zhao looked at Fei Lai. He had never seen her being so forceful. Tiger seemed to have noticed the voice from the front seats. Turning his head slightly, he glanced in Chen Zhao and Fei Lai's direction. Just then, George Rodney attacked again. Thud! Tiger was hit and took 2 steps back. Kid, were you looking? George Rodney smirked. Tiger shook his head. The punch was too weak. Compared to Chen Zhao and Gaia, it was more like a scratch. Just then, George Rodney initiated a chain of attacks. Left uppercut, right uppercut, uppercut. It seemed like Tiger was unable to fight back at all. Tiger only maintained his defense, blocking all the attacks. Chen, Tiger's only being hit. Fei Lai seemed worried. Don't worry. He knows what he's doing. The first round ended very soon. The referee separated the 2 by force. Tiger returned to the side of the ring. Gaia and some other staff walked up to change his mouth guard and feed him water. How is it? Gaia asked. SOZO. His strength is mediocre. Won't be able to threaten me with quick punches. Good. Do what you have to. Chen and Fei Lai are in the audience. Don't keep them waiting. Got it. I'll end it this round, Tiger said. In the opposite corner, George Rodney was also talking to his coach. He was drinking in big mouthfuls. In the first round, he had been attacking continuously, which was exhausting. George, make it quick. It's too tiring to attack like that, his coach said. I know. Stop repeating that. Can't you see that he couldn't even fight back? KO him ASAP. Yup. Ding. The second round began. Tiger and George returned to their spots, facing each other. George resumed his steady attack. In his opinion, Tiger was no match for him at all. However, unlike the first round, Tiger did not just defend. He suddenly raised his fist and punched out like a bolt of lightning. It was quick, accurate, and powerful. His fist landed hard on George's face, after which he withdrew his hand and stepped back. George froze on the spot. Then he slowly collapsed on his side. Rah-rah! The audience cheered loudly. Tiger! 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 What's the most exciting thing you can see in a boxing match? KO! Everyone had been waiting for a KO. At the moment, Tiger's punch was being replayed continuously on the big screen. 401 kilometers. God, that's a fast punch. I didn't even see how he attacked. Me too. I saw Tiger move back, and then George stopped moving. Should have bet on him. Damn, I've lost 200. But I think I'm in love with him. Nice one. Tiger, I love you. The referee had already started the count for George, who was on the floor. Unfortunately, after the count of 10, George still did not get up. He was actually unconscious, but nobody knew how injured he was. Nevertheless, it was a boxing match. Even if he died, nobody would remember him. Nobody would sympathize with the losers. They would only cheer for the victors. Tiger enjoyed the cheers of the crowd, but he only looked at Chen Zhao. Mr. Chen, did you see that? I did it. I did it. I'll bring you the championship belt. Chen Zhao and Fei Lai also stood up to applaud for Tiger. After the match, Tiger still had to undergo a urine test. Chen Zhao did not wait for him. He and Fei Lai drove back home. Just then, he received a call from Dell. Chin, the boxer that you introduced to me is great. He had a match just now. It was amazing. Then put more effort into him. I've invested quite a lot in him. Chen Zhao had invested in Tiger in order to earn more money. That was the final goal. Meanwhile, it would be great if Tiger could enjoy flowers and honor, fame, fortune, and the joy of victory. When shall we go hunting again? Fuck! Have you forgotten the last encounter? No, I mean normal hunting. Can't take that again. If you weren't there, Johnny and I might have stayed in that mountain forest forever. After a short pause, Dell added that Carlo even found my house and asked for funding to help his team. Chen Zhao frowned. Did you agree? No, why would I? My money didn't just fall from the sky. I heard from Johnny that Carlo went to find him too. That old asshole is really trying everything he can. He even asked me to join his team. What a plan! Asking the rich for money and the strong for power. Dell laughed. The next day, Chen Zhao had only been to UCLA 4 times this month. This was the 5th time. The college car park was full again. Chen Zhao could only park the RV on the roadside. Wright had told him that she had not seen Princess in a long while. Chen Zhao had specially brought Princess and the rest here. Most people in the college were already used to seeing the group of pets. They also knew who their master was. Of course, most of them would still choose to avoid the gang. It was Simba and Nala's first time here, so they seemed to be particularly curious about their surroundings. With Briar and Bramble, they formed a 4-man gang. At home, there was no mischief they would not commit. Outside, they were similarly fearless. Meow. I came, I saw, I conquered. Standing on Princess's back, Samuel meowed loudly. Princess, bring them and visit Wright. Black Ma, White Ma, look after the little guys. Don't let them go missing. Chen Zhao headed straight to the boxing club. Princess and the rest were already familiar with the place. Even without Chen Zhao, they could find Wright's office. Nonetheless, when they entered the office building, they still managed to cause an uproar. Even if they did nothing, As long as they stood in the corridor, nobody would dare to near them. At the moment, there were 5 young men and women in Wright's office. They had just finished their applications to become lecturers at UCLA. Bang, bang. Suddenly, they heard someone knock on the door. The 5 lecturers were somewhat confused. Who would knock on Wright's door like this? "Open the door," Wright said. The moment they did so, they were startled by the huge mouth outside. Ah! Chapter 548, Two-Person World. Chapter 548, Two-Person World. Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun. Who is that? Why does everyone in the boxing club respect him so much? Is he a coach? Him? He's the mascot of our club. He's the strongest. Isn't Tiger the strongest of our club? Tiger is his student. But he looks normal and kind of small. As soon as Chun Zhao arrived at the club, the members latched onto him to practice. Of course, it wasn't the members training Chun Zhao, but Chun Zhao training them. Okay, Chun Zhao had quite a history with the club. So, after changing into the gear, Chun Zhao came. "Hey, what kind of force do you want?" Chun Zhao asked. "Mr. Chen, I want to try what Tiger usually takes." "Are you sure?" Then maybe a bit softer?" The person across from him wasn't really sure either. Actually, they wanted to train with Chun Zhao, but they didn't know how strong he could be. They just wanted to experience Tiger's training process. "Sure, then I'll start. Don't push yourself too much," Chun Zhao reminded. A lot of people gathered around the ring, but some newbie whispered, "That Asian really likes to brag. He's about the same size as Cobley," but he told Cobley to watch out. The surrounding people looked at the newbie strangely and stopped talking. Boom! A muffled thud came from the ring. Chun Zhao's punch had already come. Cobley's body floated up and flew back. He flew more than 30 inches before he stopped himself. He could barely stay steady. His arms were numb. Thankfully, this punch hit the pad. Even behind the cushion, he could still feel how terrifying the punch was. How strong was a punch that could send a 9-meter tall guy flying? Seeing that Cobley wasn't hurt, Chun Zhao was about to attack again. "Mr. Chin!" Cobley cried out. Stop, enough. I'll get hurt if you keep going." That's it. Chun Zhao only punched once on the ring, and it ended. It didn't feel enough at all. At least let him sweat a bit. "I'll do it. Mr. Chin, I want to try too." Everyone wanted to try getting sent, flying, by a professional boxer. A dozen people came in a row. Each one wanted to see what it felt like to get blasted by Chun Zhao. This trend didn't stop until Tiger came. "All right, you guys." Tiger called. "Stop giving Mr. Chun trouble." After Tiger changed his clothes and got the gear, he went up to the ring. He could clearly feel his improvement after getting trained by Chun Zhao and Gaia. While punching, Chun Zhao asked Tiger, "How was yesterday's fight?" "Not bad. The opponent was kind of weak." The opponents will only get stronger. Don't drag things out in the next round. KO him directly if you can. Try to preserve your energy. If you're on the defensive for an entire round like yesterday, you'll get hurt. Okay, got it. How's the strength now? Want me to go harder? Yeah, add some more. Tiger nodded. It was the most terrifying day for the 5 new lecturers, because Wright wanted them to help take care of Princess and the others. The smaller ones were all right, but Princess, the silly twins, and Abitos were large carnivores. They were also gigantic. Before Wright left, she also said that if they weren't eaten today, they would be hired officially. They didn't even know if Wright was joking or being serious. They didn't receive salvation until the pet's owner came in the evening. When Chun Zhao got home, he saw a few cars parked in front of the house. He entered and found that his mom had come. Yura was sitting on the side with an upset expression. Fei Lai stood on the side, giving Chun Zhao's mom tea. "Mom, how come you're here?" I'm bringing Yura back." To be honest, Chen Zhao's mom was very surprised to see that Yura had actually gotten tan. She didn't have the sluggishness from before. Her entire being had become spirited. Chen Zhao's mom didn't know how Chen Zhao did it. When she'd arrived, Yura was playing in the lake with Cheryl. Chen Zhao's mom might not even be able to swim that distance, but Yura could play easily in the center of the lake. Yura had changed completely, becoming spirited and healthy. This made her wonder if Yura's sickness had been cured. "Oh," Chen Zhao answered. "Mom, I still want to play." "No, I feel kind of uncomfortable," Yura said, pouting. "Only brother can heal me." "You've already played here for more than 10 days. "I'm not playing," Yura refuted. "I'm staying here so brother can help treat me." "Stop adding trouble for your brother," her mom said. "You can come to play when you have time." "Do I have to go back to that glass box?" Her mom's heart clenched. That glass box was like a prison to Yura. "No, you don't need it anymore." "Chen Zhao, I'm bringing Yura back now." "Mom, don't you want to stay for dinner?" "No, or else Yura might find another excuse to stay." "It's actually not a problem for her to stay." His mom chuckled. Chen Zhao treated Yura greatly, but they weren't a family in the end. The thing between Chen Zhao and his mom would never disappear. After Yura left, Cheryl lost her friend, so Sienna and Chris brought her home too. The house quieted down suddenly. To be honest, after the two kids messed around for a dozen days, Chen Zhao wasn't really used to the sudden peace. Fei Lai felt a bit regretful because she didn't have the chance to show her good housewife side. But at night, Chen Zhao and Fei Lai weren't restricted to the bedroom anymore. They could enjoy shamelessly in every corner of the house. They didn't have to worry about the kids outside their room seeing. When they got tired, they could lay on the ground and rest for a few minutes before starting again. This was the life that made them happy. The two battled from the inside to outside the house. Then they started playing in the pool. "Chen, I want a drink." "Okay, I'll go get it." Chen Zhao ran into the kitchen naked. When he brought out a few cans of beer, it suddenly disappeared from his arms. He froze. Where was the beer? Where did it go? Did he accidentally put it into his spatial ring? But there didn't seem to be anything in the ring. Chen Zhao looked everywhere, but there was nothing. "Chen, how come you're taking so long?" "Okay, I'm coming." Chapter 549, Goddess Knew Us Understanding. Chapter 549, Goddess Knew Us Understanding. Chen Zhao took out a few more cans of beer. This time nothing bizarre happened. However, Chen Zhao could not forget about it. After all, he was a senior wizard and it was his house. However, something which he could not comprehend had happened. Chen Zhao was very much put on alert. After Fei Lai went to sleep, Chen Zhao went to the living room. AI, find the video record of the living room and kitchen from 12:05 to 12:10. Very soon, the video was being played on the television. In the video, Chen Zhao entered the kitchen at 12:06. Then he walked out with the beer. The entire process only took more than 20 seconds. Chen Zhao stared at the screen. Suddenly, something flashed in the video. Then the beer disappeared. What was it? Chen Zhao frowned. What exactly had happened? There was nothing in the video, but the strange thing really did happen. Chen Zhao looked completely lost, just like him in the video. He stood up and walked to the location of the peculiar occurrence. Looking around, he searched for anything that might be suspicious. Eventually, Chen Zhao's eyes locked onto the brush painting hung on the wall. He stared at the painting. It was an ordinary landscape painting with mountains and water. In the painting, the mountains towered into the clouds. It seemed rather unique. Since Chen Zhao received the painting, he had never discovered anything special about it. Was it because of the painting? Chen Zhao was unsure. However, in his immediate surroundings, the painting was the most suspicious item. Moreover, the painting had an unusual background. In Treat Penton's great collection, most items were extremely valuable. Even the nautical dairy, which was initially thought to be worthless, was proved useful. All in all, Chen Zhao was very suspicious about the painting's origin. Suddenly, Chen Zhao seemed to notice something among the mountains and fog. Chen Zhao continued to stare at it. It moved. The thing moved. It was not a mountain. The next moment, Chen Zhao felt the entire world spin. Then he realized that he was at the foot of a mountain covered in clouds. Fuck, it's actually the painting. He was in the painting. He was in the painting right now. Although Chen Zhao had never inspected the painting carefully, he could more or less recognize the scenery. Suddenly, the fog began to dissipate. Chen Zhao saw something as big as a mountain, a gargantuan beast. It was an enormous tortoise with a dozen mountain peaks on its back. The tortoise moved its head before Chen Zhao. Its neck was thin and long. No, it was actually a turtle. It was a super turtle. However, it only seemed to have 3 legs. Chen Zhao felt like something was stuck in his throat. He could not even shout. Chen Zhao did not know how powerful it was, but it was 20 or 30 times larger than Beelzebub, Zophie's true form. It was like the difference between princess and briar and bramble. Anyway, it was simply very, extremely big. Chen Zhao thought that he was basically a monster among humans. But a punch from his right arm was at most 5 tons. It was surely insignificant to the super beast before him. Who are you? Chen Zhao asked in Chinese. It was probably a Chinese turtle. I'm your fucking dad. The turtle replied in English. Chen Zhao was speechless. You're a Western monster. Monster? Your entire family are monsters. Looking at my size, you should at least call me Divine Beast, right? How did you learn English? What do you think? I've been drifting in the West for 100 years, hung on the wall every now and then. Everyone around me spoke English. Even a fool would have learned the language. You can hear people outside speak? What? How would I learn it if I can't hear them? Fine. Chen Zhao was speechless. The turtle was a senior international student. May I ask, who are you? Notice my 3 legs? What does that remind you of? The giant turtle stared at Chen Zhao in anticipation. 3-legged turtle. The turtle seemed upset. I'm the great turtle. Let me read the classic of mountains and seas when I get back. The 3-legged turtle was even more disappointed. Don't you recall anything? Like Goddess Nuwa? Oh, I know. Got it. Chen Zhao clapped his hands. I knew it. People still remember me. The 3-legged turtle was delighted. Your Goddess Nuwa's mount. Fuck. The 3-legged turtle's English was very fluent, even better than Chen Zhao's. Are you not? I'm the Sky Mender, the 3-legged turtle roared. Goddess Nuwa cut off one of my legs to support the sky. Oh, shouldn't you be more excited? I'm so excited. That's too fake. Why are you hiding in the painting? As a reward for my contribution, Goddess Nuwa said that she would fulfill a wish of mine. I said I would like to live forever. And then she sealed me in this river map. Did Goddess Nuwa misunderstand the meaning of live forever? Chen Zhao could clearly see the turtle's mouth twitch. I think so. This reminded Chen Zhao of a popular joke. Someone picked up the magic lamp, and the genie promised him a wish. He said he would like to know how to swim. Then the genie turned the person into a fish. Initially, Chen Zhao thought the turtle's wish was great, but looking at the outcome, Goddess Nuwa surely did not put in much effort. Time flow in the river map is thousands of times slower than the outside, So to be honest, Goddess Niwa did fulfill my wish. I'm basically going to live forever here. How optimistic is that? Qinzhao sighed. Of course. If I'm not that optimistic, I would have lost my mind long ago. Never mind. I should stop talking about Goddess Niwa before I get any retributions. Then why did you summon me in? Not me. You came here yourself. What? I came in here myself? Why do I not know that? This is the river map. Apart from Goddess Niwa, nobody can enter or leave. How do I get out now? Dunno. Stop lying to me. I really don't know. If I do, I would have gone out long ago, the old turtle said. Chun Zhao was upset. What's this? Someone help. Do you have alcohol with you? Oh, did you take the beer just now? Chun Zhao shivered. Yes, I can take things from outside, but I can't bring any people inside, the old turtle said. Can you move the TV in your living room? I can't see it from here. Or maybe hang the river map in a different direction. Chapter 550 In and Out. Chapter 550 In and Out. Don't you have any internal alchemy pills? The kind that can take me straight to heaven? Yes. You want some? Yes, if you're willing to give me some. Then take it. Old Turtle opened his mouth, and a stone ball the size of a basketball fell before Qinzhao. This is my internal alchemy. Eat it, and you can go to heaven. Qinzhao reached out and patted it. It was harder than stone. You're kidding, right? No, I'm serious. That's my internal alchemy. You just took it out to make a sport of me, because you know I can't chew it, right? I have so much of this. There's no point in making a sport out of you. You have a lot. Duh. I've been in the human world for thousands of years. I just cultivate when I'm bored. What's so strange about cultivating such a large internal alchemy over thousands of years? Qin Zhao opened the mouth of gluttony and tried biting the internal alchemy. Then pain came from the mouth. Fuck, broke my teeth. Okay. Chen Zhao didn't have the luck to enjoy this thing. Do you have any collections and stuff? Give me an adventure. Yeah, Old Turtle said. Really? Here. Old Turtle opened its mouth. A pile of scrap metal tumbled out. Qin Zhao looked through all the metal. There was a bronze sword, an iron sword, a knight sword, a samurai sword. Anyway, there were a bunch of things. But most of them were covered with rust. There was one well-preserved bronze sword, though. The pattern was pretty, too. The image on the blade, the detailed pattern. Is this the Xianyuan sword? You're overthinking. This was from years ago when the painting hung in some king's palace. I stole it from the king's room. But it's the most well-preserved, so it should be the best, right? I just kept it because I think it's pretty. Fuck, I want divine weapons. Why did you get me all this shit? They could survive my saliva. That means they're not bad quality. Even if they're not divine weapons, they're still treasures. You can use them to chop people up. What era is this? Using this to chop people up. You want me to die faster? Even a submachine gun is more realistic. Chen Zhao was completely disappointed. This old turtle wasn't reliable or sane. Chen Zhao held a samurai sword with his left hand and the bronze sword in the right. Huff, huff, ha ha. He lost interest after a few chops. Then he lay on the ground and rolled around. He couldn't go out. How do I get out? I'm not going to be stuck in here with an old turtle for a few thousand years, right? Are there any monsters other than you in here? Get some out for me to chop up. I'm so bored. There were before. And now. One day, I wanted to move my body. I accidentally squashed it. That's a sad story. Chen Zhao suddenly thought of something. How do you look outside? How come I can't see it? Close your eyes and look with your soul. Use my soul. Chen Zhao closed his eyes. Suddenly, an image appeared in his mind. It was the view of his living room from the wall. His heart jumped, and he suddenly felt a pull. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that he was already back in the living room. "Hey, I'm out." "Huh, I'm out." Just then, Feilai woke up from the sound. She walked out of her bedroom and saw Chen Zhao dancing around with a bronze sword in the living room. "Chen, what are you doing?" "Huh? Feilai, did I wake you up?" "What happened? Why are you so happy?" "No, nothing." Chen Zhao shook his head with a laugh. "Where did you get that sword from?" "From the trash." Chen Zhao put it inside his spatial ring and looked back at the river map. Was this the famous river map? By now, the content had returned to the painting of clouds and mountains. But it felt so nice to be able to come out. At least, he wouldn't be stuck in it for eternity like Old Turtle. He could still sleep with Feilai in his arms. Next day, after Feilai left, Qin Zhao went into the river map again. It was very easy to enter. There was no difficulty at all. "Old Turtle, do you want me to bring some things for you?" Qin Zhao asked. Old Turtle had been stuck here for thousands, no millions of years. It was more than enough. "Game console," Old Tortoise said without hesitation. "Game console? Are you sure you can play it? You're huge." But then Old Turtle shook. The misty mountains vanished. The tortoise turned into human form. He was a white-haired elder with whiskers that hung to his feet. "I've cultivated for millennia. If I can't even transform, then I would have wasted all those years. But there's no electricity. Can't you get an energy generator?" "Get a kinetic energy generator," Old Turtle said. "Don't get the gas-powered ones. You know about that stuff too." "Shut up. I've lived for millions of years." Okay, Chen Zhao would change the topic. This Old Turtle probably knew more than him. Talking about these things in front of him was looking for embarrassment. "Also, get me a home theater set. Get me all of the movies you can find. And wine. The more the better." Old Turtle wasn't acting like a stranger at all. After finishing his requests, he added, "Don't say that I don't care for you. Take my internal alchemy out. You can't eat it, but it's still filled with spiritual qi. It can fill your surroundings with spiritual qi." Qin Zhao looked at the huge pill. He could bring it out easily by putting it in his spatial ring. But where would he put it? He could throw it in the lake. All right, he'd throw it in Mirror Lake. After going out, Qin Zhao planned on getting Old Turtle his entertainment equipment. Before he could leave, a woman approached his house. She was a tall woman in tight-fitting clothes and wavy hair. Because she was a stranger, the home system wouldn't open the door. The woman could only get down before the window and look inside the living room. However, the living room window was made out of galvanized glass. It blocked all outside light. This meant that people looking in from the outside would be like looking at a mirror. They wouldn't be able to see anything other than themselves. Chen Zhao had the system open the door. He looked at this oddly dressed beauty. "Miss, are you lost?" "Are you Chen Zhao? That Chinese guy? Pretty obvious, right? Murphy's in danger. I hope you can help me save him. Did Carlo send you? Does he want to trick me over there like this?" Chapter 551 Linear Plot. Chapter 551 Linear Plot. The fact that Chen Zhao hated Carlo did not prevent him from admiring the beauty before him. She looked particularly charming in her tight clothes. "I'm not sent by that old asshole Carlo," the black-haired beauty said. "I'm Murphy's mom." Spit. Chen Zhao almost vomited blood. The lady who looked as old as him was Murphy's mother. "Stop lying." "I'm serious. I'm already 56 this year." Chen Zhao did not believe it. He couldn't. There was no way this 20-year-old lady could be Murphy's mom. "Were you 5 when you were pregnant with Murphy? Have you forgotten my bloodline?" "Vampire. My name is Agnes Dracula. I don't like people calling me a vampire." "Dracula? That Dracula?" "Dracula is a common surname among the kindred. I'm not sure if Count Dracula really exists, Agnes said, but it won't make sense for him to exist. We live for at most 150 years, not 400. Don't the kindred age? Not if we drink enough human blood. Fine. How much human blood have you drunk? Are you going to help me save Murphy or not? Agnes asked. She was already impatient. Qin Zhao had kept changing the topic. Sorry, I'm busy. Chun Zhao had already advised Murphy not to go, but he had to go and kill himself. Why must Qin Zhao take the risk? It was not like Murphy was his son. $1 million, Agnes said with a serious tone as she stared at Qin Zhao. Why are you asking me? I'm just a human. But I know you're strong. But I'm scared of death. Me too, Agnes said. Everyone is. Thanks for your understanding. The door is there. Goodbye. Do you know why Murphy's father insisted that Murphy go there? I'm not interested in any stories. Qin Zhao covered his ears. He was determined not to get himself involved. Regardless of what Agnes was about to say, he would not go. Not even with $1 million. That place was too dangerous. It would not matter how much money he could receive if he died there. Severn and I met 22 years ago. As if she did not hear Qin Zhao's words, Agnes continued talking. I'm not interested. Wait for me to finish. That time, I was already pregnant with Murphy. Which means Murphy isn't your husband's son. But Severn still raised Murphy up like his own son. And then, but as he aged, I was still young. He began to try all he could to become a kindred like me. What a great ambition! Chun Zhao could not help but satirize. Since Agnes really wanted to tell him the story, he would listen. But even after that, he would not go to the place. Wait, don't tell me Murphy is Carlo's son. Chun Zhao suddenly felt that it was very likely. Agnes' husband found a wife and got a son for free. He appeared to be obedient and responsible, but he was actually distorted inside. Then he deliberately sent Murphy to Carlo, so that Carlo could kill Murphy. This seemed to be the right plot. Anyway, this was what would happen in films. Stop overthinking. Murphy is unrelated to Carlo. I'm unrelated to Carlo too. Agnes added, I was only in Carlo's team for a period of time in the past. Unfortunate. What? Qin Zhao found it unfortunate that the plot did not unfold according to his imagination. There was no love and hatred. The plot seemed too linear and uninteresting. Any American series with such a plot line would surely be dead after 3 episodes. Anyway, it turns out that the ancient ruin Carlo's about to explore is actually very much related to the kindred. Carlo said that the ruin contains the elixir of life. Don't tell me it's a potion that converts a person into a vampire. Correct. Severn asked Murphy to go so that Murphy could bring him the potion. Chun Zhao yawned. What a boring story. And then, although the story was dull, Qin Zhao had already listened to half of it. In fact, it's not a potion to convert into a kindred. According to records in our family, it's a potion to convert into a crypt demon. Family records? Carlo said that it's a ruin from the prehistoric era. You really have a long history. The kindred has existed for way longer than you think, Agnes said lightly. According to the records, the kindred had a short civilization. Because we had longer lives than humans and we never turned old. Humans viewed us as gods and wanted to become one of us. Indeed, we also developed a potion that could turn normal humans into the kindred. This continued for 300 years, and then disaster struck. The potion was somehow replaced, and the chosen humans didn't become the kindred, but instead crypt demons. The civilization and the empire collapsed. So the kindred had been developing the American continents before humans discovered them. At least that's what my family records say. And then, I still can't find a reason to go to the ruin. But if you tell me that the entire human race is in danger, I might actually consider it. After all, my ambition is to rescue all humans and become the savior. If you help me rescue Murphy, I can help you to kill someone, anyone, Agnes said. How about the person in the White House? Then you can kill me instead, Agnes said, rolling her eyes. Actually, you're quite powerful too, right? Why don't you go by yourself? Of course I'm going, but I'm not confident about going alone, Agnes said. If it's just 1 or 2 crypt demons, I can help, but you said yourself that there could be many of them in the ancient ruin. If we go, we'll probably become their food. I can provide you with weapons, Agnes said. What weapons? In the vehicle outside. Weapons that I've modified myself, Agnes said. Chun Zhao walked to Agnes' car and opened the trunk. The arms inside were enough to start a war. Chun Zhao still did not want to go. Why must he take the risk? Just then, Agnes took down a pendant chain from her neck. A key was hanging on the chain. She gave the chain to Chun Zhao. If you help me, the Dracula family owes you a favor. Chun Zhao grabbed the key. Another key that looked the same. Was it the same key as the one from the grandfather? After taking the key, Chun Zhao hesitated for a while. Did the keys have the same function? Or did they represent something? Chapter 552, Phalai, Eat Dinner Without Me. Chapter 552, Phalai, Eat Dinner Without Me. You took a memento from my family, so our agreement is established, right? Agnes watched as Chun Zhao put the key away. Take it back. Chun Zhao put the key in Agnes' hands. Agnes looked at her empty hands. Are you making fun of me? Chun Zhao was taken aback. He picked the key back up from Agnes' hands. You can't see it. See what? Agnes looked at Chun Zhao's weird actions. Does your family have those rules? Like if I offend your family, all of you will try to kill me. I don't mind setting a rule like that for you. Agnes looked at Chun Zhao with a dark expression. Whatever. Let's go. Chun Zhao scratched his head. It was honestly so troublesome. Why did he have to listen to that story? Wait, Agnes said. Wait for my people. You have more people? That's better. I thought it was just the 2 of us. Just then, a great gale of wind whooshed by. A military helicopter landed before them. 4 guys came out. Are they your guys? Chun Zhao asked. Let's go. After Chun Zhao got onto the helicopter, Agnes had someone put all sorts of things onto him. Can you tell me what this parachute is? Chun Zhao asked. You've gone parachuting before, right? Chun Zhao thought before. Yes. Last time, he'd climbed the CL building and jumped down from around 300 meters. Then we're good. You're saying that we need to use a parachute later. It's the fastest way to get in. Can I back out now? Hey, I'll protect you. A big guy patted Chun Zhao's shoulder. Agnes glanced at Chun Zhao and then at her underling. He doesn't need your protection. Just take care of yourself. You powerful? The big guy asked. Not bad. I can beat up 10 of you. Let's have a fight after this mission ends. Big guy liked fighting just like Chun Zhao. He might not be taking Chun Zhao seriously either. Actually, the other 3 had similar expressions. They didn't understand why Agnes specifically came to find this Asian. At least, they didn't find anything necessary about him. Hey, Phalai, I might not be home on time for dinner tonight. Oh, are you busy? It's really loud over there. Yeah. Everyone looked at Chun Zhao with a speechless expression. The helicopter reached the destination. They were 3,000 meters up in the sky. Over there. Agnes pointed down. There was a huge black hole in the middle of the forest. The ground seemed to have collapsed. Don't stray too much, Agnes said. Okay, let's go. Agnes' team members jumped down one by one. Chun Zhao was the last one. The group of 6 all landed safely. They weren't too far away from the destination. The six surrounded the hole and stared at each other. It's here. Okay, let's go, Agnes said. Wait, put on the heat sensor. Oh, I don't really want to go in. Chunjiao sighed. The group entered the crypt through the entrance. The entrance wasn't very wide. The atmosphere felt suffocating. Just then, everyone kicked something. It was a corpse, more accurately half of a corpse. Seems like the crypt demons are pretty picky eaters. They only eat the upper half. Everyone looked at Chen Zhao. They all thought that he may be dead weight, but Chen Zhao's courage was pretty rare. He could still joke under these situations. It may be because it didn't have time to finish. The group encountered another body. This time it was a female crypt demon. This crypt demon still had an arm stuffed in its mouth. But there were a dozen bullet holes too. It must have been killed by a barrage of bullets. Bang! Without warning, Chen Zhao fired into the fork. What are you doing? Don't fire randomly. I saw a crypt demon there, Chen Zhao said. Really? Why didn't I notice it? Everyone doubted Chen Zhao. Agnes looked at him. Are you sure? Yes. Did you hit it? Actually, I was just testing out the gun, Chen Zhao said, changing the topic. He'd indeed discovered a crypt demon earlier, but the guy ran too quickly. Or Chen Zhao's shooting skills were too bad. He was always meters away from the target. As the group forged on, the air grew damp and hot. Fork at the upper left, crypt demon, male, covered 35% with a shell. It discovered us. Bang, bang, bang. Did we hit it? No, the crypt demon hid behind the rock. It's too fast. The group had guns with strong penetrative abilities. But first, they had to hit their target. If they couldn't hit anything, even the best weapons would be useless. Agnes, are you sure Murphy is still alive? Yes, I can feel that he's still alive, Agnes said. But he's in great danger now. Let's hurry up. The group continued on. Each person had around 15 to 20 kilograms of equipment. Under this weight and the damp and hot environment, it was a great test for their fitness. Head were already 320 meters underground. Everyone looked at Agnes. Continue, Agnes said. Just then, a man-made structure appeared ahead of them. The ground connected with a tiled tunnel. They entered an underground chamber. Just then, more bodies appeared before them. These bodies had been torn apart long ago. The corpses were piled together, and it was disgusting. Agnes wiped her mouth. Her expression turned more worried. Which side? Should be this way, Agnes said, pointing. 2 crypt demons behind us. Male, 50% outer shell. Bang, bang, bang. Hurry, hurry. Don't try fighting. The crypt demons might be surrounding us right now. We can't get surrounded. The group picked up their pace. As they got deeper, more corpses appeared. Finally, a huge abyss appeared before them. There was a 4-sided pyramid in the abyss. Built up from the bottom of the abyss, it was probably more than 100 meters tall. Murphy is inside that pyramid, Agnes said. Chapter 553, Reunion. Chapter 553, Reunion. They were at the edge of a chasm. To get down, they had to walk along the rock walls. However, just as they moved, a male crypt demon charged out from behind. Bam, bam. Everyone had an amazing reaction speed. The crypt demon was shot very quickly and fell down the abyss. There was no way it could survive a fall from such a height. Move! Agnes urged again. The group began to run, but they did not dare to run too fast. After all, the downward winding path was not wide. It was only about 1 meter wide. Some places were not even 1 meter. Should they be less careful, they would actually lose their footings and fall into the abyss. Suddenly, however, the first person was grabbed and pulled up by a crypt demon hiding on the wall. Ah! Save me! Ollie! Bam, bam. In the gunfire, the crypt demon and Ollie were both shot. They had no other way of saving him. The only thing they could do was shoot. Ollie and the crypt demon fell down the abyss together. Finally, after 10 minutes of running, they arrived at the bottom of the pit. They found the entrance to the pyramid. The group bolted in. Then, they discovered traces of a corpse being dragged on the ground. The traces looked very fresh. It's Ollie. His body must have been dragged in. They did not see Ali's corpse just now. Move. Stop thinking about this. Left. Chen Zhao suddenly lifted his gun. Bam. But the crypt demon coming from the left was too fast. It ran on the ground, jumped onto the ceiling, and dodged sideways. Chen Zhao did not even hit it with a single bullet. Agnes pressed Chen Zhao's gun down. Stop wasting bullets. Then, she raised her arm, holding a modified pistol. She was the only one without a thermal sensor. Bam! Agnes' arm lifted slightly, while the crypt demon fell on the ground. Its head had been penetrated by the bullet. Chen Zhao rubbed his nose, feeling very awkward. To be honest, he was unbelievably bad at shooting. Boss, is he the helper we need? Gwyn said, displeased. Stop talking, keep moving, Agnes said coldly. The paths inside the pyramid were more complicated than the crypt itself. They extended in all directions. This gave crypt demons the chance to hide. Boom! Agnes threw out a well-timed grenade that hit a crypt demon running toward them from behind. While male crypt demons had tough bodies, they could not withstand the power of a grenade. Behind us! Careful! Suddenly, 3 male crypt demons shot toward them in the passage behind them. Bam, bam. One of them was shot and collapsed, but the other 2 were still running. Bam, bam, bam. Agnes fired 3 times in a row. The second crypt demon fell down 3 meters away from them. However, the last crypt demon already leaped at them. Shit! No, move away! Only Chen Zhao stood still. When the crypt demon was already before him, he lifted his arm and pointed the gun at its head. Bam, bam. Its blood splashed onto Chen Zhao's body. Fuck! I knew I couldn't miss at this distance. Chen Zhao kicked the crypt demon's corpse away. Everyone stared at him as if he was insane. He actually dared to let the monster go so close to him. What a ridiculous madman. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao was not totally useless. At least he was brave. Damn, I'm out of bullets. Rory, give me a clip. Here you go. Use it wisely. As they went deeper, their ammunition was being depleted fast. Only Ollie had died. To them, the casualty was acceptable. However, as they ran low on ammo, the real danger was approaching. Go in front. It's close. Agnes' hair was somewhat messy. Her carefully made curly hair was now wet with sweat. Mom, here. Suddenly they heard Murphy's voice. The group saw some people in the stone room in the front. In addition, Ollie's corpse was also by the door. Quick, go. Boss, 3 male crypt demons behind, more than 80% exoskeleton. Everyone gasped in shock. 80% exoskeleton meant that their bullets had to hit the remaining 20% to be effective. Bam, bam. The bullets shot into the darkness and created some sparks. Their bullets were almost completely ineffective. They don't seem like they're going to attack us. Everyone stared at the 3 male crypt demons, alerted. They realized that the 3 crypt demons only blocked the path, but did not charge toward them directly. Then they backed into the room Murphy was in. Carlo and the rest were still alive. Counting, there were 8 or 9 people left. Mom, did you come to save me? Murphy hugged Agnes in excitement. Then he looked at Chen Zhao. Mr. Chen, you're here too. Thank you. Where's Tyler? Chun Zhao did not see Tyler in the group. Carlo and the rest seemed very dispirited. Seeing their expressions, Chun Zhao sighed. It looked like Tyler did not survive. Mr. Chin, it's great that you're here, Carlo said. With you, we'll have a much bigger chance of escaping. Nobody understood why Carlo had said that. Even Agnes had only heard about Chun Zhao from Carlo. Carlo told her that if she felt Murphy was in danger, she should go and ask Chun Zhao for help. However, Chun Zhao had not been useful on the way. Although Agnes did not regret it, Chun Zhao's performance had been very ordinary. Chun Zhao suddenly realized that there was a weak male crypt demon in the near distance. He raised his arm and shot it. Astonished, everyone looked at the crypt demon whose head had just exploded. Carlo and his team members opened their mouths and stared at Chun Zhao in disbelief. Fuck! Do you know what you've done? Asshole, you've just killed all of us. Everyone in Carlo's team cursed Chun Zhao wildly. Did I do anything wrong? Chun Zhao was confused. It's over. We're doomed. That's our last resort. Agnes and her teammates were confused too. Chun Zhao had only shot a crypt demon. Why were Carlo and the rest so desperate? Wasn't it just a crypt demon? They had killed at least 10 crypt demons on their way here. Sigh. Mr. Chin, Carlo also did not know what to say. What? Just tell me what's wrong, Chun Zhao said, frowning. Chapter 554, Public Enemy. Chapter 554, Public Enemy. Mr. Chin, Carlo said, do you remember the female crypt demon we killed in the forest before? Yeah, why? Crypt demons have a matriarchy. Only one female is born in each group. And then, once something happens to the only queen, then one male in the group would turn into a female. For example, this crypt demon was the one chosen to turn into a female and become the queen. It's so weak because the transformation hadn't finished yet. Its outer shell had just fallen off, and we happened to come in and kidnap it. The male crypt demons outside are scared that we'll hurt their new queen. That's why they stopped attacking us. Instead, they leave bodies outside, wanting us to feed the bodies to it so it can finish the process. Chun Zhao rubbed his nose. Okay, it seemed that he'd really messed up. But he didn't know. So now what? Soon, the scent of death from this crypt demon will take over the entire pyramid, Carlo said. Next, they'll be completely furious and attack us crazily. We're dead. How many crypt demons are there? Chun Zhao asked. I don't know, Carlo said. I estimated no less than 100, maybe even more. Did you find what you're looking for? Agnes asked. No, we were stuck here after coming in. Murphy shook his head. So, you're saying that so many people died and you didn't find anything? Chun Zhao looked at Carlo's group. Mr. Chin, you're here now. Perhaps we can go deeper with your help. Don't even think about it. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. Leave when you can. Leave? How? There are crypt demons everywhere out there. Agnes looked around. Maybe we can set up a trap here. What trap? Gwyn, take out your dynamite packs, Agnes said. We'll make a remote bomb at the entrance. Gwyn and the others moved quickly. They had a lot of tools and material with them too. Within a few minutes, they'd made 2 remote bombs. Spread out and drag the bodies over, Agnes ordered. Put them by the door. Put the bombs under them. Everyone followed Agnes' commands and started moving. Don't set off the bombs if 1 or 2 crypt demons come. Wait until enough are gathered before setting them off. Everyone spread around the room. Thankfully, the room was big enough. It was the size of 3 or 4 basketball courts and had many stone benches. This was possibly where the higher-ups of the vampires had meetings. ING. Just then, small cries traveled from the outside. They were densely packed and made everyone feel numb. Finally, a crypt demon peeked in. Bang! Agnes fired and blasted apart the demon's head. After a short silence, 2 more crypt demons rushed over. This time, everyone's guns were pointed at the entrance. So, when the 2 crypt demons charged over, they were covered in a dozen holes instantly. Don't fire randomly. Try to preserve your ammo. There are more demons behind them. Just as Agnes finished, 4 more crypt demons charged over. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone fired, even though Agnes had just reminded to save their bullets. But they couldn't save up in these situations. As soon as they saw the crypt demons, they fired instinctively. The next moment, even more crypt demons rushed over. Head, should we press it? No, continue firing. Agnes was able to stay calm. Then 7 or 8 demons ran over. They couldn't fire them all immediately. One reached Qin Zhao. He pulled the trigger without panicking. Boom. Mr. Qin, they seem to have you as their target, Agnes said. Probably because you have the other crypt demon's blood. You better go die, someone from Carlo's team yelled. Qin Zhao glanced at him. That's the best. If you think I endangered you all, you don't have to save me. I'll just leave alone. Qin Zhao didn't care. Earlier, he'd felt a bit apologetic, but the feeling was gone now. Good, go die. Hurry and leave. Maybe you can lead the crypt demons away too. Enough, Agnes said. Stop arguing. Now is not the time for internal fights. No matter what, Qin Zhao was a fighting force. In these situations, they could only survive by being united, even though they didn't have much of a chance. After a short break, the crypt demons attacked again. This time, a dozen demons charged in. There were even more behind them. Now, Agnes yelled, press. Kaboom! The bomb under the bodies was deactivated instantly. A dozen crypt demons were overturned instantly, swallowed by the flames. Most of the demons were blasted apart, but some were very strong and didn't die immediately. Of course, these injured crypt demons didn't pose any threat. Amazing! Ha! That was awesome. We should have brought more bombs. Seeing the dozen crypt demons get destroyed, both Agnes and Carlo's team had their morale boosted. Just then, a huge crypt demon sauntered over, stepping on its brethren's bodies. Bang, 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 bang. But the bullets only produced sparks when they hit the crypt demon. Oh no, this one has 95% outer shell. Only the chin isn't covered. Our bullets are useless. Any grenades? Not anymore. Everyone's gun stopped. They looked at the crypt demon nervously. This one was at least twice the size of other male crypt demons. It looked at Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao also looked back at it. Its target is that Asian. As long as it's not us. Let him go die. We wouldn't be in danger if not for him. Murphy looked at him with worry. Mr. Chen. Don't go. Agnes grabbed Murphy. No one had confidence in Qin Zhao. To them, he would definitely die. Chapter 555. The Correct Way to Use the Bronze Sword. Chapter 555. The Correct Way to Use the Bronze Sword. Everyone wanted to see the culprit Qin Zhao being torn to pieces. Under the stare of everyone, the crypt demon leaped at Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao lifted his right arm and stuck it into the crypt demon's mouth. Everyone thought that Qin Zhao's arm would be bitten off in the next second. However, unexpectedly, the crypt demon began to struggle in pain. It could not even close its mouth, not to mention take a bite. Qin Zhao pulled his arm back, and the crypt demon fell to the ground. A lot of blood oozed out from its mouth. Everyone was stunned and astonished. What happened? Why wasn't Qin Zhao's arm bitten off? Why was the crypt demon dead instead? Just now, Chen Zhao had used needle thread guidance to turn his magical power into a sharp blade. He essentially cut the crypt demon's throat from the inside. Agnes' face was filled with disbelief. How did the Asian do it? Vanity moved toward Chen Zhao subconsciously. She knew that Chen Zhao was powerful. So, since the beginning, she had never joined the team to attack Chen Zhao. She had been watching the situation in silence. Like what she had expected, Chen Zhao displayed his power again. He was the only one who could kill a crypt demon in close combat. Chen Zhao stretched his shoulders and walked toward the exit. It's indeed much easier to use my fists. Guns are useless. Chen Zhao threw the gun away. He even removed his bulletproof vest. The vest was only hindering his movement. Agnes frowned. Mr. Chen, it's too dangerous. Come back. Suddenly, a crypt demon sprang at Chen Zhao from the darkness. Chen Zhao immediately grabbed the crypt demon's head and chin. Crack! The crypt demon's chin was destroyed by Chen Zhao at once. Everyone gasped. Agnes could not help but look at Carlo. He must have known it earlier. It was no wonder he had told her to ask Chen Zhao for help when needed. Since they entered the place, Chen Zhao's performance had been very mediocre. Agnes initially thought that she had found the wrong person. Now, it seemed like she had given the equipment to the wrong person. The equipment was actually a burden to Chen Zhao. Another crypt demon charged toward Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao lifted his arm, and everyone heard a clear crack. It was the sound of bones cracking. Then the crypt demon collapsed on the ground. The exoskeleton on its head had been completely broken. Everyone gasped. The exoskeleton could not even be penetrated with modified weapons. But it was actually destroyed by Chen Zhao's arm. Was his right arm a metal prosthetic? Chen Zhao rubbed his fist. It was still painful to use his hands. Suddenly, Chen Zhao remembered the bronze sword in his spatial ring. Huh, where did he get that sword? Has he been hiding the sword on him? When Agnes saw a sword appear on Chen Zhao's hand, she was utterly confused. She remembered clearly that Chen Zhao did not bring a sword. After all, on the helicopter, she was the one who had helped Chen Zhao to put on his equipment. If Chen Zhao had such a sword, there was no way she would have missed it. Just then, another large crypt demon appeared at the door. Boss, that crypt demon has 99% exoskeleton. Agnes gasped in shock. Could Chen Zhao deal with such a monster? After all, the more exoskeleton a crypt demon had, the larger its size would be. Moreover, its exoskeleton would be thicker. Suddenly, Chen Zhao jumped into the air, waving the bronze sword in his right hand. Then he struck the sword hard down on the crypt demon's head. Ding! There were some sparks of light. The crypt demon's head lowered, but it did not take any damage. Fuck! Chen Zhao cursed. He originally thought that the bronze sword should at least cut iron like mud. In the end, it was only a blunt weapon. Looks like he can't deal with that crypt demon either, Agnes thought. Thoughts raced across Chen Zhao's mind. The crypt demon's exoskeleton was way too thick. Even his right fist might not be able to smash it. It seemed like he had to activate the mouth of glutton. Chen Zhao called on his magical power. However, it did not activate the mouth, but rather the bronze sword. The bronze sword started to vibrate and produce a soft buzz. Ha! Chen Zhao realized that after the bronze sword received the magical power, it was covered in a very thin layer of qi. Could this be the correct way to use the bronze sword? Maybe I should try it. Chen Zhao stepped forward. The large crypt demon pounced at him. Chen Zhao waved the sword at the monster. When the bronze sword touched the crypt demon, it sliced into its head as if it was a piece of tofu. Howl! The crypt demon's forelimbs lost their strength. Its head crashed onto the ground, and its hind legs jerked a few times before stopping. This was really the correct way to use the bronze sword. The old turtle should have given him a manual. Everyone stared at Chen Zhao in bewilderment. Chen Zhao had just killed such a monster with a sword. Nevertheless, more crypt demons had gathered outside by then. There were so many of them that even Chen Zhao had a headache. Instead of attacking, they simply stared at Chen Zhao. Of course, they did not have eyes, but that did not stop them from staring at him. Carlo looked at Chen Zhao, his eyes glowing with fanaticism. Chen Zhao was a natural explorer. If Chen Zhao could join his team, it would be perfect. They would be able to overcome all difficulties. Eventually, Chen Zhao ran into the crypt demon troop himself. The rest stared at his back, startled. How did it feel to see a man charge into a group of monsters? The first thought everyone had was that Chen Zhao had lost his mind. But he really did that. The bronze sword in Chen Zhao's hand could cut through everything. At least when it was filled with magical power, it could slice through anything like tofu. To humans, weapons were like their talons and fangs. After they had their own weapons, they could begin to conquer wild beasts. Nonetheless, there were too many crypt demons. Chen Zhao would still occasionally be scratched or bitten. The rest did not dare to leave the room. It was pure darkness outside the stone chamber. They could only judge the situation using thermal sensors and sound. The sound of fighting and killing continued without a pause. It went on for 30 minutes. Finally, it was quiet. Chen Zhao's entire body was covered in blood, both his and crypt demons. Even he did not know how many crypt demons he had killed. It was a lot. The whole passage was piled with the corpses of crypt demons. While Qingyi armor had protected him from most damage, he was not invincible. Chen Zhao could feel that there were still crypt demons staring at him in the darkness. If he were to fall now, the hidden crypt demons would definitely charge forward and recklessly tear him into pieces. Chen Zhao turned around and walked back into the room. Let's go. Chapter 556, Blasting Carlo's Head. Chapter 556, Blasting Carlo's Head. When everyone went to the entrance of the chamber, they saw that the ground was littered with limbs, but they were all from crypt demons. If they were a human's limbs, it might be easier to accept. But now, one human had butchered so many crypt demons. This was beyond their imagination. Chen Zhao was still dripping with blood. Murphy, come patch me up. Of all these people, Chen Zhao only trusted Murphy. Murphy hurried over to Chen Zhao. Boss, are you okay? I'm fine, Chen Zhao said coolly. I won't be dying. In reality, he was hurting everywhere. It was hard to pretend to be macho. Right now, the guys who had been the fiercest earlier didn't dare to speak to Chen Zhao anymore. They could only hide in the back with their heads down, pretending nothing had happened. Let's go. Mr. Chen, Carlo suddenly called out. We're already here. Why don't we go to the next level? We're so close to our destination. Chen Zhao turned around and looked at him. You weren't the one who fought. You really think I'm your fighter now? But don't you find it regretful? No, I don't find it regretful at all, Chen Zhao said indifferently. I just want to go home now, take a bath, and sleep in my bed. I'll kill whoever stops me from going home to sleep. Murphy, is this what you think too? Carlo realized he couldn't persuade Chen Zhao, so he could only find a breakthrough in Murphy. I'm tired too, Agnes said. Murphy, if you want to die again, just go ahead. She could tell that Chen Zhao was upset. After all, she was the one who'd forced him to come. Now that Murphy was found, if he caused more trouble, he'd probably anger Chen Zhao. Even though Chen Zhao was covered in injuries, he probably still had leftover strength. No one dared to stop him if he wanted to kill someone. Agnes' original goal was only to rescue Murphy. She didn't come to search for treasures or potions. Carlo's breathing grew heavier. He wasn't willing. It was so close. But Chun Zhao refused to help him. He really wanted to raise his gun and aim at Qin Zhao. But he lacked the courage. Could his gun really kill this guy? If he failed, he would be the one dying instead. Carlo finally made a decision. Without warning, he grabbed Murphy and pressed the gun barrel to Murphy's temple. Mr. Chin, if you don't want Murphy to die, you better go to the top and get the immortality potion and blood badge. Otherwise, Murphy will die. Carlo had decided to use Murphy as a hostage. Chen Zhao only had to listen to him. Then Carlo would take Murphy away from here and find somewhere to hide after leaving the site. Carlo, how can you do this? Murphy was still too naive. Can you not joke like this? Carlo, do you want to die? Agnes was also furious. She didn't think that Carlo would go to such extremes and take her son as a hostage. Let him go now, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Qin Zhao looked at Carlo with a dark expression. Mr. Chen, either you ignore Murphy and kill me, or you listen obediently. Staring at Carlo, Chen Zhao took out the bronze sword. Seeing him take out the sword, the surrounding people stepped back, subconsciously. Bang! There was a sudden gunshot. Carlo whipped his head around and stared at Fanity with disbelief. Why? Unfortunately, he didn't have time to hear Fanity's explanation. Murphy stood in place, a bit frightened. Fanity looked at Carlo's body and stated, I just didn't want to die here. She looked at everyone. Any complaints? What complaints? You already killed the man. If anyone complained now, they would become the enemy of that Asian monster. Seems like everyone has unified thoughts. Mr. Chen, let's leave this place. Chen Zhao put his sword away. No one knew where he hid the sword. Now, they could only use the lights on their helmets to illuminate the surroundings. Thankfully, no crypt demons would attack them now. These crypt demons aren't wild beasts with low intelligence, Agnes said. They seem to have a group mindset. What was group mindset? Humans were a species with a group mindset. It meant that they instinctively gave into logic and used logic to make decisions. In other words, they weren't complete beasts. Chen Zhao could feel them use their special senses to watch them leave. Perhaps they were memorizing Chen Zhao to find him for revenge later. But Chen Zhao was honestly tired today. He didn't want to keep wasting time here. Perhaps he should find a time to kill all the crypt demons here. Okay, that was still a bit difficult. The crypt demons that he'd killed were only a small portion. If all of them came, even Chen Zhao would have to surrender. Sigh. He had to do less of these unbeneficial things. If he'd known, he would not have agreed to the $1 million payment. Was it too late to turn back now? All he got was a key that he didn't know what he could do with. And the promise with the Dracula family that seemed useless too. Could he make them give him $1 billion with the promise? After leaving, he realized the air outside had become fresher. Mr. Chin, I apologize to you for Professor Carlo's actions. Fanity looked at him with sincerity. Chen Zhao didn't like beating around the bush. He was more willing to talk to logical and smart people like Fanity, instead of crazy people like Carlo who only thought of expeditions. Do you have any plans for the future? Continue the expeditions, of course, Fanity said. Tyler was dead. She'd also killed Carlo with her own hands. This didn't mean that her pursuit had ended. Then goodbye. Chun Zhao waved. Agnes called the helicopter over. They disappeared from the air and soon were close to Mirror Lake. Don't land near the house. Land outside the forest further away. Chen Zhao didn't want Fei Lai to see him covered in wounds. Boss, let me help you back. I'm not dead yet. I don't need help. Chun Zhao snuck back home and dove into the river map. What was the best place to heal? Obviously, it was inside the river map. There was a 1,000 time difference in time. He could spend 1,000 hours in the map, and only 1 hour would pass outside. He could heal himself in peace here. Chapter 557. Old Turtle Entertaining Himself. Chapter 557. Old Turtle Entertaining Himself. The old turtle turned into his old man form. He looked at the very injured Chen Zhao. Don't tell me you went to experience the meat grinder. Why would you think that someone would willingly experience that? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. The old turtle's hobby was a bit too unusual. Did you bring the items that I wanted? Nope. As soon as I left the river map, I was forced onto a helicopter by someone. I've seen helicopters on TV. I really want to try it myself. Don't ask me to get a helicopter for you, because I can't. How about a remote control helicopter? The old turtle had been too lonely. Fine, I'll go to the supermarket soon. I really want to go to the supermarket. Would you like me to open a supermarket for you? Sure. Fuck off. Even if Chen Zhao really opened a supermarket in here, would the old turtle be able to shop and be the cashier all by himself? Chen Zhao applied some ointment on himself and lay on the ground. He was really tired, too tired. He needed to sleep now. After who knows how long, Chen Zhao heard the sound of fighting. When he opened his eyes, he saw two old turtles, one black and one white, fighting with each other. They punched and kicked each other wildly. It was an intense battle. Why were there two old turtles? Was he alone for too long, so his negative emotions materialized? And then they attacked each other. Chen Zhao imagined all sorts of things in his mind. Stop, the mortal is awake. Then, the two old turtles combined into one. What was that? Oh, when I'm bored, I'll fight myself. It's called cloning. This old guy can't be more silly. To spend his time, he even thought of such a thing. Can I learn it? Nope, humans can't learn it. Chen Zhao was very disappointed. If he could learn this technique, it would be amazing. Do you have any kind of divine techniques for me? Nope, all my abilities came from birth. Chen Zhao was upset. You've cultivated this for like millions of years. Can't you be a bit better? Like inventing some super powerful cultivation methods. What a useless old man. What's the use of an old man who only knows how to fight with himself? How many clones can you create? As many as I want. Why don't you create two armies and fight with each other? Oh, good idea. Why didn't I think of it? In an instant, the old turtle split into 100,000, divided into the white team and the black team. Then, without any delay, war erupted. Chen Zhao sat at the side, watching the two parties beat each other up. They were actually trying to kill each other. How did it feel to watch 100,000 white-haired old men have a group fight? A black-shirt old man lay before Chen Zhao. He was about to go and help him up. However, a white-shirt old man came and crash-landed on him. Chen Zhao pulled one of the clones out. Old turtle, apart from cloning, do you know anything else? Like disguise? Turn into someone else? Yes, why? Why don't you turn into Scarlet from the Avengers? It's more interesting to see 100,000 Scarlets fight. I can't use cloning during disguise. I can't use disguise during cloning. After a few hours, all the 100,000 clones died. Puff, what a satisfying fight. Old turtle, turn into Scarlet. Okay, done. Never mind. Change back. What, don't you like it? Or do I not look like her? Your face does, Chen Zhao sighed. If you don't want to change your body, that's fine. At least remove the beard. Do you know you've just destroyed my perfect impression of her? Nevertheless, as Chen Zhao recovered from his injuries, the old turtle did kill a lot of boredom for him. Chen Zhao stayed in the river map for 10 days. It was only more than 10 minutes in the real world. Splash. Feilai was awakened by a loud splash. She got out of bed and walked to the balcony, where she saw huge waves in the lake. Someone was swimming in the lake. "Chen, is it you?" Chun Zhao climbed ashore. He had just placed the old turtle's internal alchemy in the lake. However, because of its weight, some of it had sunk into the mud. Due to the depth of the lake, the top portion of the internal alchemy was about 10 centimeters above the surface. It looked like a small island at the center of the lake. The internal alchemy would constantly improve the surrounding environment and spiritual qi. Chun Zhao returned home and changed his clothes. The underlings quickly removed the dirty clothes. The underling was really the all-round best servant. Apart from the fact that they should not be exposed, they had almost no flaws. To Feilai, it was just a single day. But to Chun Zhao, he had not seen Feilai in 10 days. "Feilai, I miss you." Feilai could feel that Chun Zhao was particularly enthusiastic today. He was more intense than usual. Feilai tried her best to cooperate with him. However, after a few rounds, Feilai could not take it anymore. But Chun Zhao's desire was still high. "Darling, let me rest for a while, just a while." Chun Zhao wanted more, but looking at the exhausted Feilai, he gave up. The next day, Chun Zhao woke up fully energized. Feilai was still in bed. It was a hard night for her. She could not take Chun Zhao's wild attacks at all. After lying for half an hour, Feilai rushed to work. On the other hand, Chun Zhao went to the supermarket. The old turtle wanted many things. Some were not even available in the supermarket, so Chun Zhao would have to order them online. For example, a motor generator. Although he only wanted a small one, it was definitely unavailable in the supermarket. Because Chun Zhao bought many items, the supermarket offered free delivery. All the staff knew where Chun Zhao lived. They also knew that he was basically the richest person in Mountain Town. The female staff in the supermarket kept making eyes at him. When Chun Zhao left the supermarket, he received a call from Sienna. "Chen, are you free now?" "Yup. What's up?" "Remember last time I told you about the supernatural security team that Movich Tudis had formed?" "Yes. You even said that Chris is in charge of training them on how to escape. They seem to be too arrogant, as if they can handle all kinds of situations. Can you teach them a lesson?" "What do I have to do?" "Let them spend a week in the hospital." "So you want me to go and beat them up?" "Maybe not. After all, they're going to face supernatural events. So I hope that they can be attacked by supernatural powers." Chun Zhao gave it some thought. After 10 tonight, bring them outside Mirror Lake. Chapter 558, Supernatural Security Team That Doesn't Follow the Script. Chapter 558, Supernatural Security Team That Doesn't Follow the Script. Tonight is your first mission. Sienna tossed a few pictures before the supernatural security team. This house is constructed at the edge of a lake. Later, you have to enter the house with your own abilities. "Captain, Sub-Captain, won't you come with us?" a chubby woman asked. Ashando had been an office worker. She was also the first to get fired when they had to let people go. She was willing to do anything for money. She could go up against evil spirits alone with a taser. She wasn't a spiritualist, but she had a shockingly strong will. In the possession training, she was the only one to get full marks. This haunted house is only average. If you can't even break into an average haunted house, it's best for you to give up on this job. Fuck, it's not like we haven't seen evil spirits yet. What you afraid of? Another member, Bart Anthony, stood up. He was a former drug addict. He looked for anything that could stimulate his nerves, such as going up against supernatural forces, even though he was usually just getting beaten instead of fighting. The team also had Todd Cyrus, a weapons expert. He specialized in modifying weapons to fight evil spirits. Apparently, he was also an illegal arms trader. But usually he just smoked while producing weapons for other weapons. He caused many accidental explosions. There was a skinny Rudolph David, someone who fantasized about saving the world. There was also a mean-looking bodybuilder, Gibson Tatas. These were all of the members of the supernatural security team. "Todd, give me more evil spirit bombs," Bart called. "The stronger the better." "We have a limited budget. Unless you pay me." Todd was stingy. Even though he often had safety issues in his workshop, he was very precise with his spending. "I need a bulletproof vest," Gibson said. He was the biggest guy, but also had the smallest guts. "Fuck, we're facing evil spirits, not terrorists. What the fuck would a bulletproof vest do? What's our mission? How much is the pay?" Ashando asked. "This is part of your training," Sienna said. "No pay. Your mission is to enter the house." "The difficulty level." "Hell," Chris said. "If you can succeed, then you won't be threatened by 99% of all supernatural activities." "Hell." Everyone grew fearful. The training that Sienna and Chris prepared were usually easy, simple, and ordinary. But today they had to face something like hell. "Captain, isn't the jump in difficulty too much?" Gibson stared at Sienna in fear. "Gibson, you're embarrassing. None of us are afraid. Why is a big guy like you afraid?" Rudolph was a hot-blooded youth. "One day the world will need us." "Courage and how big you are isn't related," Gibson said. "Okay, whether you're willing or not, this mission will happen. Phalai, prepare more dinner tonight. Sienna and Chris are coming over." "Sure. Why are they coming tonight?" "The people who hired them formed a supernatural security team. Sienna wants me to train the team." "Okay, God help them." In the evening, Sienna and Chris arrived. "Chin, I can feel that the air is filled with elemental spirit. It's so soothing." In Asia, it was called spiritual chi. In the West, it was elemental spirit. It was like how Asians called the chi you cultivated spiritual power, while the West called it magic. They were actually the same stuff. "Maybe because it's a good environment," Chin Zhao said indifferently. "No, it's too heavy here. It can't be natural. I didn't feel it when I came last time either." "See the big tree in the back? Might be related to it," Chin Zhao replied casually. "Really? What's special about the tree?" "It's alive." "Alive? What do you mean?" "Its name is Eugenus," Chin Zhao said. "Forest shepherd." Sienna was a spiritualist, so she could accept these things. Even though Sienna had interacted with too many strange powers, she was still shocked at a tree that could walk and talk. However, all illogical things became logical when she remembered that this was Chin Zhao's house. "I think your team has arrived," Chin Zhao said. "Oh, already? What's the possibility of them successfully getting over here?" Chris asked. Probably zero," Chin Zhao said. "My plan is to send them to the hospital." "Should be over there, right?" Ashando and the others arrived at Mirror Lake. They looked at the house in the distance. They were 3 kilometers away, and it was night, so they couldn't see it clearly. "It doesn't look like a haunted house," Gibson said. "Did Captain get it wrong? How about we leave first? If it's a regular person's house and we break in, it'll be illegal. We're already here. There's no reason for us to leave." "Then how do we get over there?" "Swim." "Are you an idiot? The lake is probably 3 or 4 kilometers wide, other than the scaredy cat Gibson, who has the strength to swim over." "Then what do we do?" "Go through the forest." The 5 stood at the edge of the forest. The eerie forest had an uncomfortable feeling. Just then, they saw a wooden sign hanging on an outer tree. "No fire allowed." What does this mean? Did evil spirits hang it here? Are they afraid of fire here? How about we set a fire? Everyone exchanged awkward glances. "Set a fire," Ashando said. "Just do it." "Are you sure?" Gibson asked in worry. "Will we get reported for being pyromaniacs?" "Coward, I'll do it." Todd grabbed a pile of wood and ignited it. The fire flared quickly. An entire tree started burning. The people who were eating a barbecue in the house's front yard saw the fire in the distance. "Fuck, your guys are setting a fire!" Chunjiao yelled. "Do they want to burn my forest?" "Huh. What should we do now?" "I'm gonna kill them." Chapter 559 Hell. Chapter 559 Hell. Huh. Captain's calling. Why would she call us now? Ashando picked up the call. "Hey, Captain." "Idiots, what are you doing?" "Quickly extinguish the fire." "What? Do you know that we've set the place on fire?" "Does Captain want us to extinguish the fire?" "But the fire is pretty big. Don't think we can kill it." "If you can't extinguish the fire, you can wait to die." Sienna was speechless. "What did Captain say?" "She asked us to die." "Don't worry. It's just training." "We won't actually die," Bart said. Suddenly, they heard some noises from the forest. Then the air turned cold. Look, the sky. The sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. The region affected was neither big nor small, perhaps about a few dozen meters wide. Just then, hailstones fell from the sky into the forest. "Oh, it hurts." Everyone lay on the ground and covered their heads with their bags to block the hailstones. Very soon, the fire diminished. The hailstorm also stopped. "Damn, where did the hailstorm come from?" "I don't think there's been any hailstorm in LA for dozens of years." "Wait, I think something's moving in the forest." Everyone lifted their heads and looked into the darkness of the forest. Something seemed to be charging out from the gloomy depth. Suddenly, a strange flying creature appeared and glided toward them. What's that?" Bam, bam. Boom. They immediately fired their weapons. The gargoyle was shattered and fell onto the ground. "What is this?" Everyone walked up to inspect the fragments. "Look at these fragments. I think they're coming together." "It's not dead." "Shoot it." Being blunt, Ashando shot the gargoyle's head at once. Crash! The gargoyle's head burst into pieces, but it began to heal again. "Can't kill it." "What's this? An undead evil spirit?" "Not an evil spirit, but definitely a supernatural creature." "There's more. Look at the forest." The next instant, more than a dozen gargoyles charged out from the forest. Ah, help! The sudden appearance of the gargoyles caught the party off guard. The gargoyles carried everyone into the air. Everyone paled in fright. Then they were thrown into the adjacent lake from a few or a dozen meters of height. Splash, splash. The five resurfaced one after another, swimming toward the shore in panic. However, 9 snake heads suddenly appeared before them. All of them were unbelievably large. The 9 heads rose from the water and blocked their path. Any of the heads were big enough to swallow them whole. Ashando and the rest were aghast. "Stop! Change direction!" As they changed direction, they saw a more terrifying scene. There was an enormous beast on shore, waiting for them to approach. It was an evil dog with 3 heads. The hellhound. But this was not the scariest part. Behind the hellhound, many skeletons arose from the soil one by one. Evil light was flashing in their eyes. There were too many skeletons. Some of them were holding swords, while others held bones. The group shivered uncontrollably. They felt like they had broken into hell. What do we do?" "Can't go to the shore." "Swim toward the mansion. Quick!" "But it's far." "We have no choice. Go." The 5 could only swim toward the villa. However, suddenly, another arc grew from the water before them. "Something's in the lake." Ah, just then, one of them was sent into the air. Screaming, he fell back into the water, completely dazed. And then went the second, and then the third, the fourth, and the 5th. They felt like they were really going to die here. They would be killed by the endless chain of monsters. However, Just as they became certain that they were going to die here, the gargoyles appeared again and lifted them into the air. They flew to the mansion and threw the party into the water. The group saw a few people ashore. Among them were Sienna and Chris. "Captain! Vice Captain! Help!" Sienna stared at the five in anger. "Come here now." The five climbed out of the lake, trembling. They all stood before Sienna. "I asked you to complete the training, and you actually set the place on fire? Are you tired of being alive?" "Captain, fire is a valid method, right?" Ashando mumbled. "If you still think this way, you'll actually die here." Sienna roared in frustration. Qin Zhao walked up. "Do you know that you've destroyed my private property with the fire?" Are you the owner here?" "I'm not only the owner here, but also the owner of all the things you saw just now." Everyone looked at Qin Zhao in fear. They knew how horrifying the things they had seen were. "I'll give you all 3 choices now. Compensate my loss. For every tree you burned, plant 10 more. Second choice, spend 3 years in jail. How about the last one? I kill you and use you as fertilizers." "The first one." "We choose the first one." Sienna looked at Qin Zhao. "Qin, I'm very sorry for the trouble they've caused." "No, it's fine." Qin Zhao shrugged. "It's not a big mistake." Then he glanced at the 5. "If they really burned my entire forest, I'll draw their souls and torture them for eternity." The party paled. They were sure that the Asian before them would absolutely do it if needed. In the end, Sienna and Chris left with their men. On the vehicle, the 5 people were squeezed in the small rear compartment. "You better be ready to plant trees for Qin tomorrow, or I can't promise what kind of revenge you'll receive. Don't attempt to run away. Trust me, Qin will find you. By then, nobody can save you. Captain, Vice Captain is Mr. Qin more powerful than the 2 of you?" Not long ago, a terrifying organization in New York was destroyed. The organization comprised of hundreds of evil spirits, and their leader was called the Grandfather, someone that none of the witches in New York could defeat. Then the Grandfather met Qin, and then the group swallowed their saliva. Then the evil spirit society, which had troubled New York's witch society for 200 years, was eliminated. Chapter 560, Changes Brought by Spiritual Qi. Chapter 560, Changes Brought by Spiritual Qi. "You scared them." Fei Lai looked at Qin Zhao. "They deserved it. Next time someone sets a fire here, who can I blame?" Next day, Ashando and the others came obediently to plant trees. They slipped away after finishing and didn't say anything to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao entered the river map whenever he was free. "Mortal, you're here? Come play around with me." Old Turtle grabbed Qin Zhao to play a game. Qin Zhao was bored, so he decided to play. He'd come in to relax, anyway. But soon he regretted it. He played for 3 days and nights. Old Turtle didn't take a break at all. Qin Zhao came to relax, but then it turned into torture. It was too painful. "Stop annoying me. I need a break." Qin Zhao was about to break down. "No, we only played for a short while." Old Turtle latched onto Qin Zhao. "Should I transform myself when playing? Which Hollywood celebrity do you like? Should I turn into Scarlett? Or Nicole? Or Jessica?" Qin Zhao broke free from Old Turtle's grip. "Learn the parts under your head and then talk to me. Also, next time you turn into a woman, can you get rid of your beard too? Aren't you afraid they'll sue you? Then you take a nap first. Play with me after you wake up." Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. To hell with playing games. In order to sleep well, Qin Zhao even put a bed in here. He could sleep while enjoying the nurturement from the mountains. The river map was rich with spiritual qi. He felt completely energized after a nap. Seeing Qin Zhao wake up, Old Turtle grabbed him immediately. "Mortal, let's continue playing." "Play your ass. I need to cultivate." "Cultivating isn't fun at all." For a million-year-old monster, there was nothing more boring than cultivation. Qin Zhao ignored him. How about you give me some pointers? I don't know anything about human cultivation. How can I teach you? Should I teach you how to cultivate into a monster? Go play your game. This old monster didn't have the awareness to act like a grandfather. Old turtle, how about I give you some novels and you see how to act like a grandfather? Sure. Old turtle wouldn't reject any forms of entertainment. When he exited the river map, the inferior demons had already prepared lunch. Carrie jumped onto the table. Qin Zhao looked at her size. Carrie, you seem to have gotten much bigger. When Carrie had just been summoned, she was the size of a puppy. Now she was like a small Samoyed. There's too much spiritual qi here, Carrie said. My power is getting nurtured. Raymond seems to have grown a lot too, but Beelzebub hasn't grown. Chen Zhao glanced at Beelzebub. He hadn't changed at all. As Chen Zhao's first demon subordinate, he still looked as he'd looked originally. My appetite got bigger, Beelzebub said proudly. Human, wait, no, master, I haven't changed either, Samuel said. Why didn't you change? Because I'm strong enough inside, Samuel said proudly. The change in spiritual qi doesn't affect me much. Chen Zhao didn't know what there was to be proud of. But the one who changed the most was Little Nine. Its size was a bit uncontrollable now. It seemed that it could grow as much as it ate every day. For now, Little Nine's size was still acceptable. The three hellhounds didn't change at all. They looked like how they did originally. They were artificial demons. Blackie was their creator. Thus, they were already set and had no chance of growing anymore. As for Princess and Walter, they were still growing, but they'd slowed down a lot. For example, after shooting to 750 kilograms, Princess only gained around 25 kilograms in the past half-month. Qin Zhao estimated that her weight was close to the limit now. Abitos was also part of the rapidly growing group. He was now 5 meters long. He was twice the weight of Komodo dragons and entirely red. Abitos was the most likely one to be heavier than Princess. As for Black Ma and White Ma, they were in their true bodies, so they didn't grow too much. Even they couldn't tell if their abilities had improved either, let alone Qin Zhao. Of course, Amon was the one who'd grown the fastest. He was truly a huge creature and was now more than 50 meters. Qin Zhao didn't know where his limit was or how heavy he was now. The smallest changes were probably the 4 small ones: Briar, Bramble, Simba, and Nana. They were regular animals and didn't do anything other than messing around all day. They were practically models for annoying kids. Of course, they didn't have their kryptonite either. Faith, Vera, and Manny were their kryptonite. Whenever these 3 demon lords came, the house would fall into chaos. Master, I can summon 30% of my original strength in this area. Raymond slithered to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao had seen his terrifying true form before. If Raymond could summon his true form, he'd definitely be more horrifying than anything Qin Zhao had run into. Both Evangeline and the grandfather would be a morsel for Raymond. Can this spiritual qi area raise your abilities? Chen Zhao asked curiously. It won't raise it, Samuel said. It'll just raise how much our projection can take. It's like a basin of water. How much water it has determines how big of a fish you can put in it. So it doesn't affect your actual abilities. It'll only affect Black Ma and White Ma. They're their true forms, so they can be affected directly. But it doesn't look like they've changed. Their outer appearance won't change much, Samuel said, but they've at least gotten 50% stronger. This is good. When they're strong enough, they'll be good help to conquer the world for me. Okay, good luck. I'm rooting for you. So, you support me conquering the world? Of course. Qin Zhao nodded. Give me $100. For what? Event funding. A legit company needs to do a detailed budget in order to get funding. You have to request it before I decide if I allow it. Go write up a budget and then you can request it. Chapter 561, Stephen's Complaints. Chapter 561, Stephen's Complaints. Just then, a car stopped before Chen Zhao's house. Chen Zhao walked out only to see Stephen. Chen Zhao was actually happy to see him, but it was really sudden. Stephen had come here without even bringing his assistant. Chen Zhao recalled from their last phone call that Stephen had yet to complete the filming. "Hey, old man, why didn't you tell me that you're coming?" Chen Zhao walked up and gave Stephen a friendly hug. "How come you're here?" "Chen, I'm really upset now." "Have you been having too much sex again?" Chen Zhao scanned Stephen's body. "You need a checkup." "Do you have alcohol?" Stephen asked. "Come in." Chen Zhao did not know what had happened to Stephen, but he surely looked depressed. Chen Zhao grabbed some beer. Princess strolled over with her big but shaking. She wanted some beer too. "Darling, come here." Stephen walked up and helped Princess open a bottle of beer. He took a mouthful first and then fed some to Princess. "So what's wrong?" "Damn, I'll never cooperate with PLM again. They're all assholes." Stephen roared, venting his frustration. "What exactly happened?" "Those bastards want my new movie to be released in July. And then, Stephen's eyes widened. "Do you know how complicated it is to make a movie? Dubbing, colors, editing, and reshooting. Need at least half a year, but now there are only 3 months left. 3 months for post-production? Not even enough for publicizing. The box office is going to be shit too. Chin, do you know how much this will affect me? Isn't Raspa in charge of this? Talk to him." It was not Chen Zhao's field, so he did not know much about it. "That old asshole can't do anything too," Stephen said, helpless. "Why?" "He's not the sole decision-maker in PLM. Raspa's opponent is the second largest shareholder Slody, whose people include the manager of the resources and publication department. Next February, New York Plan, a super blockbuster movie invested by PLM, will be released, so Slody suggested that they should give New York Plan enough time for advertisements. And if my Great Sea Detective wants any resources in publication, I'll have to release it either after New York Plan or earlier." Stephen added helplessly, "If I release it in July and start the publication now, there's no way I can cover the world in 3 months. PLM is only going to give a budget of $5 million for my publication." "Fuck. Do you know what's the publication budget for New York Plan? $80 million. And New York Plan's film budget is only $120 million. Stephen had come here to complain. What could Chen Zhao do? He did not know about any of this. "Stephen, I believe that you will succeed, even if you only have 3 months." Stephen shook his head. "I have no hope in this. Once my Great Sea Detective fails, I'll take full responsibility. My reputation will be ruined. Is there nothing you can do at all?" Chen Zhao asked. Stephen shook his head. "Too little time for post-production. Too little time for publication. Too little budget. There's no way it's going to be successful." Stephen kept complaining, but Chen Zhao could not help him. Chen Zhao was not an omnipotent god. If he was one, he would surely make Stephen's box office break the world record. Indeed, Stephen was only here to grumble. When Fei Lai came back, she saw Chen Zhao and Stephen lying on the grass. There were Kens all around them. "Hey, Chen." Fei Lai patted Chen Zhao's face. Chen Zhao opened his eyes, looking dazed. "Darling, what's the time now?" "How much beer did you and Stephen drink?" Chen Zhao rubbed his forehead. "No idea." After a while, Stephen also woke up. "Chen, Fei Lai, I gotta go." "No, I don't want to be a murderer. You're still drunk." Chen Zhao stopped Stephen. "I still have work to do." "I don't care. You have to stay here tonight." Stephen could not dissuade Qin Zhao. Importantly, Chen Zhao had even snatched his car keys. Stephen had to spend the night here. Nevertheless, the two went to eat and drink again. Stephen drank so much that he eventually vomited. Then, Chen Zhao carried him into a bedroom. When Chen Zhao went downstairs, Fei Lai was sitting by the lake. "Is Stephen sleeping?" "Yes." Chen Zhao sat down beside Fei Lai. Just then, little Nine surfaced from the water. It rested one of its heads gently on Fei Lai's legs. Fei Lai stroked little Nine's head. It felt cold and comfortable to touch. It was really different from the furry feeling of mammals. Suddenly, a Betos climbed over. Shocked, little Nine immediately dived into the lake. Compared to a Betos fire dragon bloodline, little Nine was still weaker. Moreover, the 4-meter-long Abetos was much stronger than the 7-meter-long little Nine. Lastly, one of them was fire, while the other was water. They were born incompatible. Every time little Nine encountered Abetos, it would be bullied by him. Ada. Abetos poked Qin Zhao with his head. He also tried to lean against Chen Zhao and Fei Lai, like what little Nine was doing. However, with his 600 kilograms of weight, even if he did not lie on Fei Lai entirely, Fei Lai could not take it. In addition, Abeto's scales were not as smooth as little Nine's skin, not to mention his fire dragon bloodline. He did not have the coldness of cold-blooded animals. Instead, if anyone put their hand on his skin, they would feel a scorching temperature. Ada, father said that he's finished counting Samuel Logan's properties. When you're free, you can go and take your share. Qin Zhao nodded. He was also looking forward to what he could receive. Qin, when I passed by the supermarket today, I heard from the staff that you bought many things, even a television. Who are you giving them to? Ah, Chen Zhao was momentarily stunned before he reacted. People in that place. They're isolated from this world, and many things are unavailable. Every time I go there empty-handed, so I decided to bring some things there this time. Oh, are you going there again soon? Fei Lai was really curious about what that place was. Yep, within the next few days. Chapter 562, Carlo's Hell Trip. Chapter 562, Carlo's Hell Trip. What did death feel like? First, there was darkness. Then your consciousness would start fading. You'd keep falling like you were drowning. The process felt like an eternity, but also like one instant. Then there was a red light. Finally, you'd fall into a large river. A frightening river filled with fresh blood. This was what Carlo felt. This river was filled with monstrous and frightening creatures. Compared to the creatures here, crypt demons were like domestic kitties. Souls kept falling down from the sky. They were all people who died and fallen into the blood river. Carlo was chased by a 12-meter-long fish. Just as he thought he would die a second time, a hand grabbed his neck and pulled him out of the river. Then the monster who grabbed him stuffed him into a bottle. There were 2 other people or souls in the bottle. Carlo learned from them that this was hell. The monster who'd captured him was called Adu, a demon. One of the humans was English. The other was Australian. Durante, the English person, was an alcoholic and had serious violence issues. In the end, his wife killed him in his sleep. Nibor, the Australian, was a gang leader. He died in a shooting. Where are we going now? Carlo asked. To get sold, Nibor said. We might get sold to other demons. What if no demons buy us? Carlo asked. Then we'll get eaten, Durante said. Before you 2 arrived, the other 2 souls imprisoned with me were eaten. Carlo and Nibor shuddered. Will we get eaten by the other demons who buy us? No. Our souls are pretty complete, so if other demons buy us, it's not so they can eat us. Then what can we do? Work. What work? Don't know, Durante said. I've been stuck here the entire time. How would I know what we'd do? Can we escape? Escape? Ha! Durrani laughed. Are you sure that you, a pathetic and weak soul, can live in this terrifying hell? Just then, the demon Adu looked over, peering at the talking souls. Don't think about escaping. You can live a bit longer like this. Adu clearly heard them talking. The 3 souls paled in fear. Adu cackled. If you get bought by other demons, you'll be lucky. But you can talk a bit more when we get to Obsidian City. You might get noticed by other demons. Move. Suddenly, a large hand pushed Adu to the ground. Adu shuddered and quickly knelt down. A huge red demon walked past Adu. There was a large group behind the red demon. However, most of the demons in the group had handcuffs and shackles. Lord Adu, what is with these demons? Why are they shackled? They're the booty for our Lord. Half a year ago, our Lord fought with his neighbor, Samuel Logan. Lord Logan lost, so our Lord took over his land. These are Logan's servants. Now they belong to our Lord. Is that red demon the Lord? Nonsense. That's an inferior chaos demon. Lord Adu, what level are you? Durrani asked. You ask too much. I'll eat you first if you don't get sold tomorrow. Durrani was terrified. He didn't think that he'd get treated like this just by asking a question. He wouldn't know that Adu was only an inferior hybrid demon. He was the lowliest demon in hell and didn't even have a breed. More importantly, the earlier chaos demon was a soldier under the Lord. Adu was only a small merchant. His status was much worse. On the other hand, Carlo and Nibor were gleeful. If he ate Durrani first, then they'd be safe for now. The sky darkened without any warning. Carlo saw a huge red dragon flying in the sky. That's the Lord's wife, a superior demon with noble dragon blood. Adu pointed at the black castle in the distance. See that castle? That's Obsidian Castle, where the Lord's wife lives. Carlo stared at the castle, eyes filled with envy. He could tell that Adu was lower class in hell. Even though Adu was able to kill him now, he was still nothing before the important figures. Even one of the Lord's soldiers could humiliate him at will, let alone the high and mighty Lord. If Carlo could enter that castle, he might be able to change his fate. Of course, right now, his fate wasn't in his own hands. After Adu entered Obsidian City, he sat down in an empty spot. Then he placed the bottles, filled with souls, before him. Just then, a terrifying demon walked over. Adu immediately prostrated himself on the ground. Raise your head, the demon said. Lord, are you talking to me? Adu asked, lifting his head. Are there any other idiots here? Adu looked around. There were so many demons nearby. How could he confirm that he was the idiot? Lord, how may I help you? Do you have the soul of a human scholar? Hearing the demon, Carlo immediately yelled, Me! I'm a human scholar. The chance was here. The chance to change his fate was here. The terrifying demon picked up the bottle. You're a human scholar? Yes, I'm a human scholar. Lord, how can I help you? Do you know Spanish or whatever? Yes. Carlo was even more excited. Spanish was one of his most fluent languages. Good, you belong to me now. The demon glanced at Adu on the ground and tossed a stone to him. Adu kowtowed continuously. Thank you for your benevolence. These 2 souls don't seem to be useful. The demon glanced at Durrani and Nibor. Lord, I know French, Nibor said hurriedly. Don't need that. Lord, better be safe than sorry. Maybe you'll need me. The demon considered this. It seemed reasonable, so he chose to keep him. Then he looked at Durrani. What about you? Chapter 563, When Enemies Meet. Chapter 563, When Enemies Meet. I'm his assistant, Durrani stammered as he stared at Carlo with a pleading look. Carlo smiled. Sir, yes, he is indeed my assistant. Having an assistant can help him regain his confidence. He would soon be admired by everyone again, just like in the past. If he's your assistant, I'll keep him. Sir, how do I address you? Haibo. I'm the great lord's personal bodyguard, Haibo answered proudly. The lord also gave me the current task. Then Haibo crushed the bottle. Carlo, Durrani, and Nibor finally regained their freedom. Follow closely. If you go too far away and get eaten by other demons, I won't care, Haibo warned coldly, especially after we enter the castle. Haibo brought the three into the castle. On their way, they saw many chained demons being pulled into the castle. Some of them were big, others small. After they passed the passageway, they reached an open space. The space was piled with boxes of various sizes. Ah, the Lord must have gained so much from the war. Carlo looked at the boxes, guessing what they could possibly contain. Wait here. I'll report to the Lord now. Haibo left. The three did not dare to move around, and so waited in their spots. Durrani and Nibor stood beside Carlo attentively. Mr. Carlo will be counting on you in the future. Of course. We're companions, Carlo said with a smile. Despite his polite words, he was clearly arrogant. He was completely behaving as though he was superior. Nevertheless, Durrani and Nibor could do nothing but flatter him. Only he was useful to the demon lord here, after all. The two of them were merely followers. Suddenly, Carlo saw a figure that he could not be more familiar with, a person whom he abhorred. Qin Zhao. If it wasn't for Qin Zhao, he wouldn't have died. If it wasn't for Qin Zhao, he wouldn't have fallen into hell. When Carlo saw Qin Zhao, indescribable anger burned inside him. Is he dead too? Has he fallen into hell as well? Carlo continued to stare at Qin Zhao. He saw Qin Zhao approach the boxes casually. Then, Qin Zhao began to search through the boxes. He seemed to be picking some things from them. Great. I thought I would never have the chance to take revenge. I didn't expect to see you here. Now, you don't have the power you had in the human world. Stop. These are the Lord's trophies. How dare you steal them? Carlo shouted righteously. Qin Zhao was stunned. He was choosing gifts for Feilai and his friends. Clearly, he did not expect an interferer. Moreover, he actually knew the interferer. Yo, isn't it Professor? Carlo? Haha, you've actually ended up in hell. Using a Chinese saying, there's always another chance to meet again after separation, Qin Zhao teased. Since Carlo was dead and in hell, Qin Zhao could not be bothered to deal with him again. Who wants to meet with you? Carlo had heard the Chinese saying before. The happier Qin Zhao looked, the more unhappy Carlo was. Go and beat him up. Carlo waved his hand. Hesitant, Durrani and Nibor exchanged looks. Go. Are you not going to listen to me? Professor Carlo, who is he? Doesn't matter. He's just a nobody. I died because of him. But given that he's here, he might have some power here? Durrani and Nibor were worried that Qin Zhao had some form of position. He died after me. What could he have done here? Carlo said with confidence. He was lucky to have entered Obsidian Castle. How could Qin Zhao be even luckier than him? You saw for yourselves that he was stealing the Lord's trophies. No matter who he is, he's doomed for sure, Carlo said. Don't you want to be recognized by the Lord? Durrani and Nibor glanced at each other. That's right. If they beat him up after the demon lord arrived, they could righteously claim that they did it only because he had been stealing. They might even be recognized by the Lord. It was an exceptional opportunity not to be missed. After they heard Carlo's words, they looked at Qin Zhao with an evil smile. Go. Even if you kill him, I'll take the responsibility, Carlo said, fully confident. Carlo had just received Haibo's recognition, and now he felt as if he already owned the world. Durrani charged forward impatiently. However, The only thing that welcomed him was Chen Zhao's fist. Bang! Durante's spirit broke up at once. However, very quickly it converged again. Chen Zhao looked at his hand. He had forgotten to use magical power. Professor Carlo, look at how popular you are wherever you go. Where did you get those 2 followers? Chen Zhao looked at Carlo, smiling. Cut it out. It's too late to act friendly. Carlo felt that Chen Zhao was begging him for mercy. Nonetheless, Carlo viewed Chen Zhao as an absolutely irreconcilable enemy. How could he let Chen Zhao off? You're going to die today. Great. I would love to see who's going to die, Chen Zhao said with his arms crossed. Durrani and Nibor charged up again. This time, Chen Zhao channeled some magical power to his leg. He lifted his leg and kicked Durante's groin. Durrani gave a miserable scream and knelt on the ground. Covering his groin, he moaned in pain. Nibor attempted to sneak attack Chen Zhao. However, Chen Zhao punched out and half of Nibor's shoulder was gone in an instant. This time it did not heal. Nibor also collapsed and groaned in agony. Carlo's expression changed drastically. Why is this asshole still so powerful in hell? But it was useless. This was hell, not the lawful human world. Here, demons were the true rulers. No matter how strong Chen Zhao was, could he be stronger than the demon lord? Look at the enormous dragon which flew past just now. It was the madam. Given how mighty the madam was, the demon lord was definitely stronger. Help! Help! Carlo shouted. As long as he could attract the attention of other demons, and perhaps even the demon lord, Chen Zhao would be doomed for sure. Chapter 564, Lucky Coin. Chapter 564, Lucky Coin. Haibo came out. However, there was an even bigger demon behind him. This demon was 2 stories high and radiated with a terrifying aura. What the fuck are you screaming about? Beelzebub, Sophie roared. Don't you know where this is? Kneel before the Lord. Haibo thundered. Greetings, Lord. That man, he's stealing your booty. Stealing? You say he's stealing? Sophie looked at Chen Zhao. Hi, Lord. Human, when did you come? Sophie asked. Lord, the living Lord was summoned by the madam, Haibo said. Your wife said these are all mine, Chen Zhao said. How come he says I'm stealing? Sophie looked down at Carlo. Carlo would have pissed his pants if he could. What was going on? Were they close? It sounded like they didn't just know each other. Their tones were like friends greeting each other. This is what I prepared for you, Sophie said. Bring them back first, and then pick and choose. There's too much stuff. I want to pick some to give my friends. Living Lord, Haibo said. I found this person for you. The human soul that knows Spanish, but he seems to have offended you. I'll crush his soul now and immediately find a new one for you. Carlo understood immediately. Chen Zhao wanted to translate that naval diary, and Haibo was looking for someone who knew Spanish to help Chen Zhao translate the diary. This meant that Chen Zhao had a close relationship with this demon lord. And from what Haibo said, Chen Zhao didn't die. He'd been summoned by the lord's wife. This relationship was even more complicated. As for Durante and Nibor, their souls were almost scattering in fear. They'd even forgotten their pain. Earlier, they'd wanted to kiss up to Carlo. Now, they realized that the truly powerful one was the one they'd provoked. Dead. They were seriously dead now. Chen Zhao squinted at Carlo. Carlo hurriedly knelt down before Chen Zhao. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. It's my fault, all my fault. Please forgive me. I'll translate each word of the diary. No, I'll translate it into Chinese. Chen Zhao considered it. Carlo's knowledge went without saying. He knew Chinese too. If he translated it into English, there might be places that Chen Zhao couldn't understand. If he could translate into Chinese, it would be easier to understand too. Whatever he'll do, Chen Zhao said. As if saved, Carlo slumped down in relief. What are these two for? Chen Zhao asked. Don't know them. Carlo looked away. Carlo, you motherfucker. We were working for you, and you just abandoned us. Durrani and Nibor immediately struggled up and yelled at Carlo. Chen Zhao got a new understanding of how selfish Carlo was. He didn't like Carlo before. His dislike grew even more now. These two attacked Chen Zhao under Carlo's orders, but now they were abandoned. You two, come over, Chen Zhao said. Durrani and Nibor went over to him. What did you two do when alive? Lord, I was a bus driver, Durrani said. Why are you in hell? Hitting my wife. Kill him. Chen Zhao flipped Durrani over with a kick. Ah. Haibo came over and crushed Durrani without wasting any time. I hate men who hit their wives. Chen Zhao looked at Nibor. What about you? I didn't hit my wife. I didn't even get married, Nibor hurriedly said. I just was in a gang. Nibor wasn't sure if Chen Zhao would kill him for this. What business? We just took protective money, Nibor mumbled. And what kind of modern gang only charged protective tax? This wasn't the 80s or 90s. No one would pay the tax either. And sold some firearms, Nibor said, head hanging low. Chen Zhao touched his chin. Where are you from? Australia. Do you have sources for firearms in America? Chen Zhao asked. Lord, you want to buy firearms? Yeah. Yes, of course. Actually, my source is American. Good, Chen Zhao said. Come back to the living world with me. Huh? Back to the living world? What, you don't want to? Then just stay in hell. Yes, I'm willing to go back. He didn't even have to think to know what to choose. If he stayed in this demonic hell, he could be eaten at any time. It was better to go back. He might be enslaved, but at least Chen Zhao was human. Mr. Chen, what about me? Do the translation first. Get one word wrong, and I'll crush you and put you back together. Chen Zhao didn't like Carlo. In fact, he hated the man, so he wouldn't keep Carlo by his side. Human, I have something for you, Zofie said. What? Chen Zhao asked curiously. Zofie took a box out. It contained a few gold coins. Chen Zhao's pupils constricted. Substitute coins. He was clear how valuable substitute coins were and what they could be used for. There's only one in here, Zofie said, but it's useless for you now. Why? Substitute coins can only be used for weak individuals. You're strong now. It can't be effective on you. Fine, he wouldn't use it if he couldn't. But even if he couldn't, he could still give it to Phalai. What are the other 3 coins? Lucky coins, Zofie said. Keeping the coin with me will bring me good luck. No, put a drop of blood onto it when you need good luck. Then, the coin will give you a certain amount of luck in one aspect. This thing must be something you can do. If you can't do it, the lucky coin won't help you accomplish it either. It should be more useful for you, right? Chen Zhao asked. The stronger you are, the less effective these special tools are. The lucky coin can only bring temporary luck. It won't make your wishes come true. Chapter 565, Unspeakable Gains. Chapter 565, Unspeakable Gains, which means it's pretty much useless for me. Yes, Beelzebub, Zofie said. I used a lucky coin 2,000 years ago. What happened then? What did you gain? I trampled a plague rat which had been stealing my treasures. Before that, I hadn't managed to catch the rat. That time, I was about as strong as you are right now. Chen Zhao was speechless. Lucky coins seemed to be totally useless to him. Never mind. It's a magic item after all. Let's keep it. Carlo and Nibor stared at Chen Zhao. They regretted even more. Chen Zhao clearly had an extraordinary relationship with the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord even gave him such precious items as a gift. Ordinary beings couldn't even imagine them. By then, Carlo also understood why Chen Zhao was uninterested in the things in that ancient ruin. If Chen Zhao really wanted something, he could just come to hell. What could he not get? Just then, Oris came towards them from inside. "Human, we've prepared a feast for you. Quick, follow me. Don't tell me it's things like evil spirit soup, human bone dish, or human skin stew again. Don't worry, not this time. I know you don't like them." When Oris prepared a meal for Chen Zhao last time, he was almost disgusted to death. Chen Zhao even suspected that Oris had done it on purpose. Anyway, the meal this time was not half bad. Nibor had been following Chen Zhao. As Chen Zhao ate, he turned his head and asked, "You want some?" "Air. Can I?" "He's just a petty spirit. All the dishes here contain demonic power. Take one bite and he'll be gone forever," Beelzebub Zophi warned. Helpless, Chen Zhao patted Nibor's shoulder. "Don't be sad. You won't die if you don't eat them. Oh wait, you're already dead." Chen Zhao spent 24 hours in Obsidian Castle. He went to a few places that he had not been to. While it was not his first time here, the castle was huge. There were indeed many places he had yet to visit. Of course, some places were rather anti-human. For example, there was a torment oven. Souls that had fallen to hell for deception would be tossed into the oven and cooked with hell water. In the end, they would be refined into the breath of the bewitcher. Chen Zhao had no clue what that was, but he felt that surely it couldn't be a good thing, given that it was extracted from deceitful souls. After 24 hours, Chen Zhao returned to the human world. He had left the nautical dairy in hell for Carlo to translate. After all, there was so much content. It wasn't something that could be translated in a day or two. As soon as Chen Zhao returned home, he went into the space crevice. He also brought Nibor in. "Chen Zhao, why did you bring a soul in here?" Blackie stared at Nibor. Nibor peed his pants at once. The Grim Reaper. Chen Zhao really had a wide social circle. Demons and now even the Grim Reaper. "I'm thinking about whether your skeleton army should get armed. You know, guns." Chen Zhao had suggested this idea to Blackie before. The skeleton soldiers were all revived with necromantic spells. Individually, they might even be weaker than a human adult, although they looked frightening with their large numbers. However, if the skeleton soldiers were armed with modern weapons, it would be a completely different story. Just think about it. A skeleton army armed to the teeth. An army which did not know fear or retreat. It would be so cool. "Do you have that much money?" Blackie asked. This is a problem." Chen Zhao gave it some thought. "I've brought back many things from hell. Take a look. Help me see if there's anything valuable that can be sold here." Chen Zhao took out many boxes of various sizes. There were more than 100 of them. "You come and help me too. See if I can sell any of these." Most of the boxes had raw materials in them. Beelzebub Zophi also knew that Chen Zhao had to create various potions, so he gave him mostly materials. Mountain Demon's beard. Perhaps some rich guys will love this. This is still moving. It's obviously abnormal. Which rich guy will love this kind of obviously evil stuff? What about this? Lurker's eyeball. It even glows red in the dark. If someone places this in their room, I'm sure they'll be scared to death someday. Master, this is definitely okay. You can get a lot of money, Nibor said, pointing at a box of gems. Oh, they're demonic diamonds, very similar to diamonds in the human world. And they're of high quality. You can sell this, Blackie confirmed. Fuck? Have you seen a 1,000-carat diamond? If I go and sell this, people will think it's a synthetic diamond. Chen Zhao covered his forehead. Indeed, nothing here could be shown to other people. Master, you can cut a demonic diamond into small pieces and then sell them, Nibor suggested. No, Blackie said. Once you destroy a demonic diamond, it'll release a ton of curses. Forget it. Let's earn money properly. Master, let me plan for you. You'll soon become the king of arms of America. Scram! Chen Zhao widened his eyes at Nibor. If he was caught as an illegal doctor, he could easily get away by paying taxes and spending some money to prove that it was his first offense. However, if he was caught here as a foreign arms dealer, he would be jailed for life. Moreover, Chen Zhao did not want to be involved in such things. Even in America, where gun ownership was legal, arms trafficking was a severe crime. If he killed a person, he could clean it up properly and hide everything. However, arms trafficking involved deals with people. There was no way he could remove all evidence. Chen Zhao did not plan to do such a dangerous thing. He was satisfied with the income he had now. Of course, if he could become rich safely, he would not reject it. Chen Zhao left Nibor in the crevice. Nibor would be Blackie's temporary assistant. Meanwhile, he could help Chen Zhao to manage the items. By the time Chen Zhao came out, it was already 4 a.m. He did not go back to the bedroom. Instead, he slept in the living room. The next day, Fei Lai woke Chen Zhao up. She looked at Chen Zhao, somewhat displeased. Why didn't you come into the room? Fei Lai knew that Chen Zhao did not want to disturb her. Nevertheless, the more caring Chen Zhao was, the more uncomfortable she felt. Chen Zhao pulled Fei Lai over and kissed her straight. His hands also started moving on Fei Lai's body. I'm about to go to work. Take this. A coin. You must keep the coin on you at all times. Chen Zhao looked at Fei Lai with a serious face. What does it do? Block death for you a single time. Chapter 566. Learn finance and then cultivation. Chapter 566. Learn finance and then cultivation. I don't want it, Fei Lai said. You keep it. You go through so much danger all the time. You need it more than me. I obviously have one too, Chen Zhao said, taking out a gold coin. The pattern on it looks different. Every substitute coin is different, Chen Zhao said. Put it somewhere safe. I hope you'll never need to use this. Okay. 1 hour later. Chen, if you don't stop, the coin will be used right now. Kyla, I produced the ointment. Do you and Fanny still need it? Chen Zhao was calling Kyla. Yes. How many bottles did you make? I want it all. Hearing Chen Zhao's words, Kyla bought it all in excitement. Even though it was very costly, she definitely wouldn't lose anything by buying it. She could use it herself or give it to her family. The ointment had a great effect. Plus, it was very rare. You couldn't buy it just because you had money. Having a few bottles with her, it was better safe than sorry. I'm sorry, I can only sell you 2 bottles, Chen Zhao said. Why? Kyla asked. Did you only make 2 bottles? You want to heal the burn on Fanny's hand, right? If she uses it, she only needs 1 bottle. It's not enough at all, Kyla said. Her burn needs at least 3 bottles. Just using the ointment constantly, you'll definitely need 3 bottles, Chen Zhao said. But you can pair it with my treatment and save 2 bottles. How much will your treatment for Fanny cost? 2 bottles of ointment and the treatment for Fanny. $500,000 in total. Can you accept that? Sure, Kyla answered easily. When she'd visited Fanny a few days ago, she'd been frowning at her burned hand. She kept asking when Chen Zhao could produce the ointment too. Are you at home tonight? Fanny and I will come over. You want to come over? Chen Zhao asked. It's not that troublesome. It's just acupuncture to stimulate the pores on the palm to absorb the ointment. You don't need to stay the night. It's okay. Fanny and I don't have much to do these days. Then sure. Chen Zhao put down his dumbbell and then swam to the internal alchemy in the center of the lake. He sat down to meditate. He would practice the Qingyi manual whenever he had time. He hadn't come into contact with other cultivation techniques before, so he didn't know if they were similar to the Qingyi manual. The cultivation process was a process of converting your own spiritual power to spiritual qi in the air and back, in modern terms that everyone could understand. It was like a fund. Your spiritual power was your capital. The spiritual qi in the outside world was a company's funding. The richness of spiritual qi was like how rich the company was. If you invested your capital in a fund that lacked money, you might not even get your capital back or just earn it back after a long time. The rich spiritual qi around Chen Zhao's house was like a well-funded company. The rewards were also obvious. In the entire Mirror Lake region, there would be the most spiritual qi around the internal alchemy. Of course, the Qingyi manual was one of those slow and steady investments. No cultivation techniques. The short-term returns weren't obvious, but it was steady. As long as he didn't do anything stupid, he wouldn't lose anything or hurt his original capital, spiritual power. Actually, the river map was the best place for cultivation. Unfortunately, there was an ancient turtle there. Old Turtle never let him cultivate in peace whenever he went. If he was the old grandpa type who could help him cultivate, Qin Zhao would tolerate him. However, he was the type who was really powerful, but completely unreliable. This was why you couldn't become a teacher just because you were smart. As for the river map, anyone could see that it was a great treasure passed down from ancient times. But there wasn't much use. It really was useless. Before, Chen Zhao had wanted to relax in there. But ever since Old Turtle forced him to play games for 3 days and nights, Chen Zhao gave up. Old Turtle had been stuck in there for thousands of years. Now, there was finally someone who could eat and play with him. So, every time Chen Zhao went in there, Old Turtle would annoy him in every way possible. Okay, he had to care for the lonely senior occasionally. After cultivating, Chen Zhao entered the river map. I wish I could date. Old Turtle was feeling sad about himself again. This was what Chen Zhao couldn't stand. Where's your dignity as a strong cultivator? You're so powerful, but you just have to act like a middle schooler all day long. You want this today and that tomorrow, and everything else is fine, but why do you want to date? You want me to get you a little turtle. Please, they'd be dead if I bring them in. Old Turtle, did you watch some movie recently? Love is not blind. How about you transform yourself? You can date yourself. No, I can't use transformation after cloning. I can't clone myself after transforming. Then use your own face. Dating yourself is interesting too. I've tried. I want to throw up after looking at myself for 10 seconds. Chen Zhao felt like he didn't have to come to visit at all. Old Turtle actually had fun by himself. Here. Chen Zhao found a magazine and cut out a person's face, taping it to Old Tortoise's face. Now it's okay. Hey, it might work. Old Turtle cloned himself again. Chen Zhao sat on the ground. He drank alcohol while watching Old Turtle act by himself. What scene are you acting? Titanic. Old Turtle hugged his other self from the back. Jack. Lucy. Bleck. This alcohol is too much. Chen Zhao very rarely threw up from drinking, but he really vomited after today's drink. Didn't I bring this in? How come it's so strong? Chen Zhao asked, holding up the beer. Just as humans are the top of all spiritual creatures, alcohol is the top of all spiritual water. It also absorbs spiritual qi. The more spiritual qi a place has, the stronger the wine produced there. But I didn't brew the beer here. I brought it in from the outside. Of course, but it was here for almost 15 years. It's already come into contact with the spiritual qi. Chapter 567. Alcohol that can make sadness flow into a river. Chapter 567. Alcohol that can make sadness flow into a river. This beer can't hurt anyone, right? It won't hurt you. Spiritual qi only benefits people. It won't hurt anyone. Chun Zhao's head kind of hurt, but his mind was extremely clear. The sweet alcohol entered his throat, hot but not burning. A fragrance poured out without an endless aftertaste. Images flashed past his eyes. Memories that had blurred became clear again. Chen Zhao's cheeks actually dampened. He wiped away his tears. What? I became so emotional after drinking this. Your spiritual power isn't bad. If a regular person drinks it, they'll probably dissolve into tears. You're sure drinking this won't kill anyone? Of course. It's not fake alcohol. Chen Zhao looked around. There was a bamboo forest in the distance. He cut down some bamboo tubes and poured the wine in. What are you doing? I'm going to see if there's a market. What do you mean? Sell the alcohol. Money's tight these days and you keep spending. I need to maintain my income. How much can you sell this for? Old Turtle grew interested too. I don't know, Chen Zhao said. I have to package it and find some rich people to taste it. There's purple bamboo deep in the forest, Old Tortoise said. It'll look better if you use that bamboo. Purple bamboo? It sounds hard to grow. Grows one segment every century, but time flows differently here. As long as you don't chop them all down and only cut down one or two every time, you'll be able to maintain it. The two worked for a while. The purple bamboo was very sturdy. Chen Zhao couldn't even hurt it with his bare hands. In the end, he had to add magic to the bronze sword and chop with it. Name it, Chen Zhao said. Old Turtle wasn't cultured. He thought for a long time and could only think of things like divine wine, spiritual wine. Chen Zhao was speechless. Uncultured people were scary. Just call it Purple Brew. How is that name better? What's bad about Old Turtle divine wine? Great, but we don't have an old turtle in the wine. Chen Zhao made 10 purple bamboo tubes and poured wine into it. He'd planned on brewing wine from the grapes in his backyard anyway. If the purple brew could sell for a nice price, he'd set up a sales channel. This way, he'd have another source of income. Old Turtle, unwilling, carved the words on in classical Chinese. Purple brew. Halifa, how about we eat dinner together? Halifa Oliver frowned. Why was this old guy inviting him today? She was angry just thinking about the last time. Stephen had obviously gotten Hutchinson-Gilford syndrome, but the next day he said that he wasn't sick. It was just a trick to see her reaction. Halifa didn't know how Stephen did it, even tricking the doctors. But with Stephen's wealth, it wasn't completely impossible. However, Halifa was still caught up with this. She didn't want Stephen to die, but she was even unhappier seeing how comfortable and relaxed Stephen was. I'm busy, Halifa rejected him after hesitating for 3 seconds. I feel depressed these days, Stephen said in a low voice. I want to die. You old asshole, you want to trick me again? No, I'm serious. Work is stressing me out. Halifa knew that Stephen wouldn't commit suicide, but she was still worried, even though Stephen was a shameless bastard. Where are you now? At home, Stephen said. Wait for me. Halifa sighed. This old bastard was honestly her nemesis. After hanging up, Halifa said to her driver, We're not going to the company anymore. When Halifa arrived at Stephen's house, she saw him lying shirtless beside the pool. Old bastard. Halifa entered the house. Hi, Halifa. You're here. You don't look like you're about to die. I said that I want to die, not that I'm going to die, Stephen said matter-of-factly. Sit down and drink a glass. We haven't drunk together in a long time. Halifa studied him. Stephen seemed to have drunk a lot. He smelled of alcohol. Stephen never drank alone. Whenever he was unhappy, he would find someone to drink with them. When they were still together, Stephen would ask her to drink with him. After they divorced, Stephen would go to his friends. He really did have something on his mind. This was why he called Halifa over to drink. Just then, a commotion sounded outside the door. Why can't I go in? You can't go in. How can you stop me? Ah. Two pained cries came from outside. When Halifa and Stephen heard it, they both got up and went to the door. Then they saw Chen Zhao standing there. Two guards lay on the ground. Ah, would you believe me if I said they hit me first? Chen, how come you're here? Stephen looked at Chen Zhao in shock. Halifa looked at her bodyguards on the ground. Expression uncomfortable. You did this. Halifa, Chen is my friend. Stephen was a bit worried that Halifa would do something to Chen Zhao. He knew how powerful Halifa was. Your guest. Chen Zhao looked at Halifa and then said to Stephen, I came to give you some wine. I brewed it myself. You can try it. Stephen looked at the bamboo tube in Chen Zhao's hands. There was a shiny film on the surface. The bamboo had a mistiness. Instead of wine, it looked like it contained chemicals. I won't disturb you any more. Bye. Chen Zhao handed the purple brew to Stephen and then went back to his car. Is this drinkable? Halifa looked at the bamboo in Stephen's hands. Stephen didn't think like her. Chen Zhao's wine definitely wouldn't be bad. The instant he opened the bamboo, an extreme fragrance spewed out. Then all his memories with Halifa flashed past his eyes. And then he started crying. A strong yet complicated feeling kept growing in his heart. Standing beside Stephen, Halifa also couldn't stop crying. She thought of how she met Stephen, became close, dated, and then divorced. All the ups and downs seized her heart in seconds. Right then, the guard on the ground suddenly stood up. Wow, I need to go find my wife. I miss her. I need to go find her. Boss, I need to take leave. Chapter 568, Old Times. Chapter 568, Old Times. Stephen trembled and immediately closed the bamboo container. Halifa Oliver also shivered, after which she regained her senses. She looked at the bodyguard before her. The other bodyguard was much quieter. Their reactions were completely different. The other one did not seem to be affected at all. Stephen, what kind of wine is this? Stephen wiped the tears on his face. The wine was miraculous. Its aroma alone was enough to stir intense emotions. Stephen, can I have the wine? Halifa asked. Memories could be painful, but they could also be happy. Some of their memories had long blurred, but they became clear after they smelled the wine. It was exhilarating. It was irresistible. The smell was sufficient to intoxicate them and attract them so deeply that they could not stop. No, it's a gift from my friend. Stephen was similarly unwilling to give the wine away. He also missed that feeling, the feelings of happiness and sorrow. In only a few seconds, it was as if he had recalled everything in the past. Boss, I would like to apply for leave. Halifa widened her eyes at her bodyguard. 3 days. Yes, bossiu. Give some to me, Halifa requested again. Can't you see that the wine is held in a special vessel? If I pour it into another container, it'll surely lose its effects. Stephen looked all-knowing. You asked me here to drink with you, didn't you? Now you have good wine, and you're keeping it for yourself? Where's your sincerity? Stephen really wanted to keep the wine and drink it himself. However, since Halifa had pointed it out so bluntly, he could only share the wine. When he opened the bamboo container again, the aroma filled the air, but the emotional impact was much weaker. Nonetheless, the smell was only more fascinating. It smells so good. I've never smelled anything like this before. Halifa was also a frequent drinker. She had collected wines from various wineries at home. However, she could guarantee that she had never come across a wine whose aroma alone was so alluring. Stephen poured a small glass for Halifa. Your health isn't great. Don't drink too much. Halifa lifted her head and downed the glass in one mouthful. Remember when we first met? A picture suddenly flashed across Halifa's mind. Stephen also took a sip. A scene appeared in his head. That time, I was filming my graduation piece. You were the only girl who came for the audition. You wore a floral dress, white, very beautiful. And I thought, it'll be great if you could become my wife. Remember the first restaurant you asked me to? Yeah. As they were quite old, they had many memories. At the start, they had only sweet memories. Gradually, however, they began to argue. I said I wasn't unfaithful. That woman ran into my room herself. She had arranged a group of reporters and pretended that she's the victim. Do you think that you can deceive me again with your words? They drank a few more glasses. They started to pour their hearts out. Remember your 50th birthday party? I'm the one who hired those male strippers. $200 each, 10 of them. Stephen laughed. It's you, old asshole. Remember 8 years ago when you dated that old man? I'm the one who hired people to break his leg, Stephen said again. Oh, what's his name again? Halifa could not remember. Here, one more glass and you'll remember. Stephen tilted the bamboo container, but only a few drops fell out. Phut! It's empty. Stephen was annoyed. What? Halifa was also impatient. They ran out of wine before they were satisfied. You should have drunk slower. Asshole, you didn't drink less than me. Halifa licked her lips. The aroma was still around her lips. It was mellow and not intense. It would cause emotional fluctuations, but no headaches. Ask your friend to give us 2 more. Stephen's eyes lit up. Right. Stephen called Chin Zhao. Hey, Chen. Stephen, what's up? Chin, I finished the wine you gave me. Give me 2 more bottles. No, I've only made a few bottles, and I need to give some to Rasfa, Zola, and my other friends. Don't say how close we are. I can only give you 1 bottle. What, just 1? You might as well not give me any. Who gives presents like this? Stephen cursed. Rasfa's quit drinking. Give me his share. You're my friend, so is he. There's no way I'm going to give you 2 and not give him any, Qinzhao answered. If you still want to drink, go find someone with the wine. Yeah, I can go to Rasfa's for the wine, Stephen thought. I'm going to Rasfa's. Are you coming with me? Stephen asked. Yes, of course. Phut! Give me my wine back, you thieves! Rasfa screamed loudly. I've only had 1 sip, bastard. After Rasfa had taken his sip, he was still enjoying the sweet aftertaste, thinking about those unforgettable times. However, by the time he realized it, Stephen and Halifa had already finished half of the wine. Rasfa, when have you become so stingy? It's just a bottle of wine. Just a bottle of wine. It's Chen's wine. Don't you know how precious his wine is? Rasfa attempted to snatch the wine, but Stephen would not let go. The two grappled with each other and eventually knocked the bamboo container onto the floor. They began arguing loudly. In the end, they only stopped because of Halifa. Someone, come and clean the living room. A maid walked in. Her eyes were red and her face had clear tear marks. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Sir, nobody bullied me. I just recalled the times when my grandmother was still alive, the maid sobbed. Has the wine been enchanted with magic? Halifa said, amused. Stephen and Rasfa widened their eyes at each other like 2 roosters. They were still blaming the other for spilling the wine. Now none of them could drink. No, we have to get more from Chen. Chin said that he doesn't have a lot himself. He's giving each friend just 1 bottle. Wait, I think he said he's giving 1 to Zola. Let's go and find Zola. Chapter 5, 69 Beautiful. Chapter 5, 69 Beautiful. No, I'm already sleeping. Don't come bother me. Without hesitating, Zola rejected Rasfa's idea to come to see his grandson and granddaughter. Of course, if you really miss them, I can have someone bring them over. Zola was enjoying the sweet wine. There was no doubt that Rasfa was here for the wine. I'm already outside the door. I can see your lights still on. Maybe the maid forgot to turn it off." With that, the lights in Zola's house were turned off. Raspa, Stephen, and Halifa, the three elders, were barred outside like that. I introduced Zola to so many Hollywood clients, and she treats me like this. I'm her father, and she won't let me in the door. This is too much. Johnny, Chin gifted me a bottle of wine. It's so sweet. Come try it. Sure. I'm coming. When Risfar reached Dell's house, Dell smelled alcohol on Risfar. How come you smell like alcohol? Did Chin gift you some too? Fuck, you already got it. Why are you here to smooch off of me? Lola, and I finished it already, Risfar said. You can't finish it by yourself, so I'm here to help. Fuck, why? Isn't it just a bottle of wine? Didn't you have any special feelings? Special feelings? It's just really sweet. Fine. Pretend I didn't say anything. Chin, when will you brew more of that wine? Rasfu was calling Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao thought for a moment and replied, I'll make a dozen or so bottles per month. Did you gift us the wine so we'll help you promote it? Rasfa was an old fox. Chun Zhao's plans couldn't fool him. Yes. Sell me a bottle per month and I'll help you promote it. Sure, no problem. You can only make a dozen bottles per month. Rasfa asked again. Of course. If possible, I want to make more for you too. Okay, whatever. No matter how many bottles you produce, there won't be more than 3 bottles on the market per month. Chun Zhao also knew about supply and demand. No matter how precious the purple brew was, the cost would fall once it became more common. Whether something was good or bad wasn't only related to its quality. It was more about the quantity. Just think, 1,000 bottles could earn $500,000 versus 1 bottle that could sell for $500,000. Was the profit equal? Stephen said he wants to help promote too, Rasfa continued. Oh, but we need stuff to promote, right? Then you shouldn't have drunk all the wine. How about you sell it all to me? Chin Zhao rolled his eyes. The cost definitely wouldn't be small. He estimated that 1 bottle would be around $500,000. It was fine for 1 or 2 months, but if Rasfa spent a few $100,000 to buy this wine, even he would go bankrupt. So Chun Zhao either had to lower the price to sell to him, or Rasfa had to spend great fortunes to buy it. Either way, it wasn't suitable, so he'd rather gift them a bottle every month. It was also to compensate him for promoting the purple brew. Chun Zhao went home and prepared for Feilai's return. He placed the bamboo tubes of purple brew neatly and took out some ice cubes. People rarely put ice in red wine because it might affect the taste after the ice melted. However, Chun Zhao didn't care. He could make as much of the wine as he wanted. It was a limited edition for the outside world, but not for him. After a while, Feilai came back. Smells great. Where does that wine smell come from? Feilai entered the room. For some reason, her eyes filled with tears. Feilai, I brewed this with a recipe I found. Try it. Chin Zhao raised a goblet and handed it to her. As soon as she put it to her mouth, the mesmerizing fragrance created tears in her eyes. It was too beautiful. Feilai felt moved as if seeing flowers bloom in spring and icebergs melt, allowing everything to be reborn. She took a sip of the wine and dabbed her lip with a finger. Then she sucked on her finger. Chin, this isn't regular wine, right? It is for us. Oh, give a bottle to Robio tomorrow. Arg. Meow. Princess and Samuel wanted to drink too. Chin, can they drink? Yeah. If Raspi and Stephen knew that Chun Zhao fed the purple brew to a cat, they'd probably come visit with their guns. The purple brew didn't make anyone intoxicated. Princess drank beer often. Sometimes she would get drunk and go crazy, but the purple brew didn't pose this problem. Kyla and Fanny came. They parked the car at the door instead of the underground garage and came through the door. Smells so good. What is it? I've never smelled wine so sweet. It's so moving. Want a glass? Phalai offered a glass. Fanny accepted and drank it all. That instant, an image flashed through her mind. It was that dreamlike night. That night, she'd been thirsty, so she went downstairs to look for water. And then that black shadow, the snake that led her to the waterfall cave. The voice at the end. Fanny's head shot up and she looked at Chen Zhao. It was him. That voice was him. Fanny, are you okay? Chen Zhao didn't understand. Why was Fanny suddenly looking at him? Fanny lowered her head. No, nothing. Fanny, Kyla, how come you two came over today? Chen said that he made the ointment, Kyla explained. So I brought Fanny over. Actually, she'd wanted to come over herself. She had to admit that the trip was worth it. If she hadn't come, she would have missed this wine. For dinner, they sat on the grass in the front yard, chatting while drinking. Mr. Chen, do you sell this wine? Yes, but I can gift you 2 bottles, Chen Zhao said. How much is one? Fanny asked. I want 10 bottles. I've set it at $500,000 per bottle for now. Splitch. Phalai, Fanny, and Kyla all spat out their wine at the same time. Fanny looked at Chen Zhao in shock. Are you sure you said the right price? I'm not drunk. I know what I'm saying. I can't even afford 1 bottle per month with that price, Kyla said, chuckling wryly. Even an A-list actress was stunned by that price. But whether the wine was worth the price, it depended on the person. It was indeed great, but not to the point that people would lose their minds over it. The price also meant that there wouldn't be a large supply. Chapter 570, Best Friends. Chapter 570, Best Friends. Full and satisfied, the 3 ladies jumped into Mirror Lake. Usually, Phalai was a very careful person. But she knew that there would not be any danger in Mirror Lake. It was indeed much safer than Angel Beach. Why is there a big stone there? The 3 of them climbed onto the stone. Immediately, they felt completely refreshed. An indescribable feeling erupted in them. Fanny suddenly closed her legs, her face flushed. Luckily, Kyla and Phalai did not notice her weird behavior. The 3 ladies lay on the stone in a triangle. It's so comfortable. Phalai, I really envy you. What's there to envy about me? Actually, I envy big stars like you, Phalai said with a smile. In fact, Phalai was not interested in becoming a celebrity. Last time, she went to visit Stephen's crew. Stephen asked her if she wanted to play a small character. Although the scene would last only a few seconds, Phalai still rejected. It was a female killer in the Mexican gang. She would rake the protagonists with a machine gun. Fanny touched the stone with her hand. It was a unique feeling. It was extremely comfortable. It was like the younger her holding her mother's hand. It was warm and soft. It was also like her father's hug before she came to LA. It was kind and generous. Fanny had no idea where that feeling came from. Hey, Fanny, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Phalai, Chen's strong, right? Kyla stared at Phalai with a teasing look. When Phalai heard that, she flushed at once. She lowered her head and muttered, Yeah. Phalai, why are you red? I don't mean that. Phalai was stunned, but she immediately realized that Kyla was teasing her. Then, can your boyfriend satisfy you? Phalai fought back. If he can't, I don't mind asking Chin to help you. Kyla rolled her eyes. I don't have a boyfriend. Stop lying. How is that possible? My family are loyal believers. We're against premarital sex, Kyla said, helpless. Religions like Christianity had such rules. For example, premarital sex was viewed as unchaste. Nevertheless, as time progressed, some religions began to tolerate premarital sex. Currently, few believers would follow the doctrine entirely. There were even some modern beliefs among the younger generation that being a virgin was a pure disgrace. Fanny, how about you? I dated a very attractive man. Then, I discovered that he's married. Fanny lifted her right hand. Even though I've broken up with him, God still decided to punish me. That bastard. He harmed 2 women, Kyla said, gritting her teeth. How's he doing now? He's still having a good life. Have you never thought of revenge? How? Find a killer to kill him? For this kind of man, you should drag him into an alley and beat the shit out of him, Phalai said. Do you have any experience in this area? No, but I'm sure Chin does. Phalai flushed. Does Chen take these kinds of illegal deals? No. Chen's a doctor, not a thug. Phalai felt that she had overboasted. Actually, she was only joking. Why would she ask Chen Zhao to beat up a stranger just for Kyla and Fanny? If the person was fine, everything would be fine. But if something terrible happened to the person, it would be too late to regret it. Does Chin know anyone who can do that job? Dunno. Let's ask him later. As soon as the 3 returned to shore, Kyla and Fanny found Chin Zhao. Chin, we would like to beat a man up. Do you have any method? Kyla asked directly. Phalai lowered her head and signaled Chin Zhao with her eyes. Unfortunately, Chen Zhao did not notice Phalai's look. Who is that? A man who had deceived Fanny and caused her current injury. Who exactly is he? The owner of a company. He's probably worth $10 million. That's easy. Go and find a few gangsters on the street. A few $1,000s will be enough to make them beat the man up, Chin Zhao answered without thinking. Can you help me to find a few gangsters then? Give me the details of Fanny's enemy. I'll see what I can do when I'm free. Chin Zhao said, I'm going to check on the grapes. The 3 ladies stayed in the forecourt and started chatting. Phalai, when will the grapes ripen? I have no idea. Phalai had decided to grow grapes only because Robio had told her that she should grow something, given that she had such an enormous piece of land. Robio had also given Phalai the bag of grape seeds. Phalai's interest was really short-lived. In fact, it would take at least 3 to 4 years from planting the grape seeds to making wine. Grape trees in the first 3 years would produce sour fruits that had little sugar. They would not be suitable for making wine or consumption. Some major wineries would not even use grapes from trees younger than 10 years old. Normally, they would repeatedly cut off parts of a grape tree and transplant them. Perhaps grape trees in those wineries came from trees that existed hundreds of years ago. Let's go and take a look together, Kyla suggested. What's there to see? When you make more wine, you have to give us a bottle. Kyla smiled. The 3 opened the door to the backyard and saw Chin Zhao doing weightlifting instead. When Chin Zhao saw them, he immediately dropped the barbell. That's a huge barbell. Kyla and Fanny looked at Chen Zhao's barbell, shocked. How heavy is it? A few 100 kilograms, Chen Zhao replied casually. I don't think it's only that, Kyla said. It looks huge, but it's actually not as heavy as you think, Chen Zhao said. It was a movie prop. When Steven filmed him on that time, I took it from the crew. Why would you do that? For Princess to play, Chen Zhao answered. Even if it's just a few 100 kilograms, it's still incredible. I think the world record is only around 300 kilograms. Fanny said, It's different. Chen Zhao shook his head. Weightlifters have to raise it overhead for 3 seconds. I'm only practicing grips. Chapter 571, Late Night. Chapter 571, Late Night. Kyla went up to try. The barbell had sunk into the dirt, so she couldn't even nudge it, let alone lift it. Fanny went to try too. The barbell didn't move a bit. Phalai didn't even try, because she knew the actual weight of the barbell. It wasn't a few 100 kilograms like Chen Zhao said. It was 10 times that weight. Even the three of them working together wouldn't be able to move the barbell, let alone thin Fanny and Kyla. Kyla went up to squeeze Qin Zhao's arm. So hard. Qin Zhao moved slightly. What are you all in the backyard for? To look at the grapes. Then why are you all clustered over here? The three left in a chatter. Fei Lai, Qin is so strong. Can you take it? I can't, Fei Lai shot back. How about you two come help? Ah, you practice abstinence. You act like you're really willing to share. These grapes grow so quickly. Fanny kept turning around to look at Qin Zhao. The sky was darkening, so his figure wasn't as clear as before. The two women kept talking to Fei Lai, so Qin Zhao could only return to his room and sleep early. At night, Fanny slipped out of the guest room. She'd already gotten the idea to get things clear tonight, but she didn't know that the AI system was watching her every move. Today, it was the inferior demon Earth in charge of watching the surveillance camera. What was the most painful thing for an inferior demon? Sitting there and watching others do things while he couldn't do anything himself. That was the most painful. But there was nothing he could do. They had to listen to their master's orders. A, B, C, Earth said. The guest came out of the bedroom. Leave the living room immediately. Metal, would you two let the three-headed dog lord and nine-headed snake lord leave the vicinity of the house so they're not exposed? Other nearby inferior demons, be careful. Don't get seen by the guest. By now, Fanny had gotten downstairs, but there was nothing in the living room. She walked to the front yard. An ivory moon rested in the sky above the river, reflecting in the water. The view was beautiful. Fanny was already a bit dazed. It was the kind of scene that could only be photoshopped or in a movie. It was so unreal and yet truly existing. Fanny looked away and went to the waterfall again. Mr. Snake, are you here? Unfortunately, the cave was empty. Fanny was disappointed, but she still believed what she'd seen. That night hadn't been a dream. It had truly happened, because the moment she drank the purple brew, she clearly remembered that night, even the little details. Next day. Kyla, Fanny, won't you stay a few more days? Fanny reacted a bit slowly and Kyla tugged her. No, Kyla said, smiling. We won't disturb you two anymore. In the end, they were outsiders. They couldn't actually live here and disrupt Qin Zhao and Fei Lai's life. Okay, come over when you're free. We will. Kyla and Fanny drove away. Fanny opened the car window, enjoying the breeze. The air was cool and fresh on the suburban highway. But Fanny sat unhappily in the car. Fanny, what's wrong? Kyla turned to ask while driving. Nothing. Fanny still hadn't moved on from that event. She wanted to thank the snake. She felt that the snake had once healed her palm and reduced her pain. But she couldn't see the snake again. Did you get up last night? Yes, Fanny replied. Did you see anything? Kyla asked. No, nothing. Fanny pouted and continued sadly. It's just like a regular house, but don't say anything. I know what I'm doing. I didn't plan on saying anything, Kyla said. Actually, when I smelled the wine yesterday, something flashed past my eyes. I remember clearly what I saw last night. So I believe Qin and Fei Lai are hiding something from us. You remembered something after smelling the wine too. Yeah, you too. Yes, I did too. Fanny nodded. So, you really won't be able to find anything. They must have precautions. But their precautions aren't completely flawless, Fanny said. Oh, did you discover something? Did you forget? Qin had picked up that barbell before. It's indeed shocking to lift a few 100 kilograms, but just like he'd said, that isn't even the world record. That's not a few 100 kilograms, Fanny said. That's more than 5,000 kilograms. What? Kyla exclaimed. That's impossible. It's incredible, but it's the truth. I looked at the barbell's material. It's standard alloy steel, the metal used by the Olympics. I'd studied molecular material in college. If I can't even recognize this kind of common material, I would have completely wasted those studies. But that's 5,000 kilograms. 5 tons. It's shocking, right? Fanny looked at Kyla. So, if it's only from strength, then Chen is definitely a Superman. So, if he himself is a supernatural existence, then raising some supernatural pets seems to become logical, right? But we can't prove our belief. We don't have any direct evidence. We don't need evidence, Kyla said. Only the two of us need to know. Or do you want to publicize this? It doesn't benefit us, and we'd lose 2 friends. Okay, I just wanted to prove that I'm right. Anyway, we'll have a chance in the future. We don't need to get an answer now. When we're close enough with them, they might tell us more secrets. There's no rush. Compared to the impatient Fanny, Kyla was more mature. Mirror Lake is such a nice place. Sad that Chen won't let us build another house here. They clearly don't want outsiders to discover their secret. The wine is so sweet. Fuck, put the cap back on. Don't let the smell escape. It'll affect the taste and quality. Chapter 572. Say no to throwing. Chapter 572. Say no to throwing. Sorry, I've already told you my decision. Stop calling me, Tiger said, somewhat frustrated. Tiger, you have great potential, but potential isn't power. Even if you don't agree to our terms, we can still make you lose in the ring. By then, you won't get anything. The voice on the other end was gloomy and threatening. Do whatever you like. I'm not scared of you. Young and hot-headed, Tiger knew no subtlety. Remember your words. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Tiger hung up at once. He would receive 4 or 5 such nuisance calls every day. As a professional boxer, he knew some of the secrets in the field. Some people would use illegal means to manipulate matches in order to win bets. Like the person who had just called him. Tiger did not even know who the person was. But the person had already called him 3 consecutive times, asking him to lose to his opponents. They would pay him $50,000. In other words, they wanted him to throw the matches. Just like how most boxers hated those who would throw a match, Tiger was also disdainful about it. He wanted to gain fame and fortune through dignified victories. He also believed that he was powerful enough to get whatever he wanted. At the same time, he would like to prove his worth to some people. Chun Zhao and Gaia were definitely among them. One of these 2 people had discovered his talents. He had given him another chance to stand in the ring. The other was his mentor. Gaia's help was no less than Chen Zhao's. Therefore, Tiger did not want to disappoint them. He wanted to tell them that they had not trusted the wrong person, that their choice was correct. Tiger, were you hiding? Come out now and train. Gaia's voice erupted from outside the changing room. Tiger ran out at once. Gaia widened her eyes at him. Why were you so slow? Do you think that you can stop training after winning those matches? Sorry, coach. Let's begin. Tiger was particularly serious. As a result, Gaia could not even be lazy. She even missed the times when she was Chun Zhao's boxing coach. Although Chun Zhao was outstanding, he did not have the inspiration to become strong. He had asked for the training himself, but he would seize all opportunities to be lazy. At night, everyone else had left. Gaia was exhausted herself. Tiger, that's enough for today. Coach, I would like to practice a bit longer. Then continue yourself. I need to go back. Remember to lock the door, Gaia said. Whether an athlete could become successful depended not only on his talents, but also on how hardworking he was. Tiger's talents had been greatly boosted by Chun Zhao. He was also sufficiently diligent. Therefore, Gaia was confident that Tiger would certainly succeed. He would become a superstar in international boxing, starting from the BBL competition this time. He would conquer all enemies with his strength. Tiger only started to pack up when it was almost 11. He locked the door for Gaia. This was one of his benefits as Gaia's student. He could use the fitness center whenever he wanted to. In fact, he had the plan of opening a gym himself when he got rich. Of course, he had to do it somewhere far away. He knew that Zanla Douglas had opened a gym upstairs. If he recalled correctly, Zanla Douglas had been beaten up by Qin Zhao right here. Tiger did not want to be jointly attacked by Chun Zhao and Gaia. They were two monsters. Even if Tiger could become the world champion, he would not want to be in the same ring as any of them. Tiger stood by the roadside, quietly waiting for the bus. He still had zero income at the moment. All his expenses were supported by Qin Zhao. Hence, he planned to buy a car as soon as he received his competition prize. Fortunately, the bus to reach home had very long service hours. Just then, Tiger's phone rang again. Hello. Tiger, let me ask you one last time. $50,000. Lose the matches in the next 4 days. I don't care how much you're offering. I'm not throwing the matches. Tiger rejected the request righteously. This time, the other party hung up first. Just then, a car with its high beams on drove toward him. Tiger was not paying any attention, and the car was extremely fast. Crash! Tiger only felt that something was wrong when he was hit. A few people alighted from the car and approached Tiger. At the moment, Tiger was lying on the ground, covered in blood. The few people immediately punched and kicked Tiger. Break his arms. Ah! Tiger screamed and fell unconscious. However, the next moment he was awakened by severe pain. Kid, this is what happens when you reject me. I told you, I can make you get nothing. Now, my words have turned into reality. Understand? Qin, something's happened to Tiger. It was Gaia's hurried voice. Qin Zhao looked at the time. It was 4 a.m. He said in a sleepy tone, Don't tell me he raped a girl on the street. I'll crack his balls myself. No, he's in the ICU now. He's been attacked. Qin Zhao was alerted at once. What happened? I'm not sure what's the exact situation either. The police found my number in his phone. They said Tiger's in the hospital. Why didn't the police call me? Did he not store my number in his phone? Fuck. You're still in the mood to joke? No, I need to know what's my position in his mind. Fine, he has recorded your number, but he's put your name as Monster. Asshole. Chun Zhao cursed softly. When can you come? I'll go now. Chen Zhao got out of bed, quietly. Actually, Fei Lai had already woken up during the call. Are you going out? Tiger's injured. I need to go to the hospital. All right. Be careful. Love you. Qin Zhao bent to kiss Fei Lai. Then he hastily put on his clothes. When Chen Zhao reached the hospital, he realized that apart from Gaia, there was another familiar person outside the ICU. Hey, Ms. Sharon, what a coincidence. Qin Zhao opened his arms, planning to give Sharon a warm hug. Chapter 573, Suspect. Chapter 573, Suspect. Sharon looked at Qin Zhao. She pulled her gun out at him. If you take another step forward, I'll blast your brains out. Qin Zhao could only stop his movements. Sharon looked at him. Why are you here? Do I have to answer you? Qin Zhao glanced at Sharon and then turned to Gaia. Let's go out to talk. Clenching her jaw, Sharon asked, The person inside is your friend, right? Don't you want to catch the person responsible? I don't need you to worry. Qin Zhao waved his hand. What if I know who it is? Sharon asked. Then go catch him. What are you doing here for? I don't have evidence. You don't have evidence, but we do? We don't even know who it is. That's why I need to get some valuable clues from your mouths, Sharon said. Qin Zhao looked at Gaia. Do you have clues? No, I got this officer's call and hurried over. What is your relationship with the victim? Sharon asked. I'm his coach, Gaia said. His boxing and fitness coach. Qin Zhao thought for a moment. I'm his sponsor. He was an illegal doctor. He wouldn't say that he's a doctor before a cop. Do you know if he has any enemies? What kind of enemies? Those who had conflicts with him. I hit him every day, Gaia said. Does that count? No. Chun Zhao looked at Sharon. You say you know who the guy responsible is. Can you tell us who did it? I don't know either, Sharon replied. You fucking with me. Yeah, and what can you do about it? Fine. You win. Chun Zhao spat. He didn't plan on going up against Sharon. He couldn't offend American cops. Any slightly bigger actions could get him arrested. Gaia, what exactly happened? I don't know, but I suspect that it's related to the bankers. What bankers? The bankers for the competition's bet, Gaia said. Is there a suspect? No. There are around 100 bankers, and I'm not familiar with them. Tiger doesn't have any enemies. They wouldn't break his arms with a baton after crashing a car into him. Thud! Chun Zhao slammed a fist into the glass door. Sharon, standing in the distance, came over immediately. Looking at the glass on the ground, she said, What are you doing? I just leaned on the glass, and it broke by itself. Thankfully, I didn't get too close. Otherwise, I would have gotten hurt. Chun Zhao brushed off the shards on his hands. Sharon glanced at the glass on the ground. The thickness of the glass door wasn't something that a normal person could break. Let's go talk over there. Chun Zhao pulled Gaia away. Sharon watched Chun Zhao's back, clenching her jaw. So, you're saying that you don't have any clue either. I can have someone investigate, but it won't be that easy. Chun Zhao touched his nose. Can we find the odds of those bankers? Gaia's eyes brightened. This wasn't hard to find out. After all, the bankers had to reveal their odds to the bettors. They couldn't hide it even if they wanted to, so their primary price was very easy to find. Wait, I'll call someone, Gaia said. You can find out now. It was only 5 a.m. Everyone was probably sleeping. This is when the gamblers are the most active, Gaia said. After a pause, Gaia put down her phone. Right now, for most of them, the odds for Tiger and his next opponent is 1.05 to 2.4. His rate is that much higher than his opponent. Chun Zhao was a bit surprised. Tiger KO'd all his opponents in the last 3 competitions. All the bankers have moved him up a tier. Chun Zhao squinted. What if news of Tiger getting hurt is spread now? They'll start to adjust the odds, or even lock the handicap. Then, what if I bet that Tiger will win? Chun Zhao asked. Would they refuse to pay up? Most bankers wouldn't, at least on the surface. Gaia looked at Chun Zhao. You want to bet? Which odds have the biggest difference from others? Since Gaia suspected that the bankers or handicappers had attacked Tiger, then those bankers would definitely try to make a small fortune from this. Everyone knew that Tiger was clearly stronger than his opponent. The bankers could tell, the gamblers could tell as well. In a regular handicap, Tiger's loss rate would be much lower than his opponent. Only those irregular ones would publish a different rate to make a fortune from this. Gaia thought for a moment. Dawson Bank. Tiger and his opponent's rate is 7 to 1. Do you know who controls this one? No. Gaia shook her head. I don't care if they're responsible or not. Help me bet $50,000 there. Wait, don't do it yet. Do it tomorrow. What are you going to do? Wait for this build-up before betting. Then find some journalists to report about this. Other handicappers will definitely revise their odds too. Lend me some cash, Gaia said. I want to bet too. I'll do $50,000 like you. Oh, you promise you can get Tiger into the rings in 4 days, right? Of course. No problem. Gaia wiped her forehead and licked her lips. She looked excited. After all, this was a fortune. Anyone would be unable to suppress their excitement. Gaia and Tiger were different. Tiger was a pure athlete, a boxer. He was no different from regular people outside the rings. but if someone went up against Gaia, it would be suicide. She didn't have much power, but she had a lot of connections. If she wanted revenge, the consequences wouldn't be much smaller than those gangsters. Are you sure Dawson Bank are the ones who'd attack Tiger? I'm pretty sure, Gaia said. It's not a normal handicap. Tiger is so strong, but they actually raised his odds. They wouldn't dare to do that unless they're sure Tiger would quit the competition because of this. Is betting that shady? Most handicappers are normal. The biggest possibility is them taking all the money. This usually happens when the bankers lose and can't afford the bet. But some bigger bankers would use all sorts of methods to get a higher return, such as controlling the result of the game. Tiger's attack is a classic example. Chapter 574, Treatment. Chapter 574, Treatment. That day, all the newspapers and media in L.A. were filled with one headline: famous boxer attacked on the street. There were also a lot of pictures that proved how serious Tiger's injuries were. There was even an interview with his doctor that proved this news. Chin, Tiger's loss rate increased. How much is it now? 7.5 to 1. It seems lower than expected, Chin Zhao said. The highest it can be is 10:1. The current 7. 5:1 is already really high, Gaia said. Buy it. Oh, and buy one for Tiger too. Then help him do the paperwork for getting discharged and bring him to my house. Okay. A while later, Gaia and Tiger arrived. Tiger had a cast on both arms. His face was covered in injuries, and he had bandages all over. Mr. Chen. He started crying as soon as he saw Chin Zhao. No need to say anything. It's not your fault, Chin Zhao said. Tiger was still a bit fragile. His emotions were extremely unstable. Chin Zhao patted his shoulder. It's nothing. It's just a tiny injury, right? I'll let you stand on the podium again in 4 days. Mr. Chin, can I really? I'm so badly hurt. You can if I say so. You don't trust me? I do. In 4 days, beat up the opponent for me. Chin, do you need me to do anything? Chen Zhao took out a jug of purple brew. This is for you, but don't drink it here. Gaia looked at the bamboo. What's in it? Wine. But I plan on selling it to rich people, so the price is set really high. How high? $500,000. So, if I sell this, I can sell it for $500,000. This is my price for now, but I have to wait until my rich friends help promote it. I'm not sure if it'll succeed or not. You can keep it for now. After putting Tiger to sleep, Chin Zhao brought him into the spatial crack. He needed to give Tiger surgery here. His biggest injuries were his broken ribs and shattered arms. But to Chen Zhao, he could heal these in a short period. The surgery was a bit complex, but he would use magic to speed up the healing of the bones. Of course, it was best if he used the demonic crystal potion as the guiding drug. The perfect crystal potion could make someone's broken limbs regrow. Regular demonic crystal potions weren't as magical, but they were still very effective, especially for speeding up recovery. Chen Zhao used a tiny amount, but for Tiger, his injuries were still healing with a rate visible to the naked eye. He also gave Tiger some strength potion. The strength potion could help strengthen someone's fitness with obvious effects, especially with recovery. When Chen Zhao first used it, he recovered fully in 3 days from a gunshot wound that regular people needed more than a week to recover. Of course, Chen Zhao used the perfect strength potion. It was completely different from regular strength potions. Ever since he had living experiments in the spatial crack, Chen Zhao had many subjects he could experiment on. These test subjects gave him many good opportunities. Chen Zhao's medical skills were also improving rapidly. He could test all his theories and hypotheses on these living subjects. He didn't care about their life or death. Of course, he would revive them whenever possible. Even though he had a lot of living subjects, they weren't limitless. He still had to save a little. The best result for these living subjects was getting stabbed by Chen Zhao and then receiving a few stitches. If they were unlucky, they would add another soldier to Blackie's skeleton army. Trigley walked over. "Master, how may I help you?" "How are the subjects feeling?" "Master, ever since you promised that they could leave the cell after completing 10 experiments, and leave this place if they don't die in 20 experiments, they don't feel as hopeless. They even hope that you can choose them quickly." "Oh, that's good." Before, many subjects chose suicide because of their despair. Chen Zhao didn't want his subjects to all die, so he made that promise. Of course, they couldn't be actually freed even if they left. Chen Zhao only allowed them to breathe fresh air, but they were still enslaved. After asking about the situation inside the spatial crack, Chen Zhao left with Tiger. When Gaia saw Chen Zhao walk out of the basement with Tiger, she came over immediately. She knew that Chen Zhao's house had many secrets. After all, Chen Zhao let her see his supernatural power last time. She already knew that Chen Zhao wasn't a regular person. Of course, she wasn't a regular person either. How is he now? "He's recovered already," Chen Zhao said. "Then when will he wake up?" Chen Zhao patted Tiger's face. "Hey, wake up." Tiger opened his eyes blearily. "Mr. Chin, what time is it? How do you feel?" Tiger froze. Then he lifted his arms. "I think I feel great. Mr. Chin, I recovered?" "If you recovered, then why aren't you training? Go swim in Mirror Lake." "Huh. Now. Chin, he just recovered. Isn't this too brutal? Us two are going to drink. He can't drink, so it's not like he can watch us. It's the best choice to go and practice now." Tiger was speechless, but as an athlete he indeed couldn't drink at will. Usually, athletes were forbidden to intake alcohol a week before a competition. For world-class competitions like the Olympics, they would have diet plans from 1 month before. "Okay, Tiger, go swim." Gaia didn't pity him either. Tiger could only jump into Mirror Lake with a sad face. Chen Zhao took out a chunk of wyvern meat. "Come, let's eat." Gaia smelled the grilled meat and immediately sensed the familiar aura. It's from last time, but since you've activated your bloodline, you don't have to worry anymore. Eat as much as you can. It won't be as dramatic as the first time, but it'll still help you." Hearing Chen Zhao's words, Gaia grew braver and stuffed a chunk of meat into her mouth. "Tastes even better than my first time." Chapter 575, Ben Freud. Chapter 575, Ben Freud. Well, no shit. The first time Gaia ate it, she hadn't activated her bloodline yet, so she'd almost died. Now, she didn't have any negative effects. Instead, the demonic power would give her more pure strength. So, of course it would taste better. Tiger watched as Chen Zhao and Gaia ate and drank on the lakeside. He wanted to too, but he couldn't mess with them. In addition to them, there was also something in the water that he couldn't mess with. Thankfully, this big guy usually didn't move. Princess came over to smooch off their food again. Gaia grabbed a piece of meat and gave it to Princess. To be honest, she was quite thankful towards Princess. If not for her, Gaia would never experience this kind of feeling. Superhuman strength was indeed able to make someone euphoric. Others couldn't do something, but she could. That was all people wanted. A while later, Tiger rested on the side of the lake. "Mr. Chin, Gaia, I can't swim anymore." Tiger was fit, but because of his physique, he couldn't do endurance training well. It was like how a fat person's weight was extra weight when exercising. "Okay, come up now," Chen Zhao said. Tiger could finally come back on land. He couldn't help but gulp when he saw Chen Zhao and Gaia drink and feast. "Drink some water first." "Mr. Chen, can I eat something?" Chen Zhao and Gaia obviously couldn't let Tiger eat the meat. He would die. There's something in the meat that would affect your competition, so you can't eat it, Qin Zhao said. But you can eat some fruit. I have quite a lot. It will be good for you. Okay. Tiger was a carnivore, but it was good enough that he had food now. After eating, fight with Princess. Oh, don't hit her head or else she'll bite you. Huh. Tiger stared at Princess' terrifying body. How could they fight? Would his fists have any effect on her fat? You can't keep hitting beanbags. You can view Princess as the strongest opponent in your entire career. Mr. Qin, even the strongest boxer won't be able to take a punch from Princess. You have to surpass all the boxers, so you obviously have to choose the strongest opponent. Stop talking. Fine. Tiger wanted to cry. Gaia, arrange a place for Tiger to stay before the competition. Don't let him be out in public. Gaia knew that Tiger couldn't be out in public. He might get attacked by the bankers again. If he was attacked again, he might get killed. After all, this was related to millions of dollars and even more bets. If those crazy and heartless bankers dared to attack Tiger, they definitely wouldn't mind killing either. They'd thought that breaking Tiger's arms would be enough. He would never appear in the ring a few days later. If they knew that Tiger had recovered, they would commit even worse crimes. It was like how bankers kidnapped a soccer player's family before the World Cup to threaten the player. Boss, I think that Tiger's trainer took him out of the hospital. Whatever, don't bother with him, Ben Freud said indifferently. To Ben, he didn't have to care about a disabled man anymore. In reality, he didn't want to carry out this plan. A strong boxer's value was far more complicated than a single competition. Ben had wanted to get long-term control of Tiger. Then Tiger would work for him. As long as he got proof of Tiger faking his fighting, he would have blackmail material to control Tiger for life. In the future, he would be able to give Tiger orders at any point in a competition. This way, he'd have perfect control over every competition. His profits would be the highest too. Unfortunately, Tiger didn't plan on cooperating. This annoyed Ben. Of course, for the competition in 4 days, he'd already received $3 million in bets. He planned to wait 2 more days and publicize the information when more people placed their bets. This way he would earn more money. But the news was publicized the second day. This meant he'd make less money. Ben thought that Tiger must have figured out his goal and contacted the media himself. He wanted to give Tiger more trouble, capture him and teach him a lesson. But Tiger was already in hiding, so Ben gave up on that. There was no point in fighting with a disabled man. Boss, after we adjusted the odds, the bets for Tiger are still more than $500,000. 3 of the bets are $50,000. Will there be any problems? Huh. What problems? Ben said, not agreeing. They just think that it's fake news, so they want to go for the smaller odds. There are always gamblers at our bank. This time there's just a few more. No need to get scared. Why should we refuse them if they're willing to give us money? It was possible to win big with small odds, but it was very rare. Plus, in handicaps like this, where the bankers control the result, the chances were practically zero. Why else did people say you lose 90% of all bets? These gamblers were mostly all bankrupt, because bankers would never lose. They always had a reason behind their odds. Take Ben, for an example. In the beginning, he put the odds as 7-to-1 to attract gamblers to bet on Tiger. Then, he would use illegal methods to disqualify Tiger from the competition. This way, he would make profit without any worry. For the next 3 days, Tiger was stuck in the gym the entire time. Gaia closed the gym to cover things up. Of the entire gym, only Ola knew what was happening. She'd also listened to Gaia's suggestion and bet some money with the bankers. However, Gaia and Qin Zhao bet money to mess with Dawson Bank. Ola bet with others, sometimes a few thousand, other times close to $10,000. This way, she wouldn't catch the attention of the bankers. Ola looked like an office worker, but she was just as involved in the gray areas as Gaia. Tiger trained like crazy. Anger burned in him. Gaia could see the difference in Tiger. His eyes had sharpened and even looked cruel. Before, Tiger had controlled his strength, like Chen Zhao. But in the 3 days of confinement, he'd already broken a dozen sandbags. Chapter 256, Evil from the Heart. Chapter 256, Evil from the Heart. The next day, Risfar realized that he seemed to have really gotten younger. It was more obvious than yesterday. The muscles he'd gotten during school were back on him. This feeling was very strange. Risfar kept posing in the mirror. His heart jumped. Could it have been that bottle of wine? Had Qin Zhao invited him to drink the wine to make himself get younger? Risfar was 40 years old. He estimated that he looked to be around 30 years old now. To be honest, the change wasn't that big. He just looked a bit younger. If it really was the wine, then Dell had drunk more than him, so he wondered what the man looked like now. Risfar put on his clothes and ran to Dell's manor. He saw a muscular young man with a bare upper body. He was sunbathing next to the pool with just his boxers. Dell. Who are you? Johnny? Dell looked up. He didn't recognize Risfar immediately. Dell, your body. I don't know. I don't know either. You look a decade younger. Dell had been 28 years old, but because of his lifestyle he'd gotten weaker. He'd looked like he was in his 30s. Now he looked totally young. And what was with that perfect body? Risfar felt that Dell's change was even more dramatic than his. Risfar's body had also changed, but it wasn't that big. Is it Chen's wine? Risfar asked. Didn't you give Chen that bottle? It's the original bottle, but the wine can't be it. Or maybe he added something to the wine. Dell fell silent. Risfar looked at him and asked, Dell, do you know something? No, I don't know anything. To be honest, I'm jealous of your figure. Dell was quite satisfied to get his body back too. In the morning, Chen Zhao kissed Feilai goodbye. Then he took the dragon meat out and fed it to Beelzebub, Raymond, Walter, Carrie, Abitos, and the silly twins. He also ate some dragon meat. It really tasted delicious. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Qin Zhao opened it to see a stranger standing there. Mr. Qin, please help me. The stranger started begging him as soon as he started talking. Who are you? Spike. Qin Zhao furrowed his brows. I can't help you. Mr. Qin, please. I beg you. Qin Zhao hated Spike to the max. This businessman had no trustworthiness at all. After he lost his money, he came to Qin Zhao to make him solve the problem. Nothing this good happened. I wanted 1 ton of natural pearls. You wouldn't sell it to me, so I found it from someone else. I don't need it anymore. There's no use finding me. I have no choice now. I owe so much money to the bank and loan sharks. If you don't help me, I'll go bankrupt. This has nothing to do with me. Qin Zhao pushed Spike out. Just as he was about to close the door, Spike raised his gun. He stared at Qin Zhao menacingly. If you don't let me live, I won't make it easy for you either, you chink. Mr. Spike, do you know what you're doing? My life is ruined already, so I'll make you die with me. Qin Zhao raised his leg and kicked Spike without mercy. To him, Spike was just a weakling. Even an amateur like Qin Zhao knew that he had to lift the safety to fire with that gun. This meant that Spike just wanted to scare Qin Zhao into agreeing. Maybe he thought that he could force Qin Zhao to buy his stuff with this childish threat. However, after getting kicked, Spike clutched his stomach in pain while lifting the safety. Qin Zhao just stared coldly at Spike without continuing to attack. After all, he still had a mortal body. He didn't want to block the bullet with his flesh. Spike carefully retreated and escaped into his car. Qin Zhao immediately called the cops. A while later, Leonardo and a policewoman arrived. Qin, I heard that you met an armed robber. Yes. Qin Zhao described what had happened. Qin, I swear to you that I'll find the asshole that pointed a gun at you. I'll teach him a lesson. Leonardo, is this your partner? She's Rose, my new partner. Hello, Miss Rose. Hello, Mr. Qin. Leonardo mentions you often. I take it you two are close? Without a doubt. We won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. Bye. Qin Zhao waved. It seemed that Leonardo's spring was here too. Rose looked at Leonardo in a different way. Ever since David and Kate were captured by the Mexican gang, their feelings started heating up. The audience had been raucous, but it silenced instantly. Mouth wide open, everyone gaped at Tiger and Atkins, who'd flown out of the ring. Even the referee was dumbfounded. It was over. Did it end just like that? No one. Tiger yelled. No one can use conspiracies to stop me. No one. Tiger. 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 There were only around 1,000 people present, but it sounded like 10,000 people. Everyone was yelling Tiger's name. The people who won cheered. Even the people who lost money cheered too. Tiger's punch was too spectacular. It was definitely able to rank in the top 100 matches of this year. That was the great thing about boxing. It was the shock brought about by aggressive force. AKO was the best explanation of a boxer's abilities. Tiger, Tiger, Tiger. Chen Zhao was affected by the atmosphere and cheered for Tiger too. Only one person was pissed. He was extremely pissed because he'd lost a few $1,000,000. No, he lost close to 10 million. In the beginning, he'd received up to $300 million in bets. According to the 1-7 rate, he would have to pay around $500 million. Later, he received around $500,000. According to the 7-5 rate, that was around $400 million. Tiger's one punch made him lose around $900 million. How could Ben be happy? Tiger must die. He must die. In the distance, Chen Zhao received Gaia's call. Chen, I received the money. Those bankers are pretty good with paying up. Chen Zhao said, a bit surprised. I thought that they'd drag it out or refuse to pay. It's electronic. They can't delay it even if they wanted to. Tiger's punch made them lose tens of millions. They won't forgive him, right? Chapter 577. You go first, I'll take care of the back. Chapter 577. You go first, I'll take care of the back. Now we're waiting for them to fight first. Protect Tiger and don't let him get hurt. If he gets hurt again, I'm afraid he'll get PT. This will affect his future career. Okay, I understand. Chen Zhao hung up and continued cheering. Tiger, Tiger, Tiger. This punch was too refreshing. Boxing competitions should be like this clean cut. After the competition, Chen Zhao waited outside. Tiger had to go through a drug test, so he would come out slower. Chen Zhao wasn't in a hurry. Beep, beep. Right then, a motorbike's headlights shone on Chen Zhao's face. He covered his eyes and looked. The rider was familiar. Hey, Sharon, are you here to pick me up? Chen Zhao realized that it was actually Sharon. Sharon rolled her eyes at him. Everyone in the audience has left. Why are you still here? You watched that fight too? How about it? Isn't it awesome? Sharon had indeed watched the fight, and she had to admit that Tiger's performance was shocking. That punch had been too beautiful. Forcing a 100-kilogram man off the arena with one punch was a beautiful scene for any boxing lover. Of course, Sharon hadn't come to watch the competition. She'd come to see if she could find any clues or information. She didn't think that Tiger would actually come out. She'd been the one who'd taken Tiger to the hospital, so she had an idea about his injuries. Unexpectedly, Tiger had actually recovered in a short few days. However, because of this, she believed that the bankers would take revenge on Tiger for their losses. This was why she was waiting here. She just didn't think she'd run into Chen Zhao here. Right then, Tiger walked out of the arena. Tiger, I am a police officer. I have some questions for you. Tiger, ignore her. She's just a traffic cop who gives out parking fines. I'm a patrol officer, not a traffic cop, Sharon corrected. I have enforcement powers. So are you interrogating a suspect now? Chen Zhao asked. Can you not cause trouble? You gave me so many fines, Chen Zhao complained. Don't you know how much I've lost? If you can make Tiger cooperate, I promise I'll turn a blind eye if I meet you again. No, you've already hurt me psychologically. Tiger, let's go. Okay, mister. Chin. Tiger only listened to Chen Zhao. Sharon followed behind, not giving up. When they reached the parking lot, the surrounding cars suddenly turned their headlights on. At the same time, more than 30 people ran in from all over. They held all sorts of bats and looked really menacing. Chen Zhao saw the guy at the front. He seemed to have been the one who'd gotten into a fight with Chen Zhao in the stands and got taught a lesson. Tiger, do you know that I lost $10 million because of your one punch? Ben led his dozen guys and glared sinisterly at Chen Zhao. Seeing the dozen men, Tiger was actually a bit afraid, but he still looked at Chen Zhao. Hey, it's that Asian monkey. Good, great. I was wondering where I could find you. I can't believe that the two people I hate the most tonight are right before me. Ben's eyes were filled with happiness when he saw Chen Zhao. Earlier, when Tiger had hit Akin off the podium with one punch, Ben had forgotten everything because of his hatred for Tiger. But seeing Chen Zhao, the humiliation he'd felt in the stands made him hate Chen Zhao too. Police freeze. You're suspected of public violence and... Suddenly, a bat crashed down on Sharon. She turned to the side, dodging the attack. Reflexively, she went for her gun, but then she realized that she didn't bring her gun today. She had to go past security to enter the arena today. Even though she was a police officer, her gun wouldn't be able to get past security if she wasn't on a mission. You're assaulting the police, Sharon yelled. This girl looks nice, Ben said. Use her as the ransom. I'll cut off your limbs and see if you can still be jumping around in a few days. Ben never acted in legal ways. He didn't care about assaulting the police at all, especially a female officer who didn't even have a gun. Would saying sorry work now? Chen Zhao asked, sighing. Say it louder. I can't hear. Ben turned his head, acting like he was listening carefully. Fuck you. Chen Zhao stuck his middle finger up. Sharon pulled Chen Zhao aside. Idiot, you'll only piss him off. Move aside. I'll keep them here. You two run. Just then, Ben's guys charged over. Sharon did a beautiful sweep, toppling a gangster right there. She also threw another gangster over her shoulder at the same time. Clap, clap, clap. Woo. Chen Zhao cheered on the side. Beautiful, beautiful. Tiger rolled his eyes. Chen Zhao was just watching the show. Sharon turned to glare at him. You're still not going. They blocked the path. We have no escape route, Chen Zhao said helplessly. How about you help us clear the path? Just then, a gangster attacked Sharon from the back. The metal rod slammed into her shoulder. Sharon had good fighting techniques, but she was still human. She was only a bit stronger than regular people. The bat wasn't light at all. However, Sharon reacted very quickly. She turned around with an elbow jab, and the gangster who'd attacked her was flipped onto the ground. Go, Sharon. Sharon was so annoyed. This guy was just taking pleasure in her misery. You asshole, Sharon cursed. I should just leave. Aren't you happy to have me cheering you on? Shut up and stop distracting me. You're the one who talked first, Chen Zhao said, pouting. Just then, Sharon was hit again. This bat hit her arm, and now she couldn't move her right arm anymore. Chen Zhao moved forward and pulled Sharon back. What are you doing? Sharon yelled. "Tiger, protect this lady officer." "Yes, Mr. Chin." "Sharon, will I get arrested for accidentally killing someone in this situation?" "You'll be fine even if you kill them all right now," Sharon said. "But the biggest possibility is that you're the one who gets killed." Chapter 578. He has met all the requirements to become an asshole. Chapter 578. He has met all the requirements to become an asshole. Remember what you said. Bang! Before Chun Zhao could finish, he was already hit in the back of his head by a stick. Chun Zhao rubbed the back of his head. "It hurts." Sharon face-bombed. How could it not hurt? It was a baseball bat. Chun Zhao was lucky to not have his skull fractured. Just then, the gangster lifted the bat again and struck at Chun Zhao's face. Crack! Chun Zhao would clearly not allow the disfigurement strike to land on his face. He immediately broke the gangster's wrist with one hand and punched his stomach with his right fist. The gangster covered his stomach, after which he knelt on the ground, his body twitching lightly. The next moment, Chun Zhao raised his foot and kicked the gangster out. Sharon lifted her eyebrows in surprise. Chun Zhao was not huge, but his kick was pretty strong. He had actually managed to send someone 3 meters away. It seemed like he was not that weak. Thud! Just as Sharon was still thinking, Chun Zhao suddenly swept out his arm. A gangster was almost split into two together with his bat. When Sharon saw the gangster being hit by Chun Zhao's hand, she thought she was watching a slow-motion scene. The gangster's expression became painful, his body became distorted, and he eventually flew backward. Ah, it's been so long since I last hit someone. What an amazing feeling. Chun Zhao stretched his arms, exercising his shoulder bones. Tiger had just beaten someone up today in the ring. He also felt great. However, after seeing what Chun Zhao had just done, Tiger thought that he would never train with Chun Zhao again. Go, what are you waiting for? Kill them, especially that Asian. Ben Freud roared. Arg! A gangster was sent into the air by Chun Zhao's punch. Sharon watched the fight at the side. She had learned how to fight before. She knew that the strength needed to send a person vertically upward was completely different from what Tiger had done in the ring. In addition, the two punches also had different powers. It was easy for Tiger to use all his strength in the right hook. On the other hand, Chun Zhao could use at most half of his strength in the vertical uppercut, but he still managed to send the gangster 2 meters into the air with the blow. Has he always been so strong? Sharon asked in disbelief. She had originally thought that Chun Zhao did not know how to fight. When Chun Zhao fought, she thought that he was a mere novice. However, from the look of it, Chun Zhao was in fact a skilled fighter. One time he broke both arms of a top professional boxer in one punch. That person's quit professional boxing now, Tiger said. I'm Mr. Chen's student. Sharon found Tiger's words more unbelievable. That asshole is actually so powerful. But he actually watched me fight just now. I was hit so many times. He has met all the requirements to become an asshole. Suddenly, Chun Zhao's eye of shadow vision opened. Danger! Instinctively, Chun Zhao dodged to the side. Bang! Blood erupted from the chest of the gangster before him. Ben Freud was pointing a gun at Chun Zhao. Unfortunately, Chun Zhao was too fast. He could not lock onto Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao covered his body with Qingyi armor at once. He had never used Qingyi armor to block bullets, so he did not know how effective it would be. Anyhow, Qingyi armor could block some damage from the bullet. Chun Zhao dodged left and right. Ben Freud fired 3 times, but did not hit Chun Zhao at all. However, Chun Zhao had already charged before him. Ben lowered the muzzle and pointed at Chun Zhao. Locked. Ben was about to shoot. The next instant, he saw his arm flying in the air. Sharon and Tiger watched in horror. They saw Chen Zhao suddenly grab Ben's arm and shoulder and then simply pulled it. Immediately, Ben's arm made a perfect trajectory in the air. Tiger paled as he recalled the past. He suddenly realized how lucky he was. He had actually challenged Chen Zhao in the past. It was good to be alive. Sharon was similarly dumbfounded. Little did she expect Chen Zhao, who would bullshit with her every time after receiving a ticket, to have such a terrifying side. My arm. Arg. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. Chen Zhao grabbed Ben's right shoulder with one hand. Crack. He crushed Ben's right shoulder directly. Arg. Say sorry, Chen Zhao said. Arg. Chen Zhao twisted Ben's ear. If you can't hear me, you won't need your ears anymore. Sorry. Ben obviously did not expect Chen Zhao to be so frightening. That's better. Chen Zhao let go of his ear, but instead grabbed his chin. But your pronunciation is worse than a foreigner like me. Let me correct it for you. Sharon covered her eyes. She saw Chen Zhao kill Ben. No, he didn't kill him directly. Perhaps Ben could still survive. But his chin was totally crushed. Chen Zhao looked at the rest, after which he rubbed the blood on his hands. Everyone shivered uncontrollably. There was no way he was human. How could he do such a cruel thing? Ms. Sharon, can I kill all of them? Sharon's face darkened. Even though Chen Zhao was acting in self-defense, if he continued killing, it would become murder, or more accurately, massacre. The gangsters lowered their bats. They did not dare to fight Chen Zhao anymore. It was horrifying to see Chen Zhao fight. Those who had been hit by him were either dead or disabled. Who wants to die? If you don't want to die, drop your bats now. Sharon shouted. Meanwhile, she grabbed her phone to call her colleagues. A fight has just happened in the parking lot outside LA Memorial Coliseum. There are casualties. Call the ambulance. Are any of you still unhappy? You can fight him now. The gangsters bullied the weak but feared the strong. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao was heavily outnumbered, so they were somewhat reluctant. Just then, Chen Zhao punched the hood of the car beside him. With a loud bang, the hood was completely distorted, depressed in the center, and raised at the sides. Do it quickly if you want to. I don't mind breaking all of your bones. Thud, thud. Finally, the first gangster dropped his bat, and then the second and the third. You need to pay for deliberate damage to the car. Sharon looked at the car that Chen Zhao had destroyed. I'll include it in the report. Chen Zhao was annoyed at this very serious policewoman. How about I kill you too? Chapter 579, A Misunderstanding. Chapter 579, A Misunderstanding. The police came. David brought his men over. Chen Zhao and David hugged warmly. Chen, it's my birthday this weekend. Instead of asking about the situation, David's first words were to invite Chen Zhao to his party. Sunday. Chen Zhao asked, Failai, and I'll be there. Oh, and how long will I have to stay at the station? Okay, let's talk about what happened here. I hope you can give me a good reason. Otherwise, you'll miss my party. Your subordinate will tell you what happened, Chen Zhao said. Leader, Sharon said. These people purposely attacked us. That guy even shot at Mr. Chan with a gun. Are you hurt? David asked. I'm fine. Sharon had gotten hit on her shoulder and arms, but she could take it. And him. David looked at Tiger. My student, Tiger, professional boxer and a college student at UCLA. The one I crushed the jaw of is one of the bankers. He'd attacked Tiger a few days ago. This time, because Tiger won the competition, he lost a fortune, so he carried out this attack. Okay, take your student back now. I'll call you if it's needed. Thanks, David. We're brothers. Chen Zhao led Tiger to the car. Tonight, Tiger had actually gotten frightened. Chen Zhao had fought many times before him, but even at UCLA, he'd only broken Zanla Douglas' arm. The other students had gotten beaten up, but they'd only needed casts. No one had any lasting effects. This time, Chen Zhao's actions had been bloody. He'd ripped the man's arm straight off. That bloody scene increased Tiger's fear and respect for Chen Zhao. "Tiger, I helped you bet $50,000 at that bastard's bank. According to the odds, you'll get $375,000. Huh." Tiger was dazed. He didn't think that Chen Zhao would actually help him bet. No, instead of betting, it was more like giving him money. If this bet had lost, Chen Zhao would be the one paying out of his pocket. In other words, it was Tiger's if they'd won and Chen Zhao's if they'd lost. Tiger was suddenly so touched. "However, I can't give you this money at once," Chen Zhao said. "I'll give you $20,000 for winning this round. You can use the money to help your family. Of course, you can also use it to improve your own life. But you're just starting your career. Don't think about using the money to go party and fuck around. I'll allow you to rest occasionally. But if you dare to touch things you shouldn't, I'll throw you to the sharks. Mr. Chin, I swear I'll never touch those things." Chen Zhao knew that the sports and entertainment circle had high drug rates. Many entertainment and sports celebrities ruined their lives over these things. So, as long as Tiger was still under his control, Chen Zhao wouldn't allow him to touch those things. Even if he so much as tried them, Chen Zhao would make him regret it. "Mr. Chen, will those people take revenge on my family? Why do you think Gaia didn't come today?" Chen Zhao glanced at Tiger. The scariest thing about Gaia isn't how good she is at fighting. Instead, it's that she can make anyone she wants disappear without a sound, even a gangster. Tiger shuddered. As expected, he couldn't mess with either Chen Zhao or Gaia. He promised himself to never get into a conflict with them. Chen Zhao patted Tiger. "Okay, you're home." After dropping Tiger off, Chen Zhao planned on going home too. But after 3 blocks, someone suddenly crashed into Chen Zhao's car. Chen Zhao stopped, but then a figure rushed out. "Get out now." The man came to the window, aiming a gun at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao rolled down his window and swore, "Fuck you." "Fuck, Chen, why is it you?" "Fuck, that's my question. Why is it you?" Chen Zhao was speechless. So was Morgari. This was like a flood destroying a water god's temple. Just then, a few other people rushed over. Seeing Morgari standing beside Chen Zhao's car, they started shooting. Morgari ducked straight into Chen Zhao's car. "You want to kill me? I didn't know it's you." Morgari was frustrated too. Chen Zhao was the one he trusted the most in the world. Chen Zhao was also the only one he wouldn't hurt. But who would have known that he would run into Chen Zhao when he wanted to steal a car? Faced with so many people shooting, Chen Zhao could only duck below the windshield. "Floor it and charge over," Morgari said. "I'll take care of the rest." Without looking up, Chen Zhao floored the gas pedal and went for the people. They hurriedly dodged to the side, but because Chen Zhao couldn't see, the car crashed into the railing. Morgari had already slipped out of the car. Bang, bang. Chen Zhao saw from the rearview mirror that Morgari had killed 2 people. He also slipped out of the car and moved to the people's side. They currently had a few bushes between them and Morgari and were shooting into it. They were completely focused on Morgari and didn't notice Chen Zhao. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zhao gestured at Morgari. Morgari's expression went blank. What did that gesture mean? Suddenly, Chen Zhao charged at the people's backs. He was too fast. They couldn't even process what was happening before Chen Zhao had already charged into them. Morgari was unable to shoot now. He didn't care about anyone else, but he couldn't shoot at Chen Zhao. Ah! With Chen Zhao so close by, the people panicked too. They hurriedly tried to shoot at Chen Zhao, but they were beaten to the ground before they could fire. The entire process was less than 10 seconds. Morgari looked at Chun Zhao standing in the middle. He hesitated a few seconds before walking over. The first thing he did was to add some more bullets into the people on the ground. Can you tell me what just happened? Chin, pretend you didn't see this. This has nothing to do with you, all right? Morgari didn't want Chun Zhao to get involved in this. Chun Zhao just looked at Morgari, and he knew that he couldn't hide it anymore. He could only explain, I killed their boss. You can recover your status by killing their boss. I'm mustering my men from before, Morgari said. Do you need my help for anything? No, I'm mostly done. He just didn't want Chun Zhao to get involved. Then what about Victoria? Chapter 580, The Embarrassing Spider-Man Costume. Chapter 580, The Embarrassing Spider-Man Costume. Still in that cave. I came out to kill people. Obviously, I wouldn't bring her along. Is she doing fine? Yeah, apart from being a bit mischievous, Morgari nodded. To Chen Zhao, it was only an interlude. He did not plan to get himself involved in Morgari's business. Morgari was determined to remain in the profession. Chen Zhao would not say anything. He was also not in the position to say anything, just like how he had helped Morgari. Chen Zhao believed that Morgari would help him too should he need it. Of course, it was their own choices. The next day, Tiger's name appeared in the sports headlines. Tiger became popular, extremely popular. The video of him blasting his opponent Atkin out of the ring in one punch continued to be played on various sports media. Boxing had a broad audience in America. Tiger appeared before the public like a new superstar. Chen Zhao could not even remember how much news about Tiger he saw in the next few days. Some of the media managed to dig out most of the inside story, such as what Tiger had said during the match. Of course, Tiger also enjoyed the pleasure of being famous. Wherever he went, he would attract countless stares, especially in the fitness center and the college's boxing club. Everyone viewed him as a hero. Nevertheless, there were also people who had doubts about him. They believed that Tiger was only lucky. Very quickly, he would vanish into the masses as most newbies would. However, Tiger managed to shut the mouths of all those who questioned him with another match. He KO'd another opponent in one punch. Moreover, his opponent was a well-known boxer who was pretty strong. Now, Tiger was already in the final four of the BBL. There were only 2 rounds left, the semifinals and the finals. Tiger's betting odds were already very low. Nonetheless, the bankers all knew what had happened to Dawson Bank. Nobody dared to assault Tiger anymore. After all, the betting markets of a state-level competition probably involved only a few $1 million. After being distributed to the various bankers, they would receive at most $1 million, or maybe not even 100,000. The benefits were not big enough for them to take high risks to control the match. Fei Lai, you've already been putting on your makeup for half an hour. Do I not even have the right to put on makeup? Questioning a woman about her makeup time was a sure way to enrage her, including Fei Lai. No, I'm just wondering why you're putting makeup. Even if you don't, you're still the prettiest. Humph. Fei Lai widened her eyes at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao did not dare to say anything again. He waited in the living room, quietly. After another half an hour, Fei Lai finally came out. It was David's birthday party today. While they did not have to dress up too formally, any party was like war to a woman. The makeup should neither be too solemn nor too casual. Anyway, Chen Zhao could not understand it like most men. Nonetheless, he only had to know how to flatter. This was an essential skill that all men who had a desire to survive should have. Fei Lai, aren't you wearing the Red Moon heart? I'm not the spotlight today. It belongs to David and Kate. Fei Lai rolled her eyes at Chen Zhao. Wearing the Red Moon heart is way too flaunty unless I want to destroy our friendships. Chen Zhao felt that a woman's world was too complicated. Anyway, David and he were not that complicated. As Chun Zhao drove, Fei Lai was still doing her makeup in the front passenger seat. He could not tell what Fei Lai was doing. Was there any difference at all? 20 minutes later, they arrived at David's house. Kate opened the door. She had clearly put a lot of effort into her makeup too. She hugged Fei Lai, after which she invited the two into the house. Soon, Leonardo arrived, followed by Sienna, Chris, and Cheryl. Chun Zhao and Fei Lai had brought the purple brew as a present. The wine was in some sense both cheap and expensive. "Chris, Sienna, who's this little beauty?" Leonardo asked. "She's Cheryl." Sienna patted Cheryl's shoulder. Cheryl opened her hand, where there was a bracelet. "Hello, David, Sienna, and Chris asked me to give this to you. This bracelet can protect you from evil." Perhaps only Kate and Leonardo did not know that most people in the house knew about the supernatural world. "Great, thank you. But don't you think that it's slightly inconvenient for a cop like me to wear such a bracelet?" David grabbed the golden bracelet. It was indeed beautiful. He had no idea what material it was made of, but it was definitely not gold. With his knowledge of Sienna and Chris, they were not rich, so there was no way they would give him a gold bracelet as a gift. Chun Zhao took out the purple brew, which was wrapped in a gift box, and gave it to David. Then it was Leonardo's turn. To everyone's speechlessness, Leonardo took out a Spider-Man garage kit. Fine, it was Leonardo's interest. David happily accepted the item. The party formed a circle, eating, drinking, and chatting. "When Chun came to my birthday party that time, he cosplayed as Spider-Man," Leonardo said. "Oh, Leonardo, when's your birthday?" Kate asked. 3rd of January, Leonardo replied. "Kate, are you going to give me a present? How about you introduce me to a girlfriend instead?" "I really want to see Chin cosplaying Spider-Man," Kate said with a smile. "Wait, I have a Spider-Man costume at home. Chin, do you want to try it?" David said. "What? Why do I have to cosplay Spider-Man? I don't like Spider-Man." "Come, try it." Ignoring Chun Zhao's refusal, the group approached him and attempted to remove his shirt. Fine, fine. Let go of me. I'll go and change myself. Damn. Why do I have to dress up like a clown?" Chun Zhao went to the room and changed into the Spider-Man costume. He looked at himself in the mirror. No matter how he looked, he found himself really awkward. "Chin, stop hiding in the room. Come and let us see. Haven't you seen in the past? Why do I have to do it again?" "I haven't," Kate said. "You're always so serious. It's rare to see you embarrassed. Take a video." Everyone took out their phones, including Fei Lai and Cheryl. "Didn't you already make videos that time?" "Chin, make a pose. Shoot the webs. Climb the wall. Hang upside down on the beam. There isn't a beam in the house." Chun Zhao's head hurt. David was the birthday boy, so he had to cooperate. "Remember this. When it's my birthday, I'll make all of you regret it." Chapter 581, Wine Tasting Party. Chapter 581, Wine Tasting Party. On the way home, Fei Lai looked at Chun Zhao with a smile in her eyes. "Chin, you don't like tight clothes?" "No." Chun Zhao shrugged. "But those tight clothes embarrassed me. Actually, you look hot even when you wear that." "Then, how about we cosplay tonight?" "I'm driving. Don't move." "Oh, did you feel that Kate and David are kind of weird?" "It's normal," Chun Zhao said. "The last time we had our housewarming party, Kate didn't come." David kept hesitating when talking about Kate and even avoided the question. "Will they break up?" Chun Zhao didn't reply. It wasn't good to wonder if another couple would break up. Though Chun Zhao did think that Kate and David wouldn't last long. They both had their own ideas. One was a reporter, one was a police officer. These two jobs both had irregular schedules. If they spent most of their time on work, they would definitely have less time for their relationship. When Chun Zhao and Fei Lai weren't at work, they spent most of their time together. That was why their relationship was also stronger than David and Kate. Kate, it's already late. Go rest. David walked out of the bathroom to see Kate, still working at her table. Today was his birthday party, but after his friends left, the atmosphere in the house cooled. They didn't have the passion from when they first met. Now, they were familiar yet distant lovers. Because of their work, it was difficult to find time for each other. In the 4 months of knowing each other, they didn't even have time to eat a meal together. Especially last time for Qin Zhao and Fei Lai's housewarming party. Kate had missed it to do work and they'd had a big fight. Okay, I'll rest after I finish this. Kate didn't look back. She was holding the picture of Qin Zhao dressed as Spider-Man. These pictures looked funny. David was also in the picture, laughing happily. He only had that genuine and relaxed smile when he was with his friends. Suddenly, a strange thought flashed past Kate's mind. January 3rd, Leonardo's birthday. Kate found a video on the computer. This was the footage from the building climbing group. It was also filmed on January 3rd, and the star of the video was also wearing a Spider-Man costume. Kate compared the video with the picture. She sharpened the video and then transferred the picture into her laptop to compare further. The software displayed that the two were 99% similar. Kate's expression changed. Qin Zhao was the man. How could it be Qin Zhao? Kate hesitated. She didn't know how to take care of this. She knew what had happened in CL building on the night of the 3rd. Philip Quinn, the millionaire living in the penthouse, had been attacked. According to the hypotheses, the attacker had broken in. This meant that Qin Zhao had climbed more than 100 floors to attack Philip. However, Kate also knew about Philip's past. He was a complete and utter bastard. In the end, Kate chose to press delete. She would pretend that this never happened or that she didn't know anything at all. Not only was Qin Zhao a friend of David, he was also her friend. Disregarding Qin Zhao's status and what he'd done, Kate didn't think that he was wrong. Perhaps Kate couldn't be a hero. Thus, she would just stay silent. Hello, Mr. Rasfa. I'm very honored to receive your invitation. Rasfa looked at the guests in the manner. They were all top figures of L.A. Of course, they all had a similar trait. Rich. Very rich. Right then, Paul walked over. Sir, the guests are pretty much all here. Rasfa nodded. Get things prepared. He took out a goblet and clinked his spoon onto it. Ladies and gentlemen, can I say something? Rasfa had the right to speak among these guests. Roski, I did invite you here for a blind date. Can you let go of the lady beside you? All the guests chuckled. Roski shrugged helplessly. Rasfa, your wine tasting party is too boring. You didn't even prepare a bottle of wine. What are we supposed to taste? The wine will be here soon. Rasfa waved, and Paul brought the purple brew out with both hands. I bought this wine from the Far East with a great fortune. Everyone looked at the purple brew's exquisite packaging. They were curious about the wine that made Rasfa invite so many upper-class figures. Rasfa, there's only one bottle, a bearded man asked. Are you sure it's enough for all of us? This is wine tasting, not an all-you-can drink. Rasfa replied easily. After all, he had a few of these banquets, feasts, and parties every month. He dealt with all sorts of things before. Today was just a small matter. Oh, I have a question before the wine tasting begins, Rasfa said. What is your deepest memory? No need to answer me now. He picked up the purple brew and opened it. In an instant, the mesmerizing fragrance seeped into the crowd. People who smelled the wine for the first time would involuntarily think of a certain point of their life or a relationship. It might not be romance, but family or friendship. Rasfa was already immune to the fragrance, but if he drank it, memories would still flash past his eyes. He'd already forgotten some of them, but he would remember again after drinking. This was a special experience. Rasfa even thought that this wasn't wine but emotions. Some of the guests in the hall were murmuring. Others shed tears by themselves. Even others were already sobbing and breaking down. Strong and deep memories and feelings all flooded out now. Even the ones who thought they were strong couldn't resist the intense emotions. They were all immersed in the feelings. Rasfa smiled at the tearful guests. He had a satisfied expression. Even though he'd had the same reaction when he first tried the wine, at least he didn't lose it in front of so many people. Chapter 582, Endless Aftertaste. Chapter 582, Endless Aftertaste. Gradually, people began to recover. Those who woke up first looked around them, after which they wiped their tears away. The emotions were slowly fading. It was complicated and yet memorable. It was as if they had just been drunk or had an unforgettable date. Ding, ding. Ladies and gentlemen. Rasfa clearly did not plan to let them continue to be immersed in their memories and emotions. Rasfa, what's that? Magic? Can't you smell it? It's the wine. No, it's not wine. The feeling. I recalled my mother. I thought I'd forgotten about it, Carrie. Ladies and gentlemen, would you like to have a glass? Another round of memories. Rasfa waved his hand, and the servants presented everyone with a glass of wine. It was a wonderful feeling. Memories might be painful, but people still wanted more. However, there was only one glass of wine. Everyone was drowning in emotions, but the feeling was slowly dying. Mr. Rasfa, can I have another glass, please? Thanks, a lady said. I would like to have another glass, too. It feels great. Sorry, but I'm afraid I won't be able to satisfy your requests, Rasfa said with a smile. Why? Why are you being stingy with just a glass of wine? You've seen for yourself, there's only a bottle. At least I only have this bottle. I've given all of it to you. Rasfa knew well how the rarity of an item would affect its value. If he chose to satisfy all the guests at once, they would instead not cherish it. By allowing only a tiny sip, the guests would enjoy the moment even more. It was Rasfa's personal experience. The best thing was one that a person wanted but could not get. You should have prepared more. Rasfa, you shouldn't treat your guests like this. Everyone was complaining, even those who had painful memories. They were similarly displeased. Actually, what they had experienced was not pain, but rather cherishable thoughts. But before they were satisfied, the feelings had already died down. It was like running out of alcohol after getting tipsy, or like two lustful people who were about to do it realizing that they had no condoms. Quiet, quiet, Rasfa called. Everyone, you should understand by now how precious the wine is. It's not that I'm unwilling to prepare more. I don't actually have more. Mr. Rasfa, may I know where you got the wine from? From the East. It's a very old winery. Do you know how much I paid for the wine? Not money, but I made many promises, Rasfa said. The mysterious East. A dreamlike wine. It's just a glass of wine, but I've experienced life. I feel younger. I've had another date. Rasfa, when you get this wine again, can you inform me immediately? Or maybe I'll buy it directly. Mr. Rasfa, me too, no matter how much it costs. Fine, if I get more purple brew next time, I'll tell you, Rasfa said, smiling. From the reactions of these celebrities, the wine tasting session was clearly a success. The guests reluctantly left one after another. In the end, the last guest approached Rasfa. Rasfa. Bach. Rasfa hugged his old friend. You cunning asshole. Wine from the East? I don't believe that, Bach said, laughing. Of course, Bach knew Rasfa's aim. He was trying to either gain benefits or expand his social circle. As long as everyone craved the wine, Rasfa could easily extend his social network. While Bach wanted the wine too, he knew that Rasfa would not agree. You didn't stay to curse me, did you? Is there any use in cussing you? Will you tell me the source of the wine? Of course not. Don't even think about it. I'll be holding an auction on the top floor of Hilda Hotel, 7th of May. Get me a bottle of the wine to put on the auction, Bach said. It can attract more rich people to the event. Bach was a businessman specialized in the sales of top-tier luxury goods. He did not have a company behind him. Instead, he would fight for goods and bidders with his own reputation. Nevertheless, he had been in this profession for 50 years already. The auction deals made under him summed to a total of over $10 billion. What did that mean? On average, his auctions would make deals totaling $200 million every year. This was more than most auction companies in the world. In some sense, Bach was himself a brand. The number of rich people and celebrities that Bach knew was a few times or even a few dozen times more than Rasfa. Some celebrities in LA might not know Rasfa, but they definitely knew Bach. That's going to be difficult. The supply is very limited, Rasfa said, looking like he was in a difficult position. I can promise you that the final price of the wine will be at least $500,000. Asshole, are you looking down on me? You think I need $500,000? Fine, I promise it'll be at least $1 million. Anything lower, I'll arrange a bidder to raise it to $1 million. As a famous person in the world of auctions, Bach was familiar with all business tricks. Some items might not be that valuable by themselves, but they could attract many bidders. An example would be the purple brew. Therefore, Bach was willing to pay for the benefits. I can't answer you right now, Rasfa said. Hey, don't be greedy. The final price of the 30-year-old wine from French Village wasn't even one. $5 million in the last 3 years. Do you think the purple brew is not as good as the 30-year-old wine from French Village? Rasfa, how old are you again? Stop saying such a stupid thing. The value of an item may not depend on how good it is, but rather on its reputation. If it's you, would you spend $5 million on the purple brew or on the 30-year-old wine from French Village? My answer doesn't mean anything, because I'll never spend $5 million to buy a bottle of wine, no matter what wine it is, Bach said calmly. $5 million. That's my bottom line, Rasfa said. Bach's eyes sparkled. He was hesitating. The wine was indeed a perfect brew. But could it really attract enough rich people? 2 days later, Stephen will hold a party. He also has a bottle of wine, which he'll open at the party. Asshole, you're not the only one with the wine. Huh. Chapter 583, Old Bastard Tax. Chapter 583, Old Bastard Tax. Chen, good news. Your wine will be auctioned at Hilda Hotel's special auction on May 7th. I can also promise that it won't be sold for less than $5 million. What do I have to pay? At least 2 bottles per month. No way. You said yourself, supply and demand. I think only 1 bottle per month will make you think of me. Plus, if I give you 1 bottle per month, that old bastard Stephen would make the same request too. I sold your wine for $5 million. He didn't do anything other than drink your wine. That also means that it'll be even more difficult to sell the wine in the future. This was true. If he sold the first bottle for $5 million, it meant that the future price couldn't be lower than this. Otherwise, it would be an insult to the first buyer, and it would be a feat if he could sell 2 bottles per year. Whatever. This was an unexpected fortune. It would be nice if he could make $2 or $3 million in a year. Why are you so happy? Feilai asked, walking over. Made money. Feilai chuckled. She knew that Chen Zhao had many sources of income. In addition to being an illegal doctor, he was also a trainer and now a wine seller. Chen Zhao pulled Feilai over and kissed heavily. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a car appeared outside and honked endlessly. What asshole is honking outside our house? Chen Zhao crossed the front yard with a dark expression. Some people came out of the car. Chen Zhao took a look. Fuck you. Fuck you. Laurent, why are you here? Chen Zhao yelled. In addition to Laurent, Kane, Kareem, and Howard had come too. Thankfully, he didn't see Winnip yet. What kind of attitude is that? I'm here to see my daughter, Laurent said indignantly. Chun Zhao turned toward Kane, Kareem, and Howard. This asshole isn't willing to talk. So, you three, tell me why you're here. Chun Zhao had a murderous expression, and the three shuddered. They wanted to cry. They didn't want to come at all, but Winnip insisted on them coming with Laurent. The person they least wanted to face was Chun Zhao. Nothing good ever happened when they saw Chun Zhao. More importantly, Laurent just liked to cause trouble. They would never be in peace when Laurent and Chun Zhao encountered each other. It would be all right if Laurent won once. The thing was, he'd never beaten Chun Zhao, but he insisted on getting himself in trouble every time. Chen, Kane said, Boss is out of the country these days, so Laurent came to Dad. Fei Lai came out just then. Seeing Laurent, she hurried over excitedly and hugged him. Fei Lai, this place is nice. Laurent looked around. He had to admit that Chun Zhao knew how to live nicely. He'd actually chosen this place for a house. At least, it was much better than his house with Winnip. Do you like it? You can stay. Laurent, didn't you already book a hotel? Chun Zhao interrupted. Fei Lai, I already told him many times to stay, but he won't do it. He insists on staying at the hotel, saying that the four of them won't fit in our guest room. And I think that's true, right, Laurent? Yeah, Chin warmly welcomes me, but now I don't think it's convenient to stay at a hotel. As for Kane, Kareem, and Howard, they can fit somehow. Oh, my basement is empty. Chun Zhao's eyes flashed. If they don't mind sleeping on the ground, they can stay in the basement. The underground environment is great. Kane, Kareem, and Howard were about to cry. Laurent, it's not that far from the hotel. It's really convenient to go back and forth. Plus, Kareem isn't hygienic, so he came down with eczema. We don't want to get infected by sleeping with him. Kareem didn't talk. He would concede in order to not stay here. Eczema isn't contagious, Fei Lai said. Right, Chin? And eczema isn't about personal hygiene. Kareem can stay and have Chin take a look. Then you can stay. Chun Zhao had a helpless tone. Laurent smiled as if his evil plan had worked and strolled into the house. What a nice place. Laurent reached the living room. Wow, Raymond, you're this big now. He wasn't afraid of Raymond anymore and picked the snake up. Raymond was now at least 3 kilograms and more than 2 meters long. As for a snake, that wasn't a python, that was pretty big. However, they were more shocked by Abito's size. With his thin tail, he was close to 5 meters long and completely unlike the lizards that they knew. Chun Zhao went to the kitchen. Right now, Fei Lai was making tea for them. Fei Lai, your dad doesn't seem to be eating healthily these days. Don't let him drink wine. Oh, got it. Fei Lai didn't overthink it. She always trusted Chun Zhao's diagnoses. Smiling warmly, Chun Zhao brought out a bottle of purple brew. Wow, so sweet. Having a nose as sharp as a dog's, Laurent practically started floating. He quickly began crying. Winnip, I miss you so much. I remember that woman from town. I promised her to get out of the fire together. I miss my grandma. Laurent, Kareem, Kane, what's wrong? Howard was the only one with no heart. He didn't know why they were crying. I'm okay. I'm just thinking of the past. Fei Lai, what's that smell? It's so fragrant. Oh, that's the wine that Chin brewed. Give me some. I'll have a taste of his wine. Dad, you can't drink it, Fei Lai said. Why? Laurent was instantly upset. Chen says that you have an alcoholic liver. You're not allowed to drink. Have Chen give you some treatment. I don't have an alcoholic liver, Laurent refuted. Your mom never lets me drink. He also knew that Chun Zhao did this on purpose. Chun Zhao took out the wine to tease him, but wouldn't let him touch it. Even so, Fei Lai still chose to believe Chun Zhao. Laurent was about to go crazy. The smell was too alluring. Kane, Kareem, Howard, have a glass. Chen Zhao purposely gave the wine to the three, but ignored Laurent. What about me? Laurent, you should drink less, so you don't have trouble getting hard. Fuck you. I don't have any trouble. Chapter 584 Clash in the Parking Lot. Chapter 584 Clash in the Parking Lot. A few assholes were living here now. Chun Zhao and Fei Lai's two-person world was completely gone. Chun Zhao was annoyed. Laurent was just whatever. After all, he was Fei Lai's father. No, they must be driven away. They couldn't be allowed to destroy his two-person world with Fei Lai. Laurent, do you want to go in the water? Mirror Lake is really soothing. No, Laurent refused directly. Just as he'd always been trying to trick Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao obviously wanted to trick him too. Who knew if the water was safe or not? Dad, Mirror Lake is really safe. Aman is in there too. Liar. I'm a college graduate, at least. Do you think I'm that stupid? How can a whale live in fresh water? Laurent, look over there. Laurent was speechless. He indeed saw a huge black shadow on the distant lake surface. Wasn't that Aman? Dad, don't you know that killer whales can actually live in fresh water? Okay, so reality won. It could indeed survive in fresh water. What could Laurent say? In order to welcome Laurent and the others, Fei Lai suggested a barbecue party. After everyone busied around, the pets gathered around too. It wasn't their first time interacting with the pets. Other than Simba and Nana, all the others were quite familiar. Qin Zhao looked around and then dragged Cain to the side. Cain, when is that old bastard getting out of here? Qin, I don't know. Cain looked helplessly at Qin Zhao. He wanted to run away too. It wasn't like he wanted to live under the same roof as Chen Zhao. I'll book a hotel for you 3 tomorrow, Qin Zhao said. You 3 go live there. Okay. Cain felt freed. He completely agreed with Chen Zhao's suggestion. And if that bastard has anything planned for me, make sure to let me know. Got it. If you 3 dare to get involved, our grapevines need some more fertilizer. Cain paled. Chun Zhao might not actually turn them into fertilizer, but he would definitely bury them. What are you 2 muttering about? The meat is almost burnt. I haven't seen Cain in forever. I missed him. It's only been 2 months. Since when were you 2 this close? Laurent rolled his eyes at Qin Zhao. Cain hasn't healed completely. I'm asking about his injuries. Anyway, Chen Zhao and Laurent never agreed with each other and kept bickering. After the barbecue, Fei Lai was busy with cleaning up. Chen Zhao led the 4 on a tour of the basement. TSK, this is too much. Laurent sounded sour. The outer wall was entirely a curved piece of glass. It was probably very expensive. Chen Zhao didn't reply because it was true. Of the entire mansion, this glass wall was probably the most expensive. What's with this skeleton? What animal is this? Cain had a blank expression too. Is this some prehistoric skeleton that you dug out of somewhere? Idiots, Qin Zhao said, rolling his eyes. It's a model. To be honest, Qin Zhao was anticipating what Laurent could plan this time. And then he'd have a reason to fight back. Qin, are you familiar with hip problems? It was rare for Laurent to ask a serious question. Chen Zhao looked at him with confusion. You hurt your hip? Have you been doing that too much? Shut up. I'm doing great, and I'm not hurt. It's my friend. I can't say anything before seeing the patient. Can you go to the hospital with me tomorrow? Laurent sounded like he was pleading. It was rare for Laurent to ask Qin Zhao of something, so he thought for a bit and agreed. You didn't set up some trap in the hospital for me to jump into, right? Fuck off. I'm not that bored. As if I'll believe that. With Laurent here, Chen Zhao couldn't sleep at night. He wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully as long as this old bastard was here. The next day, when Fei Lai went to work, she told Qin Zhao to take care of Laurent. Take care of Laurent. Did that old thing need to be taken care of? After breakfast, Chen Zhao, Laurent, and the 3 bodyguards went straight to the hospital. Which hospital? The one that Four's in. Chantilly. Yeah, and I can go see for 2. When they reached Chantilly, Four was already waiting at the door. My lovely daughter. Laurent went up to hug Four. Did you miss Daddy? No, Four replied monotonously. Four wouldn't play along with Laurent like Fei. She said whatever she wanted to say and didn't care about Laurent's ego. I came all the way to the hospital to see you. You hurt me. Stop acting in front of me. I'm not Fei. Four looked annoyed. Okay, can you take me to see my friend? You all go in first, Chen Zhao said. I need to park the car. After parking it in the lot, he got out of the car and was hit in the shoulder. But the tall and thin guy who hit Chen Zhao didn't apologize. He walked forward without even looking at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao frowned, but this wasn't strange. There were impolite people anywhere. Just then, the man seemed to realize he forgot something. He patted himself and then came back. He bumped into Chen Zhao again. This time, Chen Zhao didn't go easy on him. When the tall and thin guy hit Chen Zhao, it was like running into a wall. Ah! He fell to the ground. Chen Zhao loomed over and shot him a glance. Then he walked around, lips curled. Hey, stop! The guy stood up and ran over to grab Chen Zhao's shoulder. Shouldn't you apologize if you hit someone? You hit me. I didn't hit you. You looking for a fight? Chen Zhao glanced at him with eyes filled with scorn. To be honest, even his past self could pummel this guy to death, let alone in his superhuman state now. Can you beat me? Chen Zhao reached out and jabbed the guy's chest. The guy stumbled back. Fuck you. The guy raised his fist and came punching at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao grabbed his hand and started twisting slowly. Ah, pain. Let go, you're gonna break my arm. Chen Zhao finally let go of the guy, but when he turned around, the guy suddenly kicked Chen Zhao from behind. Even with his back to him, Chen Zhao still knew what he was doing. He moved to the side while turning and punching. Ah! Blood started spurting out of the guy's nose. Chapter 585, Speak Softly. Chapter 585, Speak Softly. What are you doing? Just then, a few people came over. Marin, what happened? That fucker hit me. He hit me. The tall and skinny guy named Marin cried out, pointing at Chen Zhao. His nose was still spewing blood. Chen Zhao glanced at the men. They were wearing regular clothes. They probably weren't doctors or workers here. The leader was in his early 30s and had his hands stuffed in his pockets. He was dressed nicely and had a light smile on his face. Some of the men behind him were burly while the others looked scholarly. Chen Zhao couldn't figure out their backgrounds. However, he didn't back down either. As long as they didn't have guns, he wasn't afraid of going up against them. He deserved a beating, Chen Zhao said indifferently. The leader laughed out loud. Yes, that asshole deserves a beating. I guess he caused trouble for you, sorry. Chen Zhao was a bit surprised. This guy was easier to talk to than expected. Hi, I'm the CEO of Sven Arts Company, Quincy Slanch. Hi. Chen Zhao shook hands with Quincy. You can call me Chen. His hands were strong, but a bit rough. Could someone with those hands be the boss of an arts company? Quincy walked over to Marin and kicked him. Get up. Stop embarrassing me, you asshole. I didn't tell you to come so you could cause trouble. I still have other things, so I'll take my leave, Chen Zhao said. Goodbye. Quincy was still polite as he watched Chen Zhao's back. Boss, why didn't you let me teach that guy a lesson? Marin asked unhappily. Crack. Quincy turned with a backhanded slap. Marin was sent flying. Quincy smoothed his clothes. When can you act properly? We have to keep a low profile instead of causing trouble wherever we go. Marin was hit and didn't dare to make another sound. He followed obediently behind Quincy. "You're so slow with whatever you do," Laurent complained. "Parking a car takes as long as a surgery. If you keep talking, I'll send you to the surgery room. For look at this bastard. Do you think Feilai would be bullied by him?" Laurent instantly went to four to complain, for already knew that Chen Zhao and Laurent didn't have a smooth relationship. She didn't feel like talking to them and rolled her eyes at Laurent. "It's none of your business. Can you stop Feilai if she wants to be with Chin? Stop causing trouble. You're all bullying me." Laurent's face was filled with anger. "Okay, which room is your friend in?" For was getting impatient. "Zone B, room 450. Fourth floor, take a left after the elevator, fifth room," For said. "I still have other work. Go over by yourself." With that, For left with her hands in her pockets. "Your own fault," Chen Zhao said gleefully. Laurent looked at For's back with an unhappy expression. They found room 450 in Zone B. Laurent pushed the door open and went in. This was a shared room with 6 patients. "Ha! A sand!" Laurent was super loud and just started calling out to his friend. Chen Zhao saw a bald guy in one of the beds. He looked a bit familiar for some reason. Where did Chen Zhao see him before? The bald guy looked at Laurent and also started yelling, "Speak softly! This is a hospital room." Chen Zhao was speechless. People really did turn into their friends. "Where's your big beard?" "Haha!" Laurent went to the bed and started laughing at the bald guy's clean face. He even annoyingly went to touch Asan's chin. Asan lost his temper and tried to hit Laurent, but he couldn't get up. He glanced at the people behind Laurent. Finally, his eyes landed on Chen Zhao. "Ah, it's you. You know me?" Chen Zhao thought they indeed had met before. "It's you. It's because of you that I got run over. If not for you, I wouldn't be laying here." "I don't remember running someone over." He would believe it if the guy said he was sent to the hospital by getting beat up. But it was bullshit to say that Chen Zhao had run him over. Chen Zhao drove slowly and followed all the rules. "Did you forget? It was outside Beverly Hills. I was riding a motorbike and you drove an SUV. I kicked your door." Everyone looked at Chen Zhao. This was like suicide. With Chen Zhao's temper, running the guy over was normal. "Oh, I remember. You're the writer." It finally made sense to Chen Zhao. "That's not my fault. Plus, I'm the one who called the ambulance for you." But Asan had a big beard before. Now that he'd shaved his beard, he was just a fat old man. That was why Chen Zhao couldn't recognize him. "It's your fault, but I don't blame you. I don't need your forgiveness." Chen Zhao's expression darkened. This had nothing to do with him. That asshole had gotten hit after running a red light. And the person responsible had run away. "Asan, he's a doctor. He's here to help you. Kid, you can help me stand up again? I've been laying in bed for almost 2 months. I think I'm rotting away." "Wait." Chen Zhao picked up the records hanging on the side of the bed. He'd cracked his pelvis and had many serious injuries all over. The cracked pelvis was the main thing. Usually, this kind of injury could heal with enough time. But Asan wasn't young anymore, so he healed very slowly. A young person would be able to move normally in around a month. But Asan had been laying there for 2 months, and he didn't have any obvious signs of recovery. Of course, this was also due to the severity of his injuries. With this rate of recovery, he'd probably have to lay around for half a year. For someone of his age, he would waste away in half a year. Without enough exercise, his body could weaken and his muscles could go through dystrophy. "Laurent, are you paying for his clinic fee?" "Fuck, you want to take my money? You want me to tell Feilai?" "It doesn't matter if you tell her," Chen Zhao said matter-of-factly. "I wouldn't take your money if you fall from the 2nd floor and disable your lower body." "Laurent, who is he to you?" "My daughter's boyfriend." "Oh, I remember," Chen Zhao suddenly said. "He flirted with Feilai 4 months ago." Fuck a sand. You're bullying my daughter? You fucker. When did I flirt with Lauren's daughter? Remember that night we had a fight and went to the police station? One of the girls was Lauren's daughter, my girlfriend. I never flirted. You beat up my men. Chapter 586. Private property is inviolable. Chapter 586. Private property is inviolable. Chun Zhao vaguely remembered a biker gang harassing Fei Lai, and then they started fighting. But fighting in a bar was pretty normal. Instead, Chun Zhao remembered that he'd gotten beat up badly. Of course, they all got taken to the police station in the end. Chun Zhao didn't really care about it. Drinking some horse piss, losing your mind, and going to a pretty girl to ask for her number or treat her to a drink was an everyday thing at a bar. Who would get into a blood rivalry over something like this? Laurent tugged relentlessly on Hassan's patient uniform, insisting on him apologizing. Chun Zhao just stood to the side and watched the show. Kareem, Kane, and Howard were speechless. Chun Zhao was obviously just causing trouble, and Laurent was always soft for his daughter. When he heard this, his brain stopped working. You guys shut up. A nurse came over and stood in the doorway. Someone reported you guys for being too loud and disturbing the other patients. Those who reported them must be the patients in the same room. Laurent finally let go of Hassan. After the nurse left, another group soon came from outside. It was that Quincy and his underlings. When Hassan saw them, he instantly started yelling, "Get the fuck out! Stop bothering me!" But Quincy brought his men to the bed. "Mr. Hassan, we come with sincerity. If you're willing to compromise, we can pay you $100,000. Fuck off. You assholes made me lay here for 2 months. I'll have him rot in jail for 2 years. Reckless driving, hit and run, and personal injury added together meant at least 2 years. The perpetrator also broke traffic rules, so he would take most of the responsibility." "Old thing, don't go looking for trouble," Marin yelled, pointing at Hassan. "You're lucky to get $100,000. Laurent frowned. "Get the fuck out. You're disturbing my friend." "You old." Just as Marin started talking, he was lifted from the ground. Chun Zhao grabbed him with both hands, lifting him high in the air. Quincy finally realized that Chun Zhao was here too. "Sir, we meet again." "Yeah." Chun Zhao smiled at him. As expected, they weren't good guys. "Is Hassan your friend?" "It doesn't matter. I don't want him to be disturbed. If you know Mr. Hassan, why don't you help me persuade him?" Quincy maintained a gentle smile, but Chun Zhao felt like he was a toxic snake. His smile didn't make Chun Zhao feel any warmth. Instead, Chun Zhao was subconsciously guarded against him. "What he decides is his right," Chun Zhao said. "I don't think any outsider has the right to force him to do anything." "All right, Hassan, I still hope you can think about it. $100,000 isn't a small sum, after all." "Fuck off, assholes." Hassan's reply was as straightforward as always. He also had rich body language, like his middle finger. Quincy left with his men, shooting a glance at Chun Zhao before leaving. "Who are they?" Laurent asked. "I don't know," Hassan said, "but they're on the same side as the guy who ran into me. They came 4 or 5 times and keep hoping that I'll drop the lawsuit." "They don't look like a gang," Laurent said. "They're not good people," Hassan said. "Whatever. Let's stop caring about them. Chin, give Hassan a checkup. We decided that you'll pay for the clinic, right?" Okay. I don't know what Fei Lai sees in you," Laurent complained. "Hassan's condition is actually stabilized and doesn't need any special treatment. He only needs to lay in bed for around 2 months, and he can walk again." "No," Hassan cried out. "I don't want to lay around for 2 more months. I don't even want to stay for 2 more days. Chin, can you make him walk faster?" "Yes. It depends on how much you're willing to pay." "What if it's $100?" Laurent asked shamelessly. I can make him stay bedridden for life. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. Fine, what about $1,000? He paid the hospital more than $1,000, right? I don't know how much I paid because I have insurance. Anyway, I already got $300,000 from this accident. No wonder Quincy offered $100,000 in compensation. Then $10,000, Laurent said. That's all I have. I can have him walk again within 2 weeks. Can it be faster? Asand asked. Then add more money. No, Asand refused immediately. Chun Zhao thought that he didn't care about money, but he was a stingy guy too. Just then, Kane suddenly patted Chun Zhao's shoulder. What? Chin, is that your car? Kane pointed outside the window. They could see the parking lot from here. Chun Zhao saw that Quincy's men were destroying his car at the moment. Furious, Chun Zhao jumped out of the window. Chen, what are you doing? Chin Zhao jumped straight out. Everyone in the room was floored. This was the 4th level. He'd probably disable himself by jumping down. Kane rushed to the window and saw that Chun Zhao had landed safely. Chun Zhao was completely furious. He charged at the parking lot like a wild bull. Those guys are dead, Laurent said. Kane, Kareem, and Howard had the same expression. Those guys were practically committing suicide. They didn't know that they'd angered a lion. Right now, Quincy stood to the side, still with his gentle smile. He watched his men smash Chun Zhao's car. Marin was working the hardest. But then Quincy felt a gust of wind, and then a figure rushed into the group of people. Thud! Marin's frail body shot into the air and flew meters away. He smashed into the windshield of a car in the back, embedding into it entirely. Everyone looked at Chun Zhao. There was a murderous look in his eyes. Quincy, you better give me an explanation. Mr. Chin, do you know how long you'll be sentenced for intentional harm? Quincy still had that gentle smile. Then do you know that there's a law in America that states that private property is inviolable and killing is allowed? A murderous intent flashed in Chun Zhao's eyes. A gun was pointed at the back of his head. Quincy's expression still didn't change. He smiled at Chun Zhao. If you die, then we'll be able to tell the judge that it was self-defense. Chapter 587, Anime Organization Decay. Chapter 587, Anime Organization Decay. Bang! Chun Zhao moved his head instantly. Even with his back to the shooter, he could still accurately determine the instant the trigger was pulled. He also swept backward, kicking the shooter's neck. The man fell to the ground with a twisted neck, dead. Chun Zhao never even looked back at him. However, these people's violence was quite unexpected. They actually dared to take out their guns in broad daylight and even fire. Chun Zhao had thought that they would only threaten him. He'd never thought about actually killing someone. He just wanted to teach them a lesson. But now he was completely furious. Chun Zhao stared coldly at Quincy. You know what happens to people who point a gun at my head? Quincy's pupils constricted. This Asian was dangerous. Mr. Chin, how about you just let this go now? You killed one of my men. No. Chun Zhao saw another guy stab at him with a dagger. He turned, pulled, and grabbed. The man's neck was in Chun Zhao's hands. Quincy's expression changed. Don't. Crack. Quincy looked at the body on the ground. His expression was furious. Chun Zhao realized that Quincy had a different attitude toward his subordinates. His reaction had been normal when Chun Zhao had killed the shooter. But after the second died, he became furious. You bitch, I'm going to kill you. Quincy finally lost his earlier composure. Chun Zhao had already charged at Quincy. The man raised his arm to stop Chun Zhao's attack. But the next moment, Chun Zhao's fist had snapped both of Quincy's arms. He yelled out in pain. He didn't think Chun Zhao would be so strong. Chun Zhao kicked again, and Quincy slammed into the car behind him. The car door was entirely distorted. By now, the remaining 4 turned to run. They weren't good at fighting, but they were quite skilled at running. As if they'd discussed this earlier, they instantly split into different directions. They took twists and turns in the parking lot, disappearing in seconds. Chun Zhao looked at Quincy. He wasn't dead yet, but he was very badly hurt. Blood foamed at his mouth, and his arms hung limply before him. "Do you still think you can kill me?" But then Quincy smiled gently. He looked at Chun Zhao without talking. Of course, he couldn't talk at all now. The police came as well as the doctors. There were 2 dead and 2 injured. The tall and thin Marin actually survived. This surprised Chun Zhao. There were security cameras in the park and many witnesses, so it wasn't hard to get things clear. Whether it was because his car got smashed or someone held a gun to Chun Zhao's head, it was reasonable for him to fight back. Fuck, that guy is so strong. Ignoring his pain, Asand leaned against the window to watch. Thank God I didn't fight him one-on-one before. You wanted to fight him? Whatever, let's not talk about this, Asand denied. What a joke. If he mentioned that Chun Zhao had wanted to fight him one-on-one before the car accident, Chun Zhao might want a friendly match again. As for Kane, Kareem, and Howard, they'd been sent to the ground by Chun Zhao the first time they met. They didn't want to think about those memories either. After getting questioned, Chun Zhao returned to the hospital room. Hey, what are you guys talking about? I'm hungry. Me too. Same. I need 3-4 drops this noon. Chun Zhao looked around. Why are you guys like this? It was self-defense. Okay, he was indeed losing control of his emotions these days. From now on, he would meditate and calm down. At the door, Chun Zhao said, Laurent, those aren't nice people. You should take Asand out of the hospital. That's right. Your place is good. I'll bring him to stay with you. You want to bring danger to Fei Lai. Just say it if you don't want me to live with you. I don't want you to live with me. You asshole. You told me to say it. Chun Zhao looked up at Laurent. It was already annoying that Laurent disrupted their 2-person world. But since he was Fei Lai's father, Chun Zhao could manage. He planned on sending Kareem, Kane, and Howard to the hotel today. But instead of them leaving, another stranger was coming, and Chun Zhao wasn't exactly willing. Plus, Asand should have his own home too. You said he's in danger. You should be sympathetic. I'd be happy to have him stay at my house if he's a little girl, but he's not. Aren't you afraid of me telling Fei Lai and letting her see how you truly are? I'd tell her that you made it up. I'll find a house myself. Laurent glared at Chun Zhao. How long are you going to stay in L.A. for? It depends on how long Winip will be out of the country for. Even though Laurent always threatened to show Fei Lai his true nature, they always acted friendly before Fei Lai. Just as they were talking at the door, a group of police officers walked over. They're here for you, Laurent said gleefully. They're going to arrest you. These officers all looked serious. They dressed differently from the L.A. police that Chun Zhao usually saw. The leader wore regular clothes. The others had different uniforms and weapons. A couple of the officers in the back held silent submachines. Hello, I am Thomas Riffer, in charge of the local Interpol branch. Are you Mr. Chin? Yes, I am. Then the leading police took Chun Zhao's hand. Thank you for your contributions. You helped us catch Viper Quincy. Viper Quincy, the one you handicapped. Who are they? Chun Zhao asked. A-class criminals wanted internationally. Viper Quincy is the second leader of the international crime organization Death Knight. They committed crimes in many countries, and more than 100 innocent people have died in their hands. Wait, are you sure that their name is the Death Knight? Yes, is there a problem? Are you sure they're a crime organization and not some anime club? You're not here to arrest this guy? Laurent was disappointed. Thomas looked at Laurent and then at Chen Zhao. And he is. Ignore him, Chen Zhao said, rolling his eyes. He's crazy. We wanted to ask how you got involved with him. Chen Zhao described everything. Thomas arched an eyebrow. Go check the identity of the perpetrator. See if he has a fake ID. Do you know why they're here? Chen Zhao asked. There are some special members in DK. They're top experts in some field and have irreplaceable positions, so they would usually try their best to protect them. Chen Zhao thought of the two that he'd killed. Viper Quincy didn't even react when he killed the first. But when he killed the second, Quincy had been furious. Chapter 588, Interpol. Chapter 588, Interpol. Mr. Chin, we suspect that DK has something big planned in L.A. We hope that you can cooperate with us to destroy DK's plan and capture their leader. How should I cooperate with you? Chen Zhao asked. This time, you made DK suffer great losses. They often take revenge, so they'll definitely take revenge on you. We hope that we can surround your home and control it entirely. Sorry, no. Chen Zhao refused directly. Why? Don't you want the Interpol to protect you and your family's safety? Does the Interpol have really pretty personal bodyguards for me and my girlfriend? If not, then no thanks. I don't accept any kind of protection. Also, please don't get close to my house or the surrounding area. I have the right to expel you. This was a prime example of conversation killers. Mr. Chin, they're a crime organization, not the typical gang. I know you're a good boxer, but sometimes a bullet will take your life. Bye, Chen Zhao said, rolling his eyes. Mr. Chin, you'll come find me by yourself, Thomas Riffer said. Asand was a standard vagrant. He didn't have a home at all. He didn't have family either, so he just slept wherever he rode his motorcycle to. Usually, he stayed in a restaurant or bar. Occasionally, he would spend the night in a motel. After Laurent brought Asand out, he chattered nonstop about how merciless Chen Zhao was. Laurent, shut up! Asand yelled loudly too. You're so annoying. Fuck you. You're already disabled and your temper is still so bad. Yeah, this is my temper. You got a problem? Kane sat in the back, right between them. His head was about to explode from these two loud guys. Kareem and Howard sat in the front, and they were better off, but they were still annoyed. But they didn't have Chen Zhao's guts to yell back whenever they were annoyed. Laurent brought Asand into the hotel. Asand, spend a few days here. How much is one night? $400. Why? You want to pay me? No. Give me the $400. It's the same if I spend the night at a bar. Fuck you. A policewoman walked into Thomas's office with some files. Thomas, we checked. The person who was arrested is from DK. His alias is Engineer, a Class A internationally wanted criminal. He's caused many accidents before. Most of the deaths from DK were caused by him. He used a fake ID with the name Farrowkirk. He works at an electricity company as a repairman. Thomas looked at the files for a long while. Does DK want something from the electricity company? I wouldn't know. Go to the local police station and take the engineer out. I want to interrogate him personally. Sir, many people from DK has been showing up in L.A. in the past 3 months. I'm afraid they'll have action here. That's what I'm worried about too, Thomas said. But we don't even know what their goal is. I'm hoping to get some information from the engineer. Maybe we can try something on that Chinese guy, the policewoman said. What? It's not like we can break into his private property, Thomas said helplessly. Even though they were the Interpol and had powerful rights, they still had to follow each nation's laws. If they really broke into someone's property and got shot, they wouldn't even have the right to fight back. Thomas rubbed his forehead. Whatever. Get the engineer out first, and add more people to the hospital. Make sure the Viper Quincy and Thief won't get broken out. Just then, another subordinate ran in. Thomas, Viper, and Thief disappeared. One of the doctors died. What? Thomas shot to his feet in disbelief. How did they escape? I don't know. The hospital's security footage was all erased. We can't find any clues or how they even started it. Hurry! Send more people to extract the engineer. Hello, we're from Interpol. We need to extract someone imprisoned here. David looked up and saw a beautiful girl. He looked back and saw more people, all wearing Interpol uniforms. He accepted the ID and made another call to check that nothing was wrong with the ID number. Who do you need to extract? Pharaoh Kirk. Who is he? Confidential. I can't tell you. David couldn't do anything. His police system was under the American FBI and wasn't directly related to Interpol. But Interpol had the right to take prisoners from them. David brought Interpol to the cells. This is Pharaoh Kirk. Pharaoh raised his head and shock flashed past his face. When David saw him, he furrowed his brows. Pharaoh's expression wasn't obvious, but he seemed happy. Please open the door. David glanced at the people behind the woman. Can I see everyone else's IDs too? Of course. A big guy came forward. The next moment, he pulled a gun out of his pocket. David cried out inside and tried to jump to the side. But when he was in the air, the man fired. Pew, pew. David took several bullets instantly and fell into a pool of blood. These people started firing directly and destroyed the electric lock. We should go. The woman looked up at the security camera. Since they destroyed the lock, the police would definitely know. Just then, the outer wall of the detention center exploded. A man stood outside. He had a mohawk and was chewing gum. Brothers miss me. Shut up and hurry, the big guy said, or else we'll have a shootout in a police station. When the woman walked past David, she paused and said gently, Mr. Officer, you're my type. With that, the woman gave David another bullet. Real life wasn't like movies. In movies, the main characters wouldn't get shot even if bullets rained down on them. But reality wasn't like that. Chapter 589, You Betrayed Me. Chapter 589, You Betrayed Me. Chen Zhao's phone rang. He looked at the number. It was Kate, but why would she call him? Chen. Kate's choked voice traveled from the other end of the call. Hearing her crying voice, Chen Zhao thought, no way. Did Kate fight with David? Or did they break up directly? And Kate wants me to comfort her. No, I can't touch my bro's girl. Chen Zhao was imagining things by himself. Kate, what's wrong? Did you argue with David? David's in the hospital. Kate started crying again. What's wrong? Is he sick? He got shot, a serious injury. He's in the emergency room. Chen Zhao shot to his feet. What exactly happened? I don't know. I don't know anything. I heard that he got shot in the police station. What? How is that possible? In the police station? Chen Zhao quickly asked. Which hospital is he in? He hurried over to the hospital. Kate and a dozen police officers, including Sharon, were at the door. Chen. These officers had interacted with Chen Zhao before, so they nodded or greeted him. Chen Zhao glanced at Sharon. She nodded as well. Kate pulled Chen Zhao to the side. There was inextinguishable anger shining in Kate's tears. Chen, I want to kill the people who hurt David. You'll help me, right? No matter what problems they had, their feelings were still genuine. The problems were due to their personalities, but they still loved each other. Now that David was hurt, how could Kate calm down? I want to kill him with my own bare hands. Kate, calm down. I trust that David's colleagues will arrest him. Kate looked at Chen Zhao. Chen, I have a USB. It has a video of someone in a Spider-Man costume climbing CL building on January 3rd. Kate, that's not nice. I'm not threatening you. I just think that, since you have the ability, you shouldn't do nothing. Kate stared straight at Chun Zhao. Okay, I promise you. I won't do nothing, but I have no ideas now either, Chun Zhao said helplessly. I asked David's colleagues. They said a group of criminals disguised themselves as Interpol agents and snuck into the police station. They wanted to rescue a prisoner. David discovered this, and that's why he was shot. Do we know the prisoner's identity? A hit and run. He's charged for dangerous driving and injury to others. Hit and run. Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes. Could it be him? You know him. I killed and hurt some people at the hospital today, Chun Zhao said. What's going on? DK? Yes. Just then, Thomas brought people over. Hey, mister. Chin, how come you're here? Wait. Chun Zhao looked at Thomas's group. What's wrong? Something wrong with me? Are you really Interpol? Of course. Is there any reason to doubt us? My friend was hurt by you, Interpol. Are you friends with the injured officer? Thomas asked. I know about it already. We came just to ask about the situation. Ask about the situation? Chun Zhao sneered. We should be the ones asking. At that moment, Sharon and the other police officers walked over too. Let me ask you, Sharon demanded. Earlier, David checked someone's ID, and it said their name was Therese Beck. He also contacted the L.A. office of the Interpol, and they said that they'd indeed sent someone to release the prisoner. But in the end, Therese Beck is a criminal. I'm Therese Beck. A woman beside Thomas stood out. My identity was stolen. While David called for verification, we indeed left and were on the way to the police station. In other words, there's a mole in Interpol, Sharon said, looking at the group. We haven't excluded that possibility. This is why we hope your station can work with us and catch the criminal together. We won't work with you. Sharon had become the representative of her station. You haven't even gotten rid of your mole. Why should we work with you? Come talk to us after you've searched yourself clearly and catch the mole. We have a lot of intel on DK. Don't you want it? Sharon and the officers hesitated. In the police system, killing or hurting an officer would lead to their systematic return. All the officers would take revenge crazily. This was why the gangs weren't willing to attack or kill officers. Everyone in the station was furious now. It would be a lie to say that they didn't want to capture the criminal. However, they didn't even know who it was. They were like headless flies. Chen, what should we do? Work with them? No, we'll find him ourselves, Chun Zhao murmured. At that moment, the surgery room opened. Everyone crowded over, and Kate immediately latched onto the doctor. Doctor, how is David? His life isn't at risk, but he's still too weak. I suggest you all don't disturb him now. Hearing the doctor's words, Chun Zhao was also relieved. Everything was all right if he survived. David was still unconscious, so Chun Zhao and Kate couldn't go in and look. Chun Zhao asked the doctor some professional questions. After confirming that he wouldn't have any lasting effects, he told it all to Kate. Chin, you have to help David find those assholes. Yes, I'll do everything I can to find him for you. Laurent, are you going out by yourself? Yeah, Laurent said. I want to walk around. I'll go with you, Kane said. No, I know that you're on that bastard's side now. You've already betrayed me. I don't want 3 traitors following me. Laurent's voice was filled with anger. Kane, Kareem, and Howard were all speechless. Why are you so dramatic? What good is there to follow you? It's not like you pay us, and you always run off alone when we're on your side. These 3 had been fucked over by Laurent long ago. This time, they were determined not to be on Laurent's side. I don't need you 3. I have my own ways. I will succeed. Chapter 590, Being Stupid Again. Chapter 590, Being Stupid Again. Laurent came to an abandoned and remote neighborhood. There was no one here. He took out his phone. Pamela, I'm outside the neighborhood. Okay, wait there for me. A moment later, an old woman came outside. Her face was extremely pale and her hair was messy. She wore a flowery dress that looked ancient. She was like a ghost from movies. Fuck! You! Seeing her, Laurent wanted to turn and run. Laurent, come back. The woman couldn't catch up, so she could only yell from the back. It's me, Pamela. Hearing her voice, Laurent stopped and looked at her hesitantly. You're Pamela. You really are Pamela. Yes. Laurent studied the old woman before him. He honestly couldn't believe that the pretty woman from 20 years ago would turn into this state. However, she really did have traces of Pamela. How did you turn into this? Pamela was a few years younger than him. How could she look so old? Pamela straightened and ripped off the fake mask she had on. She instantly brightened. Even though she was a bit older, she wasn't as scary as before. Why did you do that to yourself? Laurent finally confirmed that it was Pamela. I can't help it, Pamela said helplessly. For our field, you have to do that to make people believe you're an experienced spiritualist. So are you? Of course. Laurent still doubted it. Pamela had said that she was a spiritualist since they first met each other, but he still didn't really believe it. Come, let's go inside to talk. Laurent followed behind Pamela and looked at the barren neighborhood. He was pretty sure that no one lived here. Rather, Pamela lived here by herself. How come you live here? Duh. Have you ever seen a spiritualist live in a fancy apartment? Plus, the rent for here is only $300 per month. Laurent felt that the second was the true reason. And most people feel like old witches should live in places like this, right? Pamela pushed open the door. Laurent pressed the light switch, but no light came on. How come it's not on? Is it broken? No electricity. No electricity. Do you get blackouts often? They've turned off the electricity for this neighborhood long ago. Then how do you live? You can't even cook, right? Food delivery. Pamela's answer destroyed all of her mysteriousness. While speaking, she pulled aside the curtains. The living room was instantly brighter. There were many strange items in the living room, along with some bookshelves. I have to stay mysterious when people visit me usually, so the room has to be dark, Pamela said. Oh, why did you come and find me this time? You really are a spiritualist, right? Of course. Are you doubting me? Then, can you summon spirits? Laurent asked. That's what a death speaker does. I can't do it. Then what can you do? If you want to summon spirits, I can introduce you to someone, but I need to take a fee. Laurent was speechless. Can you do curses? Those are poisoned spiritualists. Pamela looked at him. Do you have some enemy? I have a mortal enemy. How bad is it? He stole my daughter. Pamela almost flipped the table over. After all this time, it's your son-in-law, right? If you can take care of him for me, I'll pay you $10,000. Hearing $10,000, Pamela was tempted. To what extent? Kill him? That's not necessary. Just scare him. It's best if he can surrender to me. Pamela finally understood. It was just an in-law rivalry. She thought about it. How about this? Bring him to my neighborhood. Oh, it has to be at midnight. Why? Laurent asked. Are we going to have people hide here? That's not necessary. That guy is really good at fighting. Even a dozen guys won't be able to beat him. I'm not that lowly. Plus, hiring hitters costs money. Then, what do you have planned? Pamela lowered her head. Do you know why this place is empty? Laurent thought about it. When he came in, the infrastructure along the way were all preserved well. Leaves covered the street because no one maintained it, but there didn't seem to be any other problems. Why? 12 years ago, there was an epidemic here. Epidemic? This is America. Are you sure you're not joking? Do I look like I'm joking? Yes. I'm serious. Pamela looked at him seriously. The media didn't report it because they didn't want to cause panic. Then what? More than 100 people died in the epidemic. Are you saying it's haunted? Later, developers bought the land from the government for a new project, but accidents kept happening, so the project had to stop. Are there really ghosts? Even I'm too scared to go out at night, Pamela said. Is it really that scary? Of course. If I call that asshole here, will he die here? That's why you should call him here at midnight. Usually the evil spirits that walk around will hide after 1 a.m. They won't cause trouble. Also, having him come alone is the safest. If there are 2 people, the evil spirits might possess or trick one to make them kill each other. Are you sure it's okay? It's okay. I've lived here for so long and figured everything out. Pamela looked confidently at Laurent. All right, order food delivery. Why? Aren't you going to eat dinner? I didn't say I'll stay, Laurent said. You don't want to stay and see your in-law cry in fear. Laurent looked at Pamela. You just want to get free food, right? It's getting late, Pamela said. Hurry and call for food, or else they won't come if it's too late. Laurent picked up his phone and ordered 2 food deliveries. When he hung up, he saw a key hanging from Pamela's neck. What's that key for? Chapter 591, Are you dead? Chapter 591, Are you dead? You mean this key? Pamela tugged at the key hanging on her neck. My teacher gave it to me. Why are you suddenly asking me this? My wife seemed to have a key like that too, but it's made out of gold. She gave it to that bastard. Pamela shook the key in her hands. Too bad. Why isn't mine made out of gold? It's too weird to have a key hanging from your neck. You wouldn't say that if your wife does that. Pamela rolled her eyes at Laurent. A while later, the food delivery arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. Pamela went out to pick it up. Laurent waited leisurely, but Pamela just wouldn't return. He was bored, so he took a book off of the shelf. This was a very ancient book. The cover had already cracked, and he couldn't read the title clearly. He opened to a random page and saw a picture. It had images of 13 keys with different colors, but he couldn't read the words on the bottom. Rather than words, they were more like pictures. Laurent had never seen such a strange written script before. It wasn't far, so why hadn't Pamela come back yet? Laurent looked out the window. It was getting late, and the sun had set. He picked up his phone to call Pamela, but what he heard was, "The number you called does not exist." What? He just called her earlier. How come the number didn't exist anymore? Laurent decided to go out to find Pamela, but when he walked out, his foot sank. The wooden floorboard had caved in. He took his foot out and discovered something inside. What's this? He picked it up. It was a dust-covered box. Opening it, he saw that it was filled with pictures of him, Sand and Pamela when they were young. Clink! A key fell onto the ground. Laurent picked it up and studied it. Wasn't this the key hanging from Pamela's neck? How come it was here? Was it just the same type? Laurent saw that the bedroom door was half open. He pushed it open and entered. A sour smell flooded out. The bed, chairs, table, and closet in the bedroom were covered in dust. Creak! The closet was half open too and made piercing sounds. He pulled open the door. It was filled with familiar clothes that Pamela had worn before, but they were covered in dust too. He didn't know how long they'd been hanging here. Laurent shuddered suddenly. No, it looked like no one had lived here in decades. Laurent wanted to run out of the house, but he heard a noise outside. Pamela had come back, but instead of feeling relieved, Laurent felt even more terrified. Laurent, what's wrong? You look really scared. Did something happen? No, nothing. Laurent's expression was unnatural. Come eat, Pamela said. Pamela, you? Laurent gulped. Are you already dead? Laurent thought of what Pamela had said earlier. 12 years ago, there had been a plague here. More than 100 people had died. Was Pamela included in the 100 people? "Fuck you, you're dead," Pamela swore. "What are you talking about?" "But your place looks. It looks like no one lives here, right?" Laurent wondered if he saw a ghost today. He didn't know if he was scaring himself, but it felt wrong after Pamela had left. It's obviously to make it seem more mysterious. "You don't know how annoying my job is. We have to work to make people trust us. Are you sure? You're still alive, right?" Pamela lifted her old leg and kicked Laurent. "Stop bullshitting. Are you going to eat or not? If not, I'm going to finish by myself." Seeing Pamela's familiar action, Laurent suddenly laughed. It was that familiar feeling and familiar temper. After eating and drinking, Laurent and Pamela started reminiscing about their respective pasts. And their mutual past. Unknowingly, it was nighttime. The neighborhood outside was pitch black without a speck of light. Pamela lit some candles. "I remember back then when we were in that abandoned warehouse. You, me, Asand, we were like this too, lighting a fire and talking loudly. So many years have passed. Who fucking knew that a bum like that would become a politician?" Pamela said, laughing. "The last time the three of us met must have been 20 years ago. Yeah. You and Asand are both in L.A. Haven't you two met? That old asshole is just like that, running around all day on his bike. We call occasionally, but I need to make money too. So we never met up." Laurent checked the time. They'd talked for more than 4 hours, unknowingly. "Asand got into a car accident recently, did you know?" "No, he didn't tell me. How are his injuries?" "He can't stand yet. After a while, when he can stand up again, the three of us should meet up." "It's about time," Pamela said. "What time?" "Don't you want to prank your daughter's boyfriend? It's time to call him over. Now." "No shit. Are you sure it'll work? Are you sure there are evil spirits here? I'm a psychic. You don't trust me? You just kept saying that you're a psychic, but I never saw you have any special abilities. What do you think a psychic is? You want me to do magic tricks for you? Okay. Laurent picked up his phone and called Chun Zhao. "Laurent, are you coming back tonight?" Chun Zhao was demanding the moment he spoke. "Chin, I'm at my friend's place and drank too much. Come pick me up." "You think I'll care? Call a taxi." "I'm in a remote place. There aren't any taxis." "Then walk back." Chun Zhao didn't want to care about Laurent. "Don't be like this, Chin. I'm Feilai's father." Chun Zhao was so annoyed. This old bastard always used this to threaten him. "Did you prepare another trap for me?" No, definitely not. I swear it'll never happen. Plus, do you think my traps are effective on you?" "Okay, what's the address?" Chun Zhao didn't believe Laurent. This old guy definitely prepared a trap for him to jump into. But Chun Zhao would like to see what he'd prepared.